once you roll, it's just straight,
Yeah, it's just straight
percentile.
Yeah.
Unlike Shadowrun, where it's math,
Chunky
math,
style
math.
explosions. I have one worse though. There was a game called Dark Conspiracy where they had to determine the blast radius of anything, a grenade, a car that blows up. They gave you this formula, and it was a parenthetical formula, so they had pieces you had to do in certain orders, and there was a square root in there. And I said, no way. Absolutely not.
See, when you make it that complicated, that's a little extreme.
Yeah. They wanted it realistic.
I get that, but come on.
At the same time, I'm saying, like, this is a game about aliens covertly taking over the world, and you're talking about realism?
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
We never really used the chunky salsa effect, where there's like, yeah, if it's that much, you're just dead.
Yeah.
All right. What did you give yourself for your education score?
70.
Okay.
I want to be a very good hunter.
All right. So, and what's your? I'm gonna say that education times 2, and then what's higher, your dex or your strength?
Dex.
All right. So your education score times 2 plus your dexterity score times 2 is going to be your occupation points.
Okay. And is that percentages that I spend things on?
Yes. So then that laundry list down there,
Yes.
you put them into the skills that you would want to have that are relevant to what your occupation is. So you'd want to, let's say, natural world is something you would use, like, find your way through the forest.
Okay. What are these base numbers I'm seeing? Natural world is 10, medicine is 1.
Right. Yeah, that's just the base chance. So, like, if you don't take anything in it, your base chance is 10, and if it's 10%, then 10 is your base chance.
Okay.
So, if you wanted to get your natural world up to 60, you put in 50 points into that.
Okay, so these are starting values in the parentheses. Okay. Oh, nice. Get out. Joey. Come on, let's go. Outside. Come on. Jesus.
The carrot. Oh wait, I already showed you that part.
Yeah.
No, flip it over. Oh wait, no, that's on this part.
Yeah, it's on this part.
Now you can see it better.
Yeah, now I can see it better.
Show it to Rob.
Am I looking at?
His up by his characteristics.
Doctor of Love, bro.
That's right. It's pitch black.
Sex often. Seriously. Birth town, funky town.
That's right. He was born in Funky Town.
Bell bottoms on while you walk.
Don't you see the thing that starts looking like a mushroom cloud? That's his top of his head and his afro. Ding, 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 ding.
Do you have like backup singers? Yeah.
Glad you asked.
What is the residence? Ladies what?
Boudoir.
Oh, okay.
Where else would it be?
All ladies need some loving.
Duh.
Durr. That's my philosophy. All of them. Even the ladies that like the ladies need some loving.
You're a mess. What time period is this set in?
It's the 20s.
It can really be whatever we want to play.
That's why I put the little 70s under the 20s.
So you can be in the 70s, but everybody else will be in the 20s. You can be unstuck in time. That is an actual thing in this game.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, that's not what I want.
It's the only thing I don't know enough about those time periods in history.
I was thinking about providing you all with a chart for grocery prices So that we don't have
Salt?
Any, so we don't have any misunderstandings in case anybody needs to get some coffee.
Apparently, I was the richest guy ever. I could just buy a sandwich all willy-nilly.
Have you ever seen A Million Ways to Die in the West?
No.
Oh my god. There's this one part where they have this bet and it's for $1 and the guy loses and the people in the crowd are like, come on, show us the $1. And he takes out the $1 and all the gunmen go, ugh. One guy goes, take off your hat, boy, that's $1 bill. That's not what I was
A
thinking.
big green blob is where he just was vacuuming the carpet.
I stopped it accidentally. Oh no, it's just loading. I should really download this song.
Cash and assets.
We should
Salt.
play it every time we want to talk.
Oh, come on. Get a 4G, you piece of crap. It's very fitting for him, too.
I mean, it's pretty funky.
The first line just captures his essence. Target tonight.
This is a really good table to have D&D on.
Why?
Look at all the extra space.
What?
I apologize. Freaking dog's been a pain in my ass all day. Alright.
I'm gonna change my guy a little bit.
Yeah, if you guys want to move your points around, you can totally do that.
160.
No, I think I'm good.
How old is your character anyway? Can you put that down?
I don't think I put that down originally. I would say older.
They have rules for crap like that. Where like, oh, if you're this old, then give this to your education score and take this from your strength. But I'm really not interested in any of that.
Yeah.
Even for a longer game, I wouldn't be interested in that.
It's a lot of micromanaging.
Really, that's what it comes down to.
Alright.
You good?
Yeah, now I have a 60 in fast talk.
That is more fitting, yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
And for you guys, I couldn't type in. The boxes were too small for me to type in the half and fifth scores. But just keep that in mind that if I ask for like a half roll, it's going to be half of whatever that score is.
Okay.
Oh, those points go fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. It's usually better to specialize in one thing or make everything 50% on as much as you can.
could make him the ladies' man and put more points in the pharmacy.
Does this smell
See,
like
your
chloroform
Cosby
to
picture
you?
was appropriate.
What?
Put some, yeah, give yourself some extra charm too.
I already did.
Yeah.
Charm's at 65 now.
He walks around with a pill bottle in his pocket.
Zip zap zoobity bop. I got a zoot suit.
And then she was all right, and I was all.
Oh man.
All right, Cliff. So whenever you're finished with those points, there is actually like another set of points that you can add in.
To the skills?
Yeah, it's the ones based on intelligence.
Okay.
So it's intelligence times 2. And those are more like your, stuff you're good at that's outside your profession. So, like if you can, like you drive a car, you wouldn't necessarily need to do that as a hunter, but you can do it.
Okay.
That's usually where people, I'd put in like the ones that everybody takes because they're the basic ones for the game are library use and spot hidden because they're the ones that come up the most often.
I thought spot hidden would be good for hunter, so I have that pretty high already.
Good.
I don't know about library use, but I'll rely on the nerds for that.
YouTube. Getting into character.
Your own language stat, that is whatever your education
You really
score
are
is.
going to turn into those old guys in the.
Old guys. Oh, yeah.
We passed two old black gentlemen at was it Acme,
Yeah,
Your
you were
dodge is
there.
half your dexterity.
and he had like a fedora and everything on.
Wow.
It's quite funny.
And then, yeah, it's really just putting whatever the points you got left wherever you want them.
Okay. What's natural world used for again?
Basically anything dealing with nature. More like scientific stuff would fall under science as like a biology stat, but
Okay.
that'd be like this tree is an elm. I know this because I've seen several elms before.
Gotcha.
I'm good at identifying trees from very far distances.
I'm still gonna drown.
Alright.
All done.
All that's left is your sanity score is your power,
Okay.
and your magic points is.
When did you get to the description?
I just like the encounters with strange entities.
Your magic points are 1/5 your power.
The personal description is really great, though. Did you ever see that cheesy Excalibur remake that was supposed to be like more historically accurate with Clive Owen.
If I did, I immediately forgot it.
Yeah.
Intensely boring.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, it's
was it
really
called
boring
Arthur?
and not very. Yeah,
I think I've seen parts of it.
Sir Boris and that was always walking around going, seriously, it's like a baby's arm holding an apple. That's the only thing that's worth remembering from that movie, by the way.
That movie was so weird.
Yeah.
Oh, not as weird as this game is about to get.
Jesus.
I could set it in the 70s if you want.
Oh no! I think this will be. I think the stuck in time thing will be.
Wow.
Oh, do you know what's weird? And I'm hoping it was from Rob. Like one of our podcasts has like 70 views, and I'm hoping most of them were for him, like messing around with it. Because I'm like, who else is listening to this?
70. Oh yeah, the one.
It's got like 74.
The very first one had like 70.
But I think it's from him. Like
Checking things?
Yeah.
Because that was the first one I threw up.
But then the other ones have like 12, and like I think one has 20, and I'm like, who else is listening?
I mean, I know I'll go back like 2 or 3 times because I don't have 6 hours to listen to
Right.
them. So,
Right.
you know,
But I don't think that counts as. I don't know. Well, I don't know if that
I don't
counts as
know.
more than
Yeah.
one.
I don't know.
Because doesn't it save where you're at?
Yes.
And then so I don't know if that counts as more than one. Which is weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll have to go in and look and see how many new.
I have a friend of mine who's not part of the group who
listens to it.
because he's desperate to play Dungeons and Dragons. I'm like, well, we do. I don't know if we have any recorded.
Yeah. We don't have any recorded yet, but yeah.
What do you want for your weapons, Cliff?
I definitely want a high-powered rifle.
Meaningful locations.
Those are very meaningful.
Oh my god.
What?
Alright, the best rifle is available in the 1920s according to this chart. We do 1d8 plus 1d6 plus 3 damage.
Wow.
I'm gonna go need more dice. 1d8 plus 1d6 plus 3.
Plus 3. 80 yards max range. That's the base range, actually.
Really?
Rifle.
What?
80. Oh, thank you. All right. For the sake of the recording, I'm going to
Read them aloud.
read out this. So, personal description: baby's arm with wink. Beliefs: all ladies need some loving. Significant people: John Holmes. Nice. Yes, you gotta be in the 70s, right? Linda Lovelace. Good. Hugh Hefner. La Buccioni.
Yep.
Meaningful locations: the Playboy Club. I don't wonder what that's like in the 20s, huh?
Well, he's stuck in time now. I've decided. So yeah.
Playboy Club East, the Playboy Mansion, Studio 54. Really, nothing under treasured possessions?
I haven't thought that far yet.
Zodiac necklace.
I got through that and I was like, this must be shared right now.
There's got to be something with a lot of notches on it.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'd love to see phobias and manias. Mark,
2 guys.
okay, for
kissing.
this, Kama Sutra.
Oh God, yeah. How did I not have that on there already?
Cliff, I didn't see this. You can take an elephant gun if you want.
I would totally like an elephant. gun.
3d6 plus 4.
You're really that much of a hunter.
Yes, I've been to Africa and back.
He's that guy from Spider-Man. Oh, what
Craven?
Craven.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Maybe a little less crazy.
yeah, a little less crazy. Well, at the start of the game, anyway.
I picture the dude from what's it called? Was it the Shadow and Darkness or something like that? It was that Michael Douglas.
I just watched
Oh
that.
yeah, about the lion.
Yeah, and yes, he dies like halfway through it, and that's totally going to be me. So
Yeah.
Like that dentist that's going around shooting lions.
no, not like that. I'm actually, not waiting for them to be tranked and learn that people are not to be feared and then shoot them. No, that's bullshit. There has to be this guy. If he goes crazy, he would be the one to to play the most dangerous game kind of thing. Because, you know, it's
That's
all about...
always what you think when it comes to people that do big game hunting.
Yeah.
I always think of that book.
Yeah.
The thing is that like lately, the people who do the big game hunting, they aren't into it for the danger or the thrill.
No.
What these companies will do is they will capture an animal, put it in a cage, starve it for about a week, and then they let it out and you shoot it right as you walk out of the cage and take a picture with it.
Right.
So it looks like you hunted it, but you could not have been safer because the thing is sleep
Cage,
deprived, starved. It's so no. This guy is the one. You know, the true test of manhood is to go out into the wilderness and survive there and hunt the animal and prove that you are in fact the superior predator. Not really getting this whole thing that he has a firearm that kind of makes the whole thing different. But you know, that's that whole hunter mentality. They don't factor weaponry into it.
Right.
Because I built the thing. Did you build the gun? Well, no, but we as a species built the gun. Can you tell I'm not really into hunting?
Did you give the animal a Kevlar body armor and a rifle to fire back?
I mentioned that to my dad. I was like, yeah, you know, they have bow hunters around here. I was like, really? Does the stag have a bow? I was like, no. It's like, then it's no more even.
Yeah.
Well, all right, you got a point. I mean, maybe if you're going out knife hunting or something like that.
No, see, I got a knife hunting story, unfortunately. You've never heard my manliest man ever story?
No, knife hunting sounds like it could be it, though.
It was an accidental knife hunt. In Alaska, there was this guy, and he went out with 4 of his friends, and they went out to hunt deer. Well, he got separated from his friends, and he took a deer anyway. So he puts his gun down, and he's dressing his deer. Well, a bear smelled it. And so this big, giant grizzly finds him while he's got just his field knife dressing his deer. Of course, the bear charges at him. He slashes at the bear with his knife. The bear raked him, goes back, turns around. He slashes at this bear again, hits it in the neck. The bear basically tears the knife out of his hands, but is bleeding from the jugular. And he's like standing there, and he's like, he's told the story on TV, and like I saw him telling the story, and he's like, yeah, and it turned around, and I could see it had pieces of my leg in its mouth, and I'm like, well, come on, and it charges him a 3rd time, and he punches it. Bear, like, momentum carries it past, but it finally dies. Well, so he's like, well, great, I'm basically mauled by this bear, but I killed it. Now I gotta get back to my friends, and basically has to crawl, I think it was like 4 miles back to meet up with the boat. And like, I see this still because it made the papers, and I'm like, oh my God, that's ridiculous. That's not the most ridiculous part. The guy was 69 years old when he did this.
Yeah.
And so me and my friends were like, we got to go out naked with the spoon. That's the only way we can be more manly than this guy.
Yeah.
Very true.
Now, even if you had the spoon, he did still technically punch it with nothing in his hands, so, you know.
True.
He went full Legends of the Fall on that
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
What is your other story you wanted to tell?
What other story?
You said that you wanted to wait until everybody was here.
Oh, how I poisoned myself because I'm an idiot. I was almost too stupid to live. No,
Slightly less manly.
Like I was like, I should have just gone out with this one. Like that would have been fate. So one of our food reps brought in cookies for us one day last week, and it was a row of chocolate chip, a row of chocolate chip, another row of chocolate chip, and I don't know why I thought this because nobody makes butterscotch cookies except for my uncle. What I thought was a row of butterscotch cookies. So I take them back in the break room and I take 2 cookies to save for myself. 1 chocolate chip, 1 butterscotch. Come in the next day, I eat the 2 cookies, and then all of a sudden I'm like, I feel awful. I just feel, I got no energy. My lips are all tingling. Like, I feel all puffy. I can't breathe. I feel awful. I got to go to CVS. I think I'm having an allergic reaction. This is like over the course of hours. Like, this is over the course of hours. So I walk down to the CVS, and I'm walking back, and I'm like, oh my God, this is awful. And I compounded the problem because I was getting non-drowsy Benadryl. Somebody put drowsy on top of the non-drowsy. And I didn't look. I saw the non-drowsy, and I just grabbed it. So I get back, I take my Benadryls. I'm like, oh my God, what could I be having an allergic? I'm like, and then it snaps. I'm like, you dumbass. Those weren't butterscotch. They were macadamia nut, you dumb nut. And of course, I'm allergic to nuts.
I'm having a hard time breathing. I think I'll take a jog down to the store.
I was like, yeah, great. I was almost too stupid to live. What an idiot.
Alright. I need everybody's dex scores.
50?
40.
50?
80.
Ooh, I
Alright.
should probably... Nah, I'm not changing my decks.
There's no initiative rolling in this. It's naturally based on your dexterity.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be. Oh, you see a mythos creature, you die.
Nope, at least that's not how I like to play. I guess Dan and Mike, you have the same score if you want to do the traditional.
That's not fair because I actually started before you because when you said you have the same, I was already staring down here.
That's your own fault.
I know.
It's your own fault.
My eyes are starting to unfocus.
Mine too. And water. Alright, I go first. Wasn't it Zach that came up with that one?
Yeah,
No, that was me that
That was
came
you?
up with the stare down. Well, actually, I don't know. I
doing the
remember I
icons,
kept it going. Maybe it was Zach. I don't know.
Or maybe he just enjoyed it the most.
Maybe. Justin hates it though, doesn't he?
Oh, he does.
Because he can't keep his eyes open long enough.
Alright, so
This character too has a black power ring, but not the same way as the last.
oh, spittle. Let's see. I'll wait till he gets back to explain how the sanity actually works.
That's so funny. Why you got spit on your head, dude?
Probably because he was hanging out underneath Balder.
Yeah.
He needs a splash bib, doesn't he?
Alright, so obviously the unique mechanic for this game is sanity. It'll steadily go down the more you encounter weird crap. But if you lose 5 or more all in one go, you have to roll your intelligence. If you fail that roll, it's basically your mind is trying to process what you're seeing. So you fail the roll, you can't process it. Right, that's not a monster, that's just like a big dog. That's not a hellhound, that's just a huge dog. So you still take the damage, and you might develop some kind of mania or phobia based on that, but you're fine. If you pass the roll, you are comprehending that this is some alien entity from another dimension that is beyond anything that we can comprehend. You fall screaming to the floor or something. So that's when you run into problems.
So
If
it's better to play dumb people in this game.
The only stat that you can't put anything in, and I think the only person who has this stat is Rob because he's playing the same character, is the Cthulhu Mythos.
Under
yeah.
under climb.
Yeah. So that one should be,
Yeah, mine's
Rob has it because Rob has chosen to partake in various spellcraft.
Way to go.
You were the one who was trying to summon the demon at one
Yeah.
point.
Oh,
Kill
I got-
King.
Trying to.
I summoned it a couple of times, but it,
Do you still have that thing, or is it gone?
Yeah, I gave him the stats. He
Oh,
can summon it if he wants to.
Good grief. One of us is gonna smack him, and he's gonna start sending the demon after us.
But you see how the sanity block goes up to 99?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's the most you can have. So you could technically see nothing and gain sanity back, and you get all the way up to 99. What the Cthulhu Mythos does is you're seeing the universe behind what we can see. So the more you delve into that, the more you learn, the more that chips away at your sanity. So if you have a 1, the highest your sanity could ever be is 98. So like he can only he maxes out at 90 sanity points. He can't go higher than that. Let's see.
It's like John dies at the end. And you discover the world behind the world.
I haven't watched the movie because I still want to read the book first.
Read the book. The book is awesome.
Mhm.
The book is one of my favorite things.
The other cool rule that they came out with for 7th edition is it's called the push. Basically, you fail. You're looking for a book in the library. You fail the roll. You really need that book. You tell me you want to push. You tell me what you're doing, what your character is going to do to find it. So, like, all right, Cursory Glass couldn't find the book, so I'm going to delve into this. And I'm going to lock myself in the room for like 3 hours to look for it. You roll that. You pass it, great. You fail it, then it kind of becomes like a dungeon world with consequences kind of thing. So, all right, you went to lock yourself in for 3 hours and you fell asleep. It's 12 hours later, and now like you missed meeting whoever you were supposed to meet, or you found the wrong book completely and you're misinterpreting it. So
I'm tempting fate, I know.
Oh, he will kiss you. That's what he's going for right now.
Yep.
He's all about it. Right, Baldur?
So I think that's like the basics. If anything else comes up, we can cover it as it comes along, since it's a one shot and we're kind of learning a new system. And this is my first time running 7th edition. So I guess I'll set the scene. Does anybody heard of Champ, Lake Champlain Lake Monster?
Yes.
Champy.
Yeah, it's a big thing up there, right?
Yeah.
So, and this is fictionalized because I'm sure that they wouldn't actually do this, but in the 20s, Middlebury College liked to, send out expeditions to the lake, just to try and find evidence of like the local celebrity. Basically, it's half serious because this would be a huge scientific find, half joking because hey, it's something fun for the tourists. So they have a cabin down by Larrabee's Point, right across from Ticonderoga, New York. There's a ferry. It's kind of a little bit of a, you'd say like they move people across right there. Like it's a narrow point on the lake. Lots of history in the area. It is like the staging point for a lot of the Revolutionary War attacks into Canada, that kind of thing. And you all have been invited to partake in this year. I don't know if you all know each other, but I don't know if you would have been invited together or individually. No.
No, because I'm going to show up and, like always, it's going to be like, not this.
Well, you might not. All right, so you might not know that he's been invited.
But you and I know each other. Yeah.
The racist.
No, wait, I still know you. It's just that I don't want to know you. I just can't help running into you anymore.
Kim was the racist one in this group.
No, she's the one that shot that dude.
Yeah, that was a different character from her last one.
Yeah.
Her last one was a Garrett-toting nun.
Oh, yes.
Sister Mary Frances. And so, what's your character's name, Cliff? Or did you not give him one?
Carl Kurtz.
Okay. So they would invite you, as an outside, hey, come on down, try your luck at catching the most elusive monster in New England. The invitation was sent to you all by the guy that's running it this year. His name's Professor William Buxton. He's a folklore specialist out of Middlebury College, and he's asked you all to meet him at his office on the appointed date, which is, let's say, October 5th, around noon. And I guess the question is, how are you all getting there?
Well, he's a rich one. He has a car, so.
Yeah.
So you two are driving together?
Sure.
That works.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just trying to think back. Was it my car that we were using
I
last
forget
time?
who I actually couldn't remember who had the car. I was going
I
to
think
put
it
it
was
on the
him. I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure it was Dan's character.
You're coming out of the fields, right, boy?
I'm taking a train again. And I'm going to shoot you again.
How are you getting there?
I have a car.
Okay. 2 cars. We got transportation covered this time.
We can carry all the salt we want.
We probably still have that guy's pickup truck too.
You blew up. You blew up the truck.
Did we blow up?
You put all the gasoline into the truck, backed it up to the house, and blew it up.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
We'll bring it back, we promise.
And technically, we stole it from the guy after we knocked him unconscious because we wanted his precious 55-gallon drums for all the salt we were going to steal.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. There's the humping. Okay. All right, so you all arrive in town. I assume you're just going to go to his office.
Yeah, at the designated time.
And you all meet there.
Billy Buck, what's shaking?
Hey, I remember you. You're the guy from the town.
Oh, if you're here, does that mean that... Oh, damn.
And it actually looks like the guy is not here in his office.
Oh. Everybody just calls me Pitch.
You a doctor?
Maybe.
This is a game hunt?
A pleasure to meet you, sir. You're quite the strapping fellow, aren't you? Dr. Ironrose, pleased to meet you.
Oh my God, what time is it? He's still drunk?
This really shouldn't be surprising. I mean, this entire premise is a joke. There is no actual hunter here, is there?
Oh, a hunter of knowledge, maybe, but...
There you go, old chap.
I just picture your characters like his hair's all frayed out now and like circles around.
I don't
your
remember if I
eyes.
am or not, but I've been on a British accent kick lately. Yeah, with Lord Batman and all.
So as you're talking and conversing, some secretary comes up to the hall and says, "Are you? Can I help you? Are you here to see someone?"
Ah, yes, my dear. We were invited.
You're here for the monster hunt.
Indeed.
Don't call it that.
I'm sorry, it's just a town thing. We don't really. Whatever. Unfortunately, Professor Buxton is. He just came back from the lake. I'm surprised that nobody reached out to you before. He came back a couple days ago. He's not feeling so well.
Does that mean the event is canceled?
No one's really sure. He's actually being held at the local police office.
Is that where you bring your sick in this town?
No one really knows what's wrong with him. He came back ranting and raving about, monsters and things in the lake and...
Ah, a bit of showmanship.
It's a little bit out of character for him, so they felt that they needed to lock him up for his own good. He wanted to get a lot of guns and explosives.
Showmanship. Someone's taking the noble art of hunting and turning it into a spectacle. They're going to be erecting a big top over this entire thing soon. I'm going down to the police office and I'm going to rough this man up.
Well, I certainly don't want to miss that.
Right, because that's what this is all about.
Somebody gonna beat up a cop? I'm right there.
So the police station's not too far from the school. It's a pretty small town.
So, if I may, none of you hunt as...
Never had the pleasure.
Correct.
Oh, I'm a hunter.
Wow.
Look, you played your Omega the way you wanted. I'm playing Pitch the way I want.
The problem is that I really am picturing Cosby at this point. Dropping a little something.
I mean, zip, zap, zoop.
So, if most of you don't hunt, Why did you come to something called a hunt?
I'm an investigator. I seek things. I find things.
No. The unknown is always something very drawing to most
That
of us.
guy's trouble.
My colleague and I are seekers of knowledge.
You.
I myself have traveled the world seeking ruins and things like that.
So you're a zoologist? You've been to the Sahara, you've cataloged the elephants and the lions?
No, more of the ruins, the crumbled buildings, things like that.
What part of hunt does any of that have to do?
Well, I'm thinking of branching out.
Oh, Christ.
Hunting is kind of unnecessary, to be honest.
Yes,
Piggyback.
for someone like you, I would absolutely agree. Hunting is not a necessity. It is only an essential part for somebody who wants to experience what it is to truly be a man.
It's a little uncivilized for today's world. but-
Civilization makes you soft, sir.
He just
I'll
called
drink
you
to
a
that.
Pussy.
1920s.
I'll drink to that too.
I'm from the 70s.
I know, but he's not going to know what that means. He called me a cat.
Yeah.
He called you some woman parts.
All right, so as you approach, I guess you'll enter the police station. As you get in, you see a very weary-looking guy at the desk, and in the back where they have the cells, you hear somebody just shouting, I'm telling you, no, all we got to do, just round up gasoline, anything that's going to blow up, let's just get it down to the lake, we'll back it in, we'll just dynamite that motherfucking lake. We got, like, you don't understand, it killed everybody. They're all dead.
Is he talking about blowing up a body of water, sir?
No one knows what he's talking about.
That man is crazy.
Just gonna lean in. So, are you in on this? I assume that there's going to be some reporters here or something, and they'll make a big to-do over the radio at some point.
You've got to admire the man's commitment to his craft. He's really selling this.
Shouldn't there be reporters here now? Like, why is he putting on this show without any reporters around?
Right? Doesn't it get old? I mean, I've just gotten here and I'm already sick of it.
Listen,
You need to go back to like hunting. This is too neat. This is too like delicate for you, I think.
This is a travesty, is what this is. This is like, I don't even know what you care about, and I just realized I don't care. So,
Okay.
let's put it like this. This is an exceedingly important thing to me, and I am seeing someone make an absolute joke over it. That will not stand. And I was invited to this for some inexplicable reason.
To be fair, if he's here, there's probably some kind of weird shit going on. Like, every time I've run into him, yeah.
What sort of things are you people involved in here, anyway?
No, what do you mean, you people?
Well, what my dark-colored friend is trying to say that
That's
we are
unnecessary.
we're in a police station.
in the 20s, it's not that unheard of.
I'm reaching for a gun. That's unheard of.
no one can really figure out what he's talking about. He came back a couple days ago screaming, ranting, and raving about something in the lake, like he's saying right now. He went out there with five students that he was leading out there. We phoned down to the ferry to check on them, and they say they're there, walking around fine like nothing's wrong. So, near as I can figure, this guy's just crazy. I don't know what made him snap. He went down to the lake perfectly fine.
I think we should investigate the dock and everything.
Let's talk to him first. See if there's anything of worth to get out of him, and then let's go down to the dock.
Maybe smack him around a bit for good measure.
He's in a
Whatever
jail
you feel
cell.
is necessary.
So?
Like, if he can be any kind of coherent, that'd be great. But if he's just gonna shout about using gas to blow up a lake, then I'm just turning around and walking away.
So you want to go talk to him?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, well, if you can get anything out of him other than we've got, then good on you. So he unlocks the door to the back and lets you in. since you've said you've basically threatened him, he doesn't want to be around for when that happens. So down at the end, guy gets up, really bedraggled looking, middle-aged guy, hair's all crazy, shirts and tatters, really dirty clothes. It's like, are you guys coming with the dynamite? You've got some big guns. Are you here to help me with the problem?
Quiet time now.
Whatever. You're right. The sooner we get this taken care of, the better. So
You called us here on a farce called a hunt.
Ah, yeah, you're Kurtz.
Yes.
You're Kurtz. I remember you. I sent you the letter because you come in. This would be good publicity because here's a big game hunter looking for champ. And good stuff. Good stuff. It'll be good stuff. It'll be good publicity for the town.
So that's what this is? This is a publicity stunt?
Well, it's a little of both. We get good publicity, bring some tourists in, but then we also get the science. We got the science part going. We can find out what's going on in the lake because everybody's been seeing. Well, this thing's existed ever since Champ.
What is Champ?
Well, Champ's a lake monster. Ain't you ever heard of a lake monster?
There's no category of fauna called lake monster.
Well, it's like Nessie, that kind of thing. It's Champ.
So we're talking
Right,
Loch Ness.
There's nobody else here right now, so you can drop the act for the reporters and all that, since you just said this was for publicity. So what are you doing?
Well, it's part of local history. Like everybody knows Champ.
What are you doing yelling about blowing up a body of water? You know it doesn't work that way, right?
Well, you see, we weren't really sure that there was anything in the lake, but then we found something in the lake, and it's really nasty. And you don't even want to know about it. It killed everybody down there. It's terrible.
If they're all still down there.
They're still alive? Well, not really. I mean, has anybody gone and talked to them?
Apparently, the police on site are saying they're all walking around just fine.
Yeah.
Oh man, I didn't really expect that.
Did you do something to them? Did you try to do something to them?
No, last time I saw them, they were dead. They were really dead. Like one guy had a thing sticking right out of his chest, right through his heart.
Like a knife thing or a spear thing or
Yes.
So a spear.
Yes. And a knife. And like a really big branch. It was really gross.
That's what it looked like. It was a branch.
He's just sticking out of his chest. There's no way that guy should be walking around. But apparently this thing has been around forever.
How do you know that?
Because when the guy that discovered the lake, Samuel de Champlain, he found it. He named it after himself because he was awesome like that. He recorded that he saw this thing. It's in his journal.
Where's his journal at?
The Middlebury Library's got a copy of it.
Why couldn't it just be another member of the species? Wasn't that a long time ago?
I guess that's possible. I mean, I've never seen anything like this thing before. So,
What did it look like?
It's big. It's spiky.
Were you attacked on shore or were you on the water?
I wasn't attacked. I just saw it. I saw it kill him.
So where were they? Were they on shore or were they on the water? What did they do to provoke it?
It was really, really weird because David and Tim, they were two of the students. They had come back to the camp and they took Cynthia away. And I followed them. This happened at night. I followed them, and they went north from our cabin to this cove, Hands Cove. It's on the maps. It's really, 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 really weird thing. They had a big altar-looking thing, and this other guy did not he didn't. He kind of looked human. He wasn't human. And he made some gestures at the lake, and something started to come up, and I passed out. When I came to, Cynthia was dead. Just like the other guy. She had a thing sticking right in her chest. That's what I saw. After I saw that, I ran all the way. Closest town was Shoreham. I ran all the way there.
When was that?
About 4 days ago. It was a hell of a time getting anybody listening to me in Shoreham. Half the town's drunk. Once somebody finally listened to me, they carted me off and stuck me here.
Anybody else thinking that this sounds an awful lot more like a police matter than a big game hunt?
Yeah, it kind of sounds like he likes to take kids into the woods to try to kill them around this event every year.
No.
What it sounds like.
No.
An
This was
old
my
man
first time
will-
doing it. This was my first time doing it.
Oh, so you failed.
Yes, obviously I failed. I let my charges die. This was my turn to lead the big annual thing, and
Tradition.
So there's a group of people who do this.
yeah, we rotate around the school.
He
Whoever
might
does
be a
it.
little quirky, but I can testify that there are some strange events that happen in this world every now and then. So maybe we
He's
should
one
look
of them.
Listen to him.
He's one
Listen
of
to
the
him.
events.
Maybe
I'm
we
just trying to
should-
tell you, something wrong with that guy.
I'm feeling that
at-
alright.
Alright, Mr. Funkytown, calm down.
How do you know what funky?
I'm
is?
thinking that maybe we should go up there anyway and see if there are any bodies that we should bring back for loved ones. Just to see what's going
Wait.
on.
Did a bunch of hearse drivers show up for this hunt?
Well, the police don't seem to be going out there and looking for anyone.
That's
So
because they
got
called the
Lincoln,
local
it's
police
kinda like a
station and
hearse.
they're there, right? Let's find out what he told the police at least, because when we showed up, he was just screaming
And-
about dynamiting a lake. I don't know if
and-
he actually got this to them.
And why is he even locked up if the people he's claiming to have, or that were dead, they know are alive?
Probably because they're waiting to take him to a sanitarium.
Could be.
yeah, I think they said they locked him up for his own safety.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention.
I don't think he's a murder suspect.
He's just crazy.
He
Well-
is really. You can do a psychology roll. That'll tell you actually.
Sure, why not? I have that at 10%.
Hey, so do I.
I'm actually kind of close, but I failed.
I feel as well.
He's got it.
Yeah, I can. No, I don't. Ha! I missed.
All right, so then, for all intents and purposes, he really looks crazy. Like he's very high strung. His eyes are bugging out of his head. He's showing like, as far as you all know, like he looks like a crazy person.
You went there with 5 people? 5 students?
Yes, 5 students.
You saw 2 kill a third?
I didn't see them kill her, but I saw the body afterwards. So I think the thing in the lake got her.
So what about the other 2?
Well, they went missing.
Did you look for them?
I think that's when it got Tim and Dave. I think that's when it got them.
I'm hazy on the order here. You went to sleep, you found 2 leading a third one off. They met an inhuman looking man who called a monster up from the lake. You passed out, woke up, everybody was gone except the one student who was dead with something sticking out of her chest. A knife, a spear, or a branch.
Right.
So where in this sequence of events did the other 2 go missing?
Oh, they went missing first. Definitely, they went missing first. They went missing on like second or third day. They actually went up to the cove. They were looking around there, and then they didn't come back. I haven't seen them
You're
since.
Okay, now
assuming
I'm
that they
confused.
killed the one other?
I think they're, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
What makes you think that they would have done that?
Because of Champ.
Because of the monster and the
Champ
lake.
did it. Champ's doing it.
So this thing's a monster and it's can compel
has-
people to kill people.
So the monster in the lake wants the kids to kill each other with tree branches.
Yes, why is this hard to understand?
This is
So, on your second day there, you lost 2 students.
and you were there for another 2 days before you.
We don't want to say lost. I'm in enough hot water as it is because these kids are dead. And now you're saying we lost them ahead of time before they died? Like, that just makes me look really awful.
But isn't that what happened?
I'm pretty sure this doesn't make you any look any better, but
Yeah, either way, they're dead. Like, it doesn't matter if they died on the first day or the 4th day, kind of.
What if he lost track of those 2? I mean, let's say he was the crazy one, right? And he kills them. The first 2 maybe got spooked by him and are lost somewhere up there. That's something that I can help with because I can track them down and bring them back.
So, let's go look for the potentially lost, scared students.
I think that's far more plausible than a prehistoric monster with telepathic powers that compels people to homicide.
With tree branches.
Right. That also
Or
look like a
knives
knife
or
and
swords.
spear.
Yes.
Then perhaps we should talk to the police at the lake and see what they've uncovered.
Supposedly these kids are all walking around.
Why don't we just ask the guy outside if they found any bodies?
Well, he said that they phoned down
And
to
they were
camp.
there.
All of them were walking around just fine.
Right.
Somebody's not talking to somebody. Now, here's the thing. I don't know how coherent he was when talking to the cops, so maybe they didn't get that whole story. We could talk to the front desk man again.
I say we just
Very
go.
good.
What do the students look like?
Better yet, do you have names? We can just go to the college.
Well, we know David, Tim, and Cynthia.
Alright.
What were the other 2?
We should get photos.
There was Cameron and Deborah. Were the other 2.
Cameron and what?
Deborah.
Those are probably the ones who are still alive.
Yes.
And the third one was who?
Cynthia. Tim, David, Cynthia, Cameron,
Cameron.
and Deborah.
Right. Tim and David led Cynthia off. She's the one who had these, I guess, first spear, knife, branch.
But that
thing.
That was the
That
first
was-
one that he saw, yeah.
But that was after the other 2 went missing, correct?
Right, that was the last thing to happen, I think.
And he's just assuming that they killed her.
Right.
He's not actually making any reference.
Well, it's all right. So the 2 led what's her name off.
Cynthia.
Met another guy who wasn't with them.
It's a humanoid. We don't
Humanoid
know.
who definitely was not human, but looked human-ish. He chanted, brought Champ, and then he blacked out. And when he woke up, everything was gone except for her,
And Cynthia was.
dead,
Dead.
with stuff out of her chest.
She had a French.
I like that. That's
I actually had to write that down and figure out what I was going to call it.
What did you
A French. Spear knife branch.
it's a way to be efficient.
Yeah, like this guy
French.
is...
The French?
He is out of his
French.
mind.
Spear knife branch. French.
I'm never going to be able to say that.
It's a lot easier than spear knife branch.
The French.
The French.
Where's the pull tab? Ah, ish. There it is. No, not for you.
Oh, it's true. Not for you.
You can eat breakfast sometime. And then maybe you won't have to beg so hard.
Oh. I've never seen a dog look so sad.
Somebody will give me a cookie. Oh, there we go. Nobody's giving you nothing but me. Arr.
That's pretty much been happening the entire time I've been talking.
Yeah.
Great thing is he just like gets up and walks away like whatever. No, you don't want those.
Good boy.
Joey's like, all right. Okay, so we're gonna.
Go down to whatever dock that he was at and where these kids
It's not really a dock. It's a ferry.
The ferry.
ferry,
Yeah.
whatever. Dock ferry.
There's and so there's no police down there. Like when they called,
They called, like, the
they didn't
ferryman.
call like a police box.
Who
just
did they call?
They
Like,
called the ferry.
Ferryman.
Yeah, basically, like they have a house right on the lake. They have a house on the lake. They live there.
Does this ferryman go, get on the damn boat too?
If you piss them off, yeah.
that's so funny. I wish I was there to see that.
Get your ass.
Because I could just imagine how happy Justin would have been for a deal.
He was looking forward to it. I think.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't going to happen.
It was a perfect culmination for that character. Nobody liked him.
Kind of like how nobody liked Omega.
Was that?
Kind of like how.
No,
nobody
it was
liked
way
Omega.
worse.
Was it?
Yeah.
Generally, Justin's character is always exiled.
You're a judgmental dick. You put me in jail. But I don't hate you. I just dislike your crime.
I don't hate you, just your beliefs.
Yeah.
And everything you value. Why do you not like me?
I did really like his name, though. Or at least the way that he justified it, because he was Titanus Longwang.
Yes.
And they're like, really? It's like, hey, it's not my fault. It's a family name. You should feel sorry for my sister. And with that, I was like, all right, you can keep the name. You're good.
Alright, so
Alright.
to the ferry.
To the ferry.
To the ferry. It's about a 20-mile drive. So that would put you, if you got there around noon, 1920s. Yeah, that'd probably get you there around like 2 o'clock. And you're passing through a smaller town called Shoreham. They're really just like, they're a church, a few houses, a tavern, and a school, and they actually do have a historical society where they keep records from local history and families and things like that. You pass, it's a lot of farmland, but interspersed in between is like really deep forest. You pass a cemetery, a really old cemetery, and you reach Larrabee's Point. As you pull up to it, there is a clearing in front where the house where the ferry people live. On the front, it's actually pretty narrow and tall.
Welcome to the ferry.
On the front, it's got a sign that says Teach Out's General Store. The ferry is off to the left. It doesn't appear to be there. If it's like in the middle of the lake on its way to the New York side.
So you were explaining when the police called, they didn't actually have any cops here. They spoke to the ferryman,
Mm-hmm.
and he said that those students were just walking around there in town just fine.
Or they're working on the lake.
What he had actually done was, aside from the teach outs, there's only one other house on the point. The cabin that the students are using, the area, the lakeshore area is heavily wooded, so the cabin is off in the woods a little bit north. So when they called the ferry guys, they were like, all right, we'll go check on them. They go and check on them. They go up to the cabin. We'll say like they went around in the morning, and they were all five. They said all 5 students were there. They're all fine. They're all wondering where Professor Buxton is. He really needs to come back. When they bring up that something happened, they don't know anything about it. So that's really we'll say that's something that the clerk relayed to you. That's how the storyline went.
Is there a clear path from here to the cabin? Or at least, can we find it on a map so we can navigate our way there?
Yes, there is. The road to the cabin is actually a little bit ways back from where the house and the general store are. Probably about like 300 yards up the road. There's like a turnoff that leads down to the cabin.
Let's go check the cabin in the woods. Because nothing bad could happen there.
That's right.
So it's
Who votes zombie hillbillies?
I'm going to go with demonic book.
I'm gonna say somebody conjures a demon
You gotta look at me when you say that.
because you're the one that conjures the demon.
Only on Kim, not on you.
I don't.
you conjured it at everybody.
That's true. Yeah.
Just by you bringing it into people's presence is like damaging to them. Well.
I'm just curious. Have you ever read any of the source material? Okay, that makes a bit more sense.
Although he does know that every time he does it, it drives him a little bit crazy.
More crazy.
Well, because usually what happens is they have some sort of hyper intellectual guy who's the biggest wimp ever, because like they tend to pass out when they look at paintings and stuff. But seriously, they're really wussy. But every single time they come into contact with something from beyond, it tends to be the end of the story, and they freak out and they either die or they're clearly just damaged beyond functionality for life. Or, yeah, I mean, they might be cognizant enough to be able to relate to their story, which is often what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's scribbling their frantic memoirs down after the horrific thing. The one I'm thinking of is when the guy just turned on a machine that activates dormant sensory areas in your brain so that you can perceive that. And so there are things just flying around in like the 5th and 6th dimensions, like through your body and stuff. And once you can see them, they can see you. And you cannot unsee them, and therefore they will always see you. And that was the end of the story. It was about, 5-6 pages, like, ah! And that was it. So, yeah, nobody in those stories would ever say, hey, you know what's out there? I'm going to show you. That's what I was curious to see if you had ever read any of that stuff.
It's public domain now, isn't it?
Totally is. That's why there's a lot of people who use it.
There's
It always was, actually. He never copyrighted any of it.
No, he never did. August Derleth did.
And a lot of people hate what Derleth did with
Derleth
it.
was.
He injected Christianity into it, right?
He injected all kinds of crap into it. He made it into what it is today, because Lovecraft wasn't interested in like having a pantheon and having elemental powers and everything. He was just like,
the insignificance of man.
There's this alien creature that's living in the bottom of the ocean. He came here 100 million years ago. His city sank. The rest of his species are down there. And when he comes up, everyone's going to die.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't matter because he's just going to look at it and say, oh, there's like some dust on my shelf here. That was his whole point. Derleth wanted to have it as, like a cosmic struggle between good and evil. Like there were no good gods for Lovecraft. It was just the evil things. He created there's this.
Somebody once described it to me as or I forget where I read it, but it'd be like, you realize your wife doesn't love you when you come home and you see her having an affair with somebody else. Whereas when you come and see one of the creatures from the beyond, you realize that God doesn't love you.
Yeah, I thought Lovecraft thing was that there was no morality, because morality was a construct of our limited brains, and these things were so far beyond any capacity we had to think or imagine that our morality was far too simple a code of conduct for them to be beholden.
That was the whole point. That was like the line in Call of Cthulhu is, when the great old ones rise, they'll show humans how to kill and torture and all this other stuff in other new fantastic ways, and then that's the end of us.
I actually saw you guys know what chick tracks are?
Yeah.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
You saw the one about the great old ones?
Yeah.
The guy, in 4 panels, this guy convinces his neighbor across the fence to pick up an axe and murder his family. He's like, wait, so you mean when Azathoth rises that we're all doomed. He's like, that's right. And there's no saving any of us? Nope. So I may as well just murder everyone right now. That's right, Bob! He's like,
The one I'm thinking of is, so there's no salvation? No, the only salvation you can have is to be eaten first.
and it was, I mean, his art style and everything, it was beautiful.
That's hysterical.
All right, so are you guys cool with going to the cabin and not waiting for the boatman to return?
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, we went to the cabin. Besides, fun stuff happens in cabins.
All right, so the road to the cabin is really, it's today. I'm basing this off stuff that I've actually been to. It's today. It's not paved. Back then, you're lucky to get the car halfway through, so you're walking half the rest of the way.
Hiking is okay.
But it does have like a clearly defined trail where on the way to the cabin, so it won't be like you don't need to track your way through.
Bugs.
Are you serious?
So after about a
What does he do? Because
He's
I
a-
know it's not this.
He's a professor.
I know
what are you a
do.
professor of?
What
Oh
are you?
yeah, what did we decide I was?
Well, I was an archaeologist and professor of
I don't know.
history and archaeology, or anthropology and
Because when
archaeology.
I took the character from like the pre-made things and it just said professor and it didn't actually specify.
What are you a professor of? Mathematics.
Could it be ancient languages or something like that?
I thought it might have been anthropology
Was it?
because that's like
I think that was our common
That was
connection.
prior
Yeah.
common
So are you
connection.
nipping hip flask this whole time?
Oh yeah,
I'm just kidding. Was this
I probably reek of alcohol.
was this something you picked up from last time? Was this like how your mind broke?
No, I was drunk going in.
that's the only reason why he didn't pick up any more phobias.
I don't even remember last time, technically. I just know that these guys look familiar,
He passed out and
and I have a lot of salt.
I was gonna say you see them, you kind of. I don't know why I have a taste memory of you guys.
Where did this sandwich come from?
So it's about it'll take you about 15-20 minutes to walk the rest of the way to the cabin. And as you get up to it, you can sort of see the lake from the trees. You're elevated a little bit from the shore. It looks like a fairly regular log cabin, a little bit larger than most. There's a sign out front that says provided by University of Middlebury. And there's one gentleman out front chopping wood. And he stops a second and sees you and says, "Hello. Can I help you?"
What's your name, son?
My name is David.
Were you out here with Professor? What's his name again? Buxton.
Yeah, have you seen him?
Can you tell me what has happened in the past 4 days?
Well, nothing much. I mean, we've been sitting here staring at the lake, running some tests, taking some pictures, and he kind of ran off a couple days ago, and maybe more than that. Haven't seen him since.
What are you out here for?
Well, we're here to study the lake. They want to study the lake monster that lives here.
You say that like you take that as a fact.
I've seen him.
You have.
What's it look like?
You have pictures?
No pictures. No pictures. Can't be photographed. He's a little bit too fast.
What does this creature resemble?
Oh, I just saw his back. He just had a big hump.
It's a sea camel.
And yeah, he doesn't really seem all that interested in talking to you. So like as he's talking, he's picking up the wood that he's gotten and he's kind of walking slowly back to the cabin.
So, Dr. Buxton just up and vanished one day?
Yeah, it was really weird.
Did you guys look for him?
We looked all night for him. Couldn't find him.
So why are you still here? Why didn't you go back to town and report it?
We have to stay here. We're not finished.
Finished what?
Yeah.
He kind of thinks a second. We have to finish the expedition, the monster hunt. We got to keep looking for him.
But you've already seen him.
Yeah, but we're not done.
What constitutes done?
When the time is up,
And when's that?
we'll know. He goes into the cabin, shuts the door.
That was strange, right?
That was strange.
Okay, good.
I want to take a quick look around here. Is there any evidence that they've been foraging for food or hunting or anything like that? I'm specifically looking for berries or mushrooms or stuff that they might be all hopped up on.
I'm specifically
Give
waiting
me
for
a-
the door to be answered.
Well, that's good too. He's clearly
Oh, I
on
know.
something.
I know.
so-
Whoa,
Give me,
or influenced by something, yes.
Cliff, give me a natural world.
I make it. Is margin important at all?
No.
Okay.
Well, actually, it is. What'd you get?
I made it by about 20 points.
So what you see is there are a couple berry bushes around. It doesn't look like anything's been taken off them. Like you wouldn't notice. Like somebody's been in this. You do see tracks heading off north.
Okay.
But as far as you can tell, like nobody's been gathering food in the area.
Now, Buxton did say that he followed kids in the night north, right?
Correct.
Okay.
If anybody else is still outside and you want to give me a spot hidden, go ahead.
Alright. Damn it.
Oh, okay. I saw the one. I was like, that's awesome.
And 50, 51.
Oh.
But that's a case where you can use your luck.
Alright,
Yeah,
so
1
wait,
point.
I'm totally
Wow,
rusty
that's
on
true.
this. I'm rolling and doing what?
You want to roll
You're
lower
rolling
than
against your
your
spot hidden.
Yeah.
You want lower than that?
Lower than
Yeah.
that, yes.
What's that, 30? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine's
Okay.
50, so.
Yeah.
So
It's
as
still high.
as you're looking around the yard, they have a garbage burner. And you go and you look inside of it, and there is a shirt. It's mostly burned through, but you can see that the part that didn't burn was ripped, and there's like a big rip in where the chest would be.
I guess my French went through it.
Someone's going to use one of those now. Like, so what kind of weapons do you have? I have a French.
And you're knocking on the door.
I'm gonna grab a stick and kind of lift it up and
Are
say,
you the
"Gentlemen, look
keymaster?"
what I found."
It's a second man has opened the door now. Can I help you?
Yeah, your name is
I'm Timothy.
Timothy.
That's me.
Where's the rest of your group?
They're all in here.
Do you mind if I step inside? Thank you.
Nicely done.
Someone call the cops! A colored man has entered! No, that's not what happens. Though that could be
What's
what
funny is it's
It is
totally
the
It's
Twice.
totally,
Mhm.
yeah.
So, everyone they're all in here.
Everyone's in here.
No, I'm saying this out the door. Everyone they're all in here.
Before you go in, maybe we should take a look at what he found.
I got
He's
this.
inside.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I found a murder shirt.
Yeah.
Behind them, oh, everyone pulls out Spit French.
This is your time to repay me.
What a noble sacrifice.
Yeah, they are definitely on the sidewalk.
scared the crap out of anyone else who listens to this.
Yeah.
Right? Yes,
And that's
Joe.
what happened to Mike.
It's the Hound of the Baskervilles.
That's the
Perfect
Hound of
Hound
Bill
Omen.
Yeah, the Hound of Bill Omen. Yeah.
Yes, Joe. That girl was at least 6 and clearly terrifying.
She was
Yeah.
a threat to all of us.
Thanks for the warning. We'll be on the lookout next time.
I will always love the Hound of Bill Omen.
I love playing a range character. I never take any damage. I think that was the line that sealed her in.
Yeah.
Well, she didn't really take damage. She just died.
Actually, I think there was a little psychic damage that
Was
came
it?
with
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Well, yeah. All right, so I see all 5 of them
Well-
sitting around, or
David is still in the front room. He's like kind of dumping the firewood off at the fireplace. Timothy is in there. You don't see the other 3.
would you mind calling everybody down? Thanks. Or in.
So he goes off
Or-
to a hallway and he calls Cameron, Cynthia, Deb, come on over. And the 3 come out. And give me a spot hidden.
Just me or everybody?
Just
Does
you. You're the only one who's
does
sitting-
anybody else going
You're
coming
the
in?
Who's even in there?
If I could, I mean, once I'm done, I would totally go in with them.
I still have this shirt and the stick, so I'm gonna walk over.
After seeing the shirt, I wouldn't go in.
I'm gonna walk over and I'm talking
Even though I
to you
can
about
only
it.
understand
So,
half of what you say.
27.
you don't think
So
he's a lesser
yeah,
race?
I made it by
I hung out
like
in Africa for a
23
long time.
points.
No,
Okay.
I'm good.
So they all seem to, they all look normal, but they're all walking very stiffly. Like their movement, like maybe not even stiffly is not the right word. Like they're moving like they're
Mechanically,
like in slow motion, basically. Like if you see somebody moving underwater, that's kind of what it would look like.
Huh.
They're unnaturally slow.
Guys, you guys want to come in here for a second?
I'll pass, thank you.
Yeah, I'm good. We found a shirt with a burning hole in the center of it.
I'm going in. Wait, what? You found a what?
A shirt with, what was it, a burning
It's
hole? Or was
like it's partially burned,
torn-
but like there's a rip in the
There's
chest.
a rip in the chest of this shirt that we found in their trash.
Like someone was run
Fire.
through with a knife, spear, stick.
A French project?
Yeah.
Was anybody here hurt?
Cynthia here tripped and scraped herself.
By scrape, you mean impale through the chest?
If she was impaled through the chest, would she be walking around right now?
So what happened to the shirt?
You know, normal stuff in the woods, climbing trees. There's lots of rocks down on the beach.
Actually, I know very well the sorts of things that happen in the woods, and that kind of thing doesn't. Not unless you've been attacked by something that gores you.
Cameron tore it on a branch.
That would be more of a lateral tear. This is a puncture. I know my wounds.
I'm just an English student. I don't know how all that works. That's what happened.
Well, here's why I ask. Because your professor that you care so much about said that a couple of you met up with a strange-looking man a little ways north of here and stabbed you with an ambiguously sized instrument. Now, clearly there's something off about that because you are walking around, but I wouldn't mind if maybe you could just show me that your skin is whole and that you haven't actually, you're not. You can cover up your breasts. That's not what we're here for.
Hey,
You're
college
cre-
student, lift your shirt for me.
If you have beads,
You boys
you'll
look
know it.
hot. Can I get you some refreshing iced tea? And
Well, he's the pervert in this game, whereas you were last time.
hey, we all take our turns.
I can see you through the shadows.
No matter where you go, I'll be watching.
I don't actually need that to see you. Anytime. You should really brush your teeth more. You're disgusting.
Who goes on a trip and doesn't take their toothbrush? That's disgusting.
Disgusting.
What a horrible woman.
Alright, so...
You disgust me. I'm back in the shower. Batman away.
She won't show you.
Guys, I think you should come out.
Well,
there.
you know what? The professor had a message for you. He said it's time. He wants you all to come back.
We need to hear from him personally.
You will. Just come with us.
We don't know who you are.
And they never asked.
They did ask, who are you?
I don't remember.
I kind of hate to say it, but they sort of have a fair point on
They
that.
do have a point.
The professor is currently incarcerated on suspicion of questionable activity based on his claims as to what happened here. He's not coming to get you. You need to show up to exonerate him.
They look at each other and then they go off into a side room.
Is this the part where we burn the cabin?
I was
down?
just about to do that. I honestly was. I was like, is that firewood laying here in this room?
Here's the thing. This is the most normal stuff they've done so far.
Yeah.
Like, if you think about it, a group of strangers showing up and saying, hey, you got to come with us, really is kind of weird. Especially after their professor bugged out without reason and disappeared. So that part's actually almost reassuring to me, as opposed to just, yeah, okay, we'll follow you.
Go walk up to the door, close, and say, "What an noble sacrifice," and then light a match and run.
So they walked up through. They went into a side room.
Yeah, they went down to the hallway. Give me a listen roll.
Is there anything else in that
What do you roll for
trash pit
listen?
I
thing?
think there's a listen skill.
There is a listen
There's
skill.
listen.
Crap! You gotta know how to listen.
It's like
I took that
eavesdropping,
one.
basically, yeah. It's basically.
I think that would make a lot of sense for you.
Yeah.
Actually, how about I make a stealth to go up and listen?
I'll just listen from where I'm standing. Yes, I will.
No, I won't. Well, no, I won't.
I made it by 25.
Wow.
Okay, so what you hear is you hear a lot of muttering, but you do pick up certain phrases.
Guess hold
You hear somebody say, "We need him back."
Hello, pal.
The phrase that really catches you is it's in the Revelation. But basically, what they're saying is they need him back, and they're willing to do something to make him come back.
I think they're a Bible study group. They're talking about Revelations a lot.
I don't pick up on that, but if you say they're speaking about the Bible, I couldn't hear anything, so...
They want him back. They feel like he's some sort of pivotal player in whatever it is that they're doing, and they talk about Revelations. I don't know, maybe there's some sort of doomsday cult.
That sounds about right with old Doomsday McGee over there. Told you, something weird. Every time I see this guy, something weird happens.
Oh, is he one of those people who thinks the end times are here?
He is the end times.
Yeah, he embodies the end times, sort of. He's weird. I'm more worried about him joining up with them than I am worried about them.
So they come back out into the hall, or back into the living room, and they say, since he claimed that Cynthia was the one he saw killed, she will go to town, back to Middlebury, to bring him back.
That sounds like an excellent idea.
And we'd like one of you to stay.
That
Why?
sounds like a terrible idea.
What? This isn't a hostage exchange. Why do you feel you suddenly need adult supervision? You've been on your own here for 4 days without any kind of concern. What's going on?
Nothing's going on.
So what do you require our presence here for suddenly? 10 minutes ago, you couldn't wait to get rid of us.
Now you want us to stay?
Why did you come up here?
We came up here because the professor invited us to town, and when we arrived, he was incarcerated for being crazy. And he was claiming that half of you were dead.
If he invited you, it was for the monster.
It was for this farcical hunt, yes, for this publicity stunt.
Then David leans in close and he says, the monster is going to appear tonight.
So how come you're the only ones here? Isn't this supposed to be a gigantic tourist event?
Where do you think they're going to stay? Where will people come and stay and watch? There's no camping up here. There's no hotels. There's nothing.
I wasn't the one who organized this. I just got the invite.
I didn't either. It's tradition.
So, I'm still confused though. If the monster is appearing tonight, why do you care if one of us is here?
Because that's why you came up here, right? You wanted to see it.
No, I understand that, but I'm coming at this from you asked one of us to stay.
Why do
Why?
you need us to stay?
Right.
It only seems to come out.
Bless you.
Thank you.
It only seems to come out when 5 people are present.
You stay right there. Let's come with me. We'll go outside and close the door. We'll have our own little sidebar.
Yeah.
Okay. Am I making a giant jump here and thinking that they want someone here to stay because they want some sort of sacrifice?
Of course they want.
Oh yeah, I was
That's
right
what
there.
that- yeah. It's either like straight up sacrifice, or this thing is turning people.
I don't even know if this thing is real, but I know they're acting really strange, and the fact that they want someone to stay. One person?
One person.
They want to overpower that person.
Right.
If we want their cooperation though, here's what we can do. I can go off into the woods and disappear. And I can watch this place unseen. And I can provide cover to whoever is staying. Now you can't stay inside because then I can't see you. So you have to stay outdoors. I'm guessing you want to be there anyway because if you go inside with them, they can lock you in that building and then there's nowhere for you to run. But if it does go bad, I can cover you, whoever it is who stays. Everybody else can leave, looking like all of us have left with, what's her name? I'll go with the group that leaves for a while. By the time I peel off, she won't be able to come back. That way we can make something happen here, because I think that they're not gonna tip their hand just yet. By the way, those people who do bring her back, you're coming back with cops, right? Like we're some sort of armed force.
Do either of you two have a weapon?
Yeah,
I have
He has
this.
a demon.
He has a rifle and a demon, yes.
I have a rifle.
I only seem to have this, and I don't remember where I got it. I say, holding up away.
Is it a cat of nine tails?
Let's check. No.
Okay. So
Now, well, here's the other question. If you go back, is this college girl going to overpower you? And I'm not even asking that ironically.
Actually, I am oddly strong.
Okay. Does everybody like that idea? Do we want to do something else?
Oh, I like that idea. I just don't know. Well,
And besides, our friend will be here with me as well, so.
So the door of the cabin opens and David walks out and he says, "You seem apprehensive about this. I don't understand why. But if you're nervous about staying here, the house down by the ferry landing, not the ferry house, the other house, is vacant. You can spend the night there, and you'll still be able to see the monster from there. It's right on the lake.
I like that better.
I don't know.
It's closer to the paved road.
I don't like anywhere they offer me.
Well, yes, there's that. I mean, we come with caveats of security, right? But we can always discuss that as we walk.
True.
Yeah.
All right.
Bring the shirt.
Walking around with it on like a stick, like a flag.
Actually, we'll bring the shirt.
That's not creepy at all.
That will
He
help
did
get.
it!
Yeah, right?
We'll take the shirt with us. It will be easier to convince the police to return if we have something like this to show them.
Well, we're also bringing Cynthia, aren't we, dear?
Of course.
Let's head off then. We will take the house by the lake.
So which of you is going to be in the house?
Well, no, that's what we're telling them. See, because I figure if all of us leave and she's with us, nobody actually has to stay behind if we don't want to at that point.
Yeah.
She's already with us, and there's 4 of us.
Right.
Stuff her in the back of the car, and we can go. That it all depends on whether someone wants to stay. I don't know. I didn't think they'd offer her up without somebody already tailing behind. But if that's not going to happen, then we are only as compliant as we want to be.
Yeah.
You don't know that that's not going to happen.
Right, so we'll have to check, but we at least, have a little bit more play here.
Right.
Like, what's the worst they can do if, like, unless they're following us to the car, like you said, what's the worst they can do at that point?
They wouldn't even know. It's a half
Right.
mile down the dirt road.
Right.
Right.
So it all just comes down to, because we might not be able to go there and come back before nightfall. So, how much credence do you give this creature? Like, I don't. I think it's just crazy people doing crazy stuff. But
Either way, like, I mean, even if they try, they won't have their 5 unless they grab someone else. Which, I mean, then we're kind of putting the ferryman in danger. But
they won't.
I don't know how, like, if this thing's showing up every night, the ferryman would well be part of this.
I'm guessing that the ferrymen are at least impotent, right? Because otherwise they wouldn't put us in such close proximity to them.
I don't know, maybe that's why they did it. They are a part of it, and we don't know that yet. We've never. How about we go talk to the ferryman first?
That's fair. Yeah, let's see if they're back when we get there.
So you're going to leave Cynthia with the rest of them?
For the moment.
No,
Well,
I thought
are
we?
we?
No, what?
No,
We're
we
gonna
need to
take
come
her-
with
we're
us
gonna
'cause
take her
that's
and
a
then
stop
talk to
along the
her?
way.
Oh,
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
Might as well.
Because
Yeah.
if we're staying at the house right by the ferry house, then
It makes sense that we take her with us and then.
right,
go.
because our cars are right there.
Okay. So it'll be about, I guess, another hour walk back to the ferry landing.
Is she unusually slow that whole way?
Yeah, she is slowing you down.
You pick her up. Like, why?
I'm not the weirdo that.
You are that weirdo.
I got this. It's for emergencies.
That's awful.
No, I don't chloroform her. Stop looking at me.
I was going to ask if you really wanted to.
I was gonna say you're really taking that Bill Cosby thing down like the heart.
Yeah.
It's my favorite cologne. Ladies can't resist the scent.
Pitch, are you gonna ride up front? No, I'm riding in the back with the passenger.
So you get back to the main road. Well, you get back to the car. Is you're going to at least take the car back to the main road?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you going to drive it down to the ferry landing?
Mhm.
Okay. So you get out, and the ferry is docked, and there seem to be like letting some people on. It's mostly foot traffic, people walking. There's 2 guys on the boat. And you can see a woman moving around inside the general store / house.
Never really thought to check there before we went up, did we?
Yeah, we just saw that the ferry wasn't there. We're like, let's just go to the house.
There's about like 5 people taking the ferry right now. One guy's got a cart.
5 people, eh?
That number has no significance. That was just arbitrary.
I wouldn't know that. I'm a drunk.
Good point.
1, 2, 3.
You guys want a cabin in the woods? Forget your daily errands.
So who operates this here ferry? I'm saying aloud.
Really tall guy, big beard, steps forward. That would be me. Who are you?
We're guests of, I never remember names. What the hell's that?
Dr. Buxton.
Thank you.
Buxton?
Buxton. Billy Buxton.
If you see him, tell him thanks. He's bringing a lot of people across the lake just to get a look at what they're doing up there.
Have you seen what they're doing up there?
Everything I've seen has been, they'll stand on the shore with a camera, they'll take pictures. Somebody goes out with a beaker, some crap, scoops some water up. They look at it, they pour it back out. I don't know science, but they're doing something up there. Someone's giving them money to do it.
So you haven't seen Champ?
Don't see Champ. Heard it mostly comes out at night, and we, quit running around sundown. So
You don't see it or hear it? I mean, you live right on the lake.
listen, I don't know why they choose this spot. I guess it as far as I'm concerned, they're just interested in raising money for the school, and getting some tourists into the town. They, they announce like, oh, we're having this professor of so and so, or this guy who tracks whatever coming down, and it's all a publicity stunt. It's good money for the locals, but they're never going to find anything.
Why do you think that?
Something that big? Do you know how big this lake actually is?
Not really.
It's a narrow sliver, right up in between New York and Vermont. Goes right up to Montreal. There ain't nothing in this lake. Biggest thing around here is pike. Anything bigger than anybody else would have seen it. I don't care what legends say.
And how long have you worked the ferry here?
My family bought it from old man Larrabee back in 1882. It's around 1925, right about now, so pretty long time.
You've never seen anything unusual, or
There's all kinds of unusual stuff. I see all types of people coming across the boat. These New Yorkers are freaking weird.
well, nothing like non-human.
Just fish and birds.
Did you happen to see Buxton on his way back down from the lake?
He stopped by a couple times. He looked really worried one time.
What'd he say?
Seemed to be mumbling to himself. He actually asked us if we'd seen 2 of the students come down here. But other than that, like he just seemed like a nervous guy. Last thing I heard about him was when the law up in Middlebury called us to ask about what was going on. That was the first I'd heard he'd gone nuts.
And then you went up to the cabin to check on the students, right?
They asked us to check on it, yep.
How did they seem to you?
They seem like tired college students that aren't used to living out in the woods. And they ain't really roughing it that much with that cabin. Bunch of spoiled brats, that's what I took it for.
Did they happen to purchase any supplies Anytime.
It's funny because I haven't since Buxton apparently left. Nobody's come down for any purchases, and about the week before they came down once every couple of days for supplies.
So no food, no nothing.
Nothing.
Hmm.
They've been showing a lot of interest in that house over there, but that's about it.
What is that house over there? Do you own it?
We don't own it. It's the only piece of property on the point that's still owned by the old man Larrabee's family. Nobody's lived in it for years. Occasionally, some members of the family come up, spend a couple days in the house, but that hasn't happened in years.
And what's the students' interest in it?
I don't know. I don't know how they got the key. Place is locked up. Windows are always blacked out. Unless they're going in through, the shed. I don't know how secure that is. It's an old wooden shed attached to the side.
We have so-and-so in the car. We can ask her about this, but suddenly that house seems a whole lot less viable as a place to stay.
Yeah, I figured they'd have a way into it. That was my whole thought
Yeah.
from the beginning. They want us to stay there, and they'll overpower us.
Well, yeah, the windows are blacked out. I mean, does that scream trap to anybody?
Oh yeah.
There's a rickety little shed on the side. There's a tunnel under the shed. I mean, whoops.
There's not a tunnel.
There's probably a sex dungeon too.
With a dick fog.
Guys, it's a dick fog.
Man, that fog is just dick.
Yeah.
That's gonna live forever. That's right, Joey. Do we even want to check out that house? I'm wondering if it's empty right now. And thinking no.
Yeah, that other being could be in there.
I still think it's just a guy, and what's his name is freaking out. But yeah, I still think there's some other dude up there. Like, this is sounding cultish to me.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Maybe there's a cult dedicated to this.
Whatever it is.
What I mean, all right. So they're talking about Revelations, right? What if they think this thing is like the Beast of Babylon, and this is? It could be a collective hallucination. You have this weird leader off in the woods.
They're
human
all
sacrifice.
certainly acting like they're in some sort of altered state.
Yeah. There's plenty of things you can cook up, from mushrooms and berries and whatnot, that'll.
Oh yes, I know.
Pharmacy. Old pharmacy, just create a rape drug. What?
Have you ever heard of Spanish fly?
I call this one weak at the knees.
Also known as horse tranquilizer. I don't know. Do we want to check out that house before we go? That seems like it could be asking for trouble.
Might as well while we're here, though.
Just keep in mind we have what's her name in the car, so she could drive off with the car.
Take the keys.
Why don't we take her to town first and see what we can find out about this family that owns it
Larrabee.
The Larrabees.
before coming back and investigating it?
I'm okay with that too.
Well, how long is it gonna take us to get to town and back? Because don't forget
4 hours.
They want to have it'll show up tonight, and it's
Right.
already what 2, 3-ish.
No, it's
Yeah.
probably well. If it was we got here, it was around 2. It was an hour walk out to the cabin, an hour
Three.
walk back. So it's like
Cool.
4. It
It
was
is
2 hours to town.
And then 2 hours back, so that'll be 8
o'clock
o'clock.
at night. That might be a little late.
Yeah, it's too dark. Let's not do that.
Sun's going down.
This is the first time anybody said sun's going down, better stay in the creepy house.
Also interesting that this isn't our only game where we said, holy crap, it's getting dark, we better get out of here.
Exactly.
Here's the thing: as soon as all of us leave with her, then that's where we suddenly welch on the deal. So if we're being watched, or she might just start screaming. She could be heard from that far away. I mean, it's only about a mile.
It's not like there's a lot of traffic to cover up the sound.
Right. So she could just scream her head off out the window and they'll know. Now, I don't know what they can do about it, but it changes things coming back.
Yeah.
Why don't we see if we can get the cops to bring him here?
Yeah, we could call. We can just put her on the phone. Well, no, because how would they know that it's her?
Right. That's true. But I mean, the cops are not concerned about the missing kids because
they're more concerned about his insanity at this point.
Right.
Than,
but we can say that he believes they're all dead, and
perhaps knowing they're alive will break him from his delusion.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. So maybe if they can get him to bring him here, because they don't want to be separated from one another, and they really want to see him too.
Right. And plus, more guns make me feel more comfortable. At least if they're in the right hands.
Right.
Not his, I guess.
No, not theirs. Nuts on the hill.
Yeah, they freak me out now. We didn't even see them being armed.
No.
Oh, one guy had an axe.
That I'm less worried about, because I'm going to sit in a tree and shoot him, so... That house creeped me out, though. Nobody blacks out windows. That's strange. You board up windows. You don't black them out. I don't think we can legally break in. Oh, wait. She has the key.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why
Let's
does
talk
she
to
have
her.
the key, though?
Let's talk to her about the Larrabee family. And someone call the cops and see if they can get...
Here.
Yeah, get the professor here. And let's talk to her about the family and the house.
So who wants to call the cops?
You're a smooth one.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, I'll come. Just tell them I'm here. They'll all be here in like 5 minutes.
There's a black man in Vermont.
There's a colored fella wandering through the woods around these white girls.
He keeps staring at this house.
Yeah.
Alright, so what are we doing?
So I'm going to call the police.
Okay. Middlebury Police Department.
Hi, this is Professor Ironrose. We were there earlier talking to Professor Buxton.
Oh yeah, you're the guy that stirred up the crazy room. What's up?
Yes, we have confirmed that the people he believed dead are in fact alive. We were wondering if you could bring him up to the ferry station, perhaps meeting... we have... Which one do we have?
Cynthia.
We have Cynthia with us, the one that he seemed convinced was killed violently. We believe that perhaps if he sees her alive and well, it may help with his hysteria.
I was going to say, he believed her befrenched. Gotta make it a
Well,
too.
I don't know. I mean, like he wants to go to the lake. He wants to go heavily armed to the lake. I don't necessarily know that bringing him down there is going to do any good. Why don't you bring her up here?
Well, an excellent question. But she seems reluctant to leave her studies with her other friends. She believes that they have a lot of important work to do, and they were waiting for his return. So perhaps if he sees them alive and well, everything will be fine, and they can just resume their work as intended.
Give me either fast talk or persuade. Whichever one you want to use. Whichever one's higher for you.
Can I kind of walk around the tinted window house and see if there's anything else going on?
Sure.
Nope, I had a 40 and I got a 75.
Okay. Honestly, to be perfectly frank with you, he just, whenever we get near him, he just freaks out even more. Keep insisting that we gotta dynamite the lake. I don't know what he's gonna do, and the local shrink thinks he's gonna be dangerous. So we're gonna keep him locked up until we can have him committed. We can't bring him down until like where apparently his mania started.
Well, very well. Then we'll see what Cynthia is willing to do.
Okay, you're walking around the house. The windows aren't tinted; they have been blacked out. Like somebody took paint and painted over them. No light is getting in any windows. The side of the house that faces the road has maybe 2 windows on the bottom half. The second floor's got 2 as well. They're all blacked out.
Can I see if it's painted on the inside or the out?
It is on the inside.
Okay.
There's a door to the left. It's got a screen door, and then it's got like a more proper door behind it. And there's a porch, and there's a little stone staircase that leads down to the lake. It's right on the beach.
So it actually, behind it actually has like steps that go.
It actually goes right down to the beach. There's under the porch. It's really just empty space. You can see like the stone where the basement is, and where like the rest of the foundation of the house and stuff. There's like no entrances down there.
Gotcha.
And there is a door on the porch to the inside, and the windows on this side are all blacked out as well.
I walk back around and tell them that this house has a direct pathway to the lake itself, and it's black. The windows are blacked out all the way around.
Let's see what our college friend says about that. Cynthia, have you been in that house?
No, I'm not allowed.
So why are you allowed to offer it to us?
I didn't offer it to you. David did.
So he's been in the house?
I think he went in.
Who gave him the key and the permission to use it?
Elaine.
Who's that?
No, Cameron met him. I don't know where he found him. But he's a really smart guy. And he knows a lot.
Is this Elaine Larrabee?
I don't know his last name. I don't think he has one. He's got a funny accent, though.
What kind of accent?
I didn't know Prince was in the 1920s.
He kind of sounds a little French.
I speak French.
So David is the only one allowed in the house?
Unless Elaine lets somebody else in, and he hasn't.
So is Elaine in the house?
I don't know. We usually don't see him in the daytime.
What are you doing with Elaine?
We're learning the revelations.
See? Told you.
What revelations?
About his coming.
Whose?
The gods.
What gods?
All of them.
All?
All of them. I'm not
I've
really
been saying
supposed
that for an hour.
I'm not really supposed to talk about this.
So where does Professor Buckles?
Buxton.
Buxton.
Buckles is a writer, I forget. If Elaine is now your teacher, where does Professor Buxton come into all of this? I thought he was the one that was leading your group in your research.
And why do you need him?
We need as many as we can
To do what?
to serve him.
To serve Elaine?
Sometimes.
And how do you serve him?
However he chooses.
Oh, does he make you do things with him?
No. We have no urges like that.
So what does service entail then?
What does he have you do?
And she kind of, like, her eye, like, she's been talking to you, and, like, this is the most information anybody has given you. And her eyes, like, suddenly cloud over, and she just shuts down. She's not going to answer any more questions.
This got a whole lot weirder.
So, what I miss? Bad news about the police.
Oh, I think they might be coming up here anyway.
They were reluctant to release the professor as the psych evaluation was quite negative, and they are holding him until they can transfer him to a more secure facility, I'm sure. But they believe him to be quite dangerous.
Oh, he's probably crazy. I don't know if he's dangerous. He's probably the least crazy person involved in this whole thing, though. There's a cult leader here somewhere.
A cult leader?
Maybe even in that house. Yeah, some Frenchy guy named
And he's
Elaine.
got a girl's name, Elaine.
We're years to decades before a boy named Sue, but that's where I went.
Yeah.
Yes, apparently Elaine is teaching something about the arrival of gods, plural, and how to serve them properly through him. What? We don't know, except...
And
Oh, yes, that's a cult, all right.
Elaine has never been, at least by Cynthia, never been seen in the daylight, which makes me very leery of the house with the blacked out windows.
We could knock in a couple and take a look.
Or we could just
That's
write it down.
just
That's
what I
the
was
solution to
going-
everything. You can call it Cthulhu. Honestly, everything we played up and like, let's burn it down.
I don't think we should burn it down. I think we should definitely investigate it.
Of course you do.
What if there are some innocent people there?
There could be, so we do need to investigate it.
That's why I like your smashing the windows idea.
We don't have to go in. We'll just break a couple windows, peek in.
His head is huge.
Hello again.
Oh, is it my turn?
He's like, you would pet me.
You will pet me. You will pet me now.
You look like chocolate. Let me look you.
He's not allowed to have that.
And
Yeah,
most
you're not
of
allowed
them.
to.
You're forbidden and dangerous.
Are you purring?
No, he's snorting, but if you see, he's wagging his tail the whole time. I think he found a spot.
He's leaning into your hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? I don't have anything.
He's like, I'm going to kiss your hand anyway.
No, I handled food, right? Is that what it was?
It's like, you are defeated. I found microscopic bits of food in your fingerprints.
I did you too. Thank you for not doing that right in my face.
Yeah.
You're
'Cause
welcome.
that has happened.
Oh, yes.
Hello. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Oh,
Oh, is it my turn now?
I have a sauce for you too.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes, it is.
Thanks. Now go get Rob. He's the only one left.
It's like, no, Rob gets nothing. What?
Speaking of which, should we start organizing a food plan?
Yeah, it's almost 6. We probably should.
All right. Well, let me grab menus.
Where you going?
I will have...
Oh, do you have glasses as well?
I do.
Well, they will have double
I think
cheeseburgers.
anybody else want a glass while I'm grabbing?
Yes,
please.
please.
Yeah.
Like heathen.
So I think that's the problem I have with this game.
What?
Is I don't know enough about the
world?
time period.
Well, no,
No.
because time period is really irrelevant unless you're really trying to role play it. And like, if we did a longer version, I would probably try and incorporate more of that into it. But
This is just for funsies.
yeah,
I know, but like I do like the game. I like the system and everything. It's so different from what we normally play, like fantasy wise and everything.
it's very heavily investigative based.
Yeah, I kind of think
And
that.
You can go in guns blazing, but
It
if you
defeats
don't
the
have
game.
like an actual plan and you don't actually know what you're up against, you will probably die.
Which game is this?
This is cool.
Have you ever played Trail of Cthulhu?
I have the book. I have not had a chance to play it, but it looks really good.
I've heard good things about it. It's apparently like very heavy on resource allocation and management.
Yeah, like the thing that I really like about it
And it's
is
Italian. And both places are 5 minutes away by foot, so we don't have to.
Oh, cool.
No, hey.
Oh, yeah. By the way, let me.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, Christopher's cool. Thank you.
I guess not that it matters much because I had my nephews over and they decided that this was an awesome running and jumping surface.
Oh.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah.
I mean,
any, any scuff marks
Yeah,
you see?
yeah.
That's like fucking shoes.
They had their shoes. Oh Jesus!
My sister insists that it's my fault because I didn't have toys here for
Tea?
them. I said, I'm a single
yes,
guy
please,
with no
I'm sorry.
kids.
Right.
If I had a shitload of toys for young children, that would make me kind of like a pedophile. So,
Yeah.
I would
no.
call questions. Yeah.
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 Although they love the dog toys. They of course found the loudest ones and just
Yeah.
squeak, 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 squeak.
That's what it's
I told my
about.
sister, like, you want me to send you home with those? I will find you and kill
I
you.
was gonna say parents hate loud noise toys.
Oh, yeah.
That house is loud enough. Wait, Beata, you're not loud, mostly.
How many kids does she have?
3.
Oh my God!
Is that Etta?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She wanted more. Her husband did not, because he's the stay-at-home dad.
Aha!
Oh.
The original plan was to have 4, so when they had the 3, she's like, yeah, so we'll start she just brought her youngest son home. It's like, yeah, so we can start on number 4. It's like, we have 3 beautiful baby boys, and then because they are 6, 5, and 3, soon to be 4. So I mean, one right after the other.
Yeah.
And she said, well, we said 4. She said, yes, but things do change, and
He wants to keep his sanity.
Oh my God. Well, he is 5 of 6.
Oh.
He comes from a real Irish Catholic family. So
Ah.
his father was the youngest of a dozen.
Holy
Yeah. So he originally wanted 6, and she wanted 2. So they compromised and said 4. And they got to 3, and they are non-stop. So he was like, "It's good. It's good." Yeah, all 3. And one of them is. He's on some heavy tranquilizers right now, and he's only 6 years old, and he's still he doesn't breathe. He pants. He's because he's always so he
Just
sounds
got that much of an adrenaline rush all the time. Jesus.
he sounds kind of like he's got a stutter, but he doesn't. It's just that his mind is racing so fast that
He can't get his words can't process everything as quick as his brain.
Yep.
Yeah.
So he tends to stumble over himself a lot, but it's just and he doesn't sleep.
Is that like an ADD or something?
It's AD triple HD basically. Like
Wow.
he's just. She told me at one point, she had to write a letter to school that said, "I'm sorry you met unmedicated Brendan yesterday."
Wow.
He's a good kid. He's really smart. His only problem is that he needs help to sit down and actually do something for more than 5 seconds.
Yeah,
Right,
his
because his mind
focus
has
is
already
really thrown
moved on to
off,
the next
yeah.
several things.
Yeah.
But you
Right.
sit him down in front of a pile of Legos, for a 12-year-old, and
He'll build for hours. I'm
he'll
sure.
build for hours. But what he does is he builds it, and as soon as he's done, smash, rip it apart, and then do something
Start
else all over again. I've tried because he always wants me to build with him. It's like, you do this part. I don't. Okay, I'll do this. No. And he takes it from me, builds it. It's like, okay, that was cool, right? Smash. And I'm like, dude, aren't you gonna play with it? Yeah. See, he doesn't get that you're supposed to do something with it because he's always got to be on to the next.
To him, the
thing.
playing is the building.
It actually kind of reminds me of the monks who make the sand mandalas. You know, it's all about the process.
Right.
He's not that deep yet. He's 6. He doesn't get that, right?
Right.
But yeah, it's not about the thing, it's about the doing. But as soon as he's done, he has to be doing the next thing. So I mean, he could be brilliant with engineering
I
and
was
stuff
gonna
like
say
that.
his work ethic will be amazing if he keeps that.
But he has to be able to do it on assignment.
Right.
And
He has to be able to
Right.
focus that.
Yeah,
It takes him about 2 hours to do a page of homework because he always wants to be getting up and doing something else. Like, no,
Right.
no. So
Yeah. If he can't stay on point, then
How
yeah.
old is he?
6. So
Well, he's still going through elementary school and stuff. We'll get all that.
yeah, I mean, I hope so. I worry about him sometimes because he's this big. So he's gonna, and he's really smart. So I worry what's gonna happen when we start getting bullied because that's just gonna happen. But yeah, they came over here about 6 months ago because Balder was really tiny, and they terrified the shit out of my 2 dogs because they had never experienced anything so loud in their life.
Yeah.
Right.
They're just like, they're running around, they're literally shrieking at each other. They're, you know, and they're like, look, it's a ball! And they throw it, and the dog's like, what the fuck do you want me to do? So then they come back, like, you didn't chase the ball! So they pelt him with it. And then, so they're huddled up in a corner, both on my lap,
Right.
shaking.
Oh.
And so they started stampeding all over the place. They jump on the couch, they jump through this thing on here, and then they dive from here to here. I'm like, that can't hold people. And my sister's like, well, what do you want them to do? I said, you're their mother. What I want you to do, what not them, you, is to get them the fuck off my furniture.
Yeah.
They don't visit much anymore. I go to them. Everybody's happier that way.
Yeah.
Let's see that.
Yeah, God, no wonder he cut it off at 3 kids. One is more than enough.
See, she doesn't, because she has them like nights and weekends, basically. But he's
Right.
there all day. And he's very, very good with them. But, yeah, he's kind of run ragged. He actually texted me a little while ago, and he said something about, oh, yeah, he's like, I was going to invite you over here today. But then I thought, why would I want to submit you to the bullshit I have to deal with every day? I said, are you saying that you would like a guy's night sometime? Because I could probably pull that together. Please tell me when you're doing that. All right, yeah, we'll have wings and, like, you know, watch some sort of macho, stupid movie. Yes! Yes, please!
Please.
I've heard that from a lot of parents. They get so subjected to all the children's stuff.
Nope.
He actually asked me at one point, he's like, Cliff, can you please tell me what's going on in the world? Because if it's not animated, it's not on TV here. Except for the one time, it was kind of late at night, and he thought he just was flipping through the channels, and he saw it was RoboCop just starting. He's like, oh my god, it's RoboCop! So he's watching it, and they get to the warehouse scene.
Oh, yeah.
And then he looks like this, and it turns out my oldest nephew had snuck out of bed and was sitting right next to him. He's, whoa! Dad, what'd you do that for? And, you can't watch that. Why? What is it? It's RoboCop. Wait, what is it? Because he heard robot and cop, and that was like the coolest thing. No, you can't watch that. You know, it was right before they basically took Murphy apart with a shotgun.
Yeah.
He's 6.
Yeah.
It's an awesome movie, but I don't even know that I would watch that at 6.
Oh, no.
Now that's what the RoboCop cartoon was for.
Yeah.
Or the USA show where
Yeah.
remember every time he shot his gun, it was like a Rube Goldberg thing where he would ricochet off 7 things and cause something to collapse on somebody, which ultimately would kill them. But I guess it was bloodless, so that was okay somehow.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it have been easier to just shoot the dude in the head the way they do it in the movie?
That's funny.
I've got a computer for a brain. This is the only way I can have fun anymore.
I forgot they turned that into a live action show.
It was
Did I?
terrible. Actually, everything except the first movie was kind of bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. You watch the first movie and then leave it alone there.
There was one good scene in the third one, and the third one was a piece of shit. But but they kill his partner, and she's bleeding out, and he's holding her, and she says, "I'm afraid," and he says, don't be. It doesn't hurt." And I was like, all right, that's a really good moment because he knows he's been there.
Right.
But everything else, I mean, robot ninjas, that was so terrible.
There was
Is that the one where he gets the jetpack too?
Yes,
Yes.
that's the other good scene because you're like, hey, look, wires.
Yeah.
But the first one is still an amazing film.
Yeah.
Make a decision.
Yeah, cheesesteak.
Not a hot roast beef.
Nah.
American cheese.
Yep.
Hey Dan, How's your big beef?
I told you that story, right?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, I'll get back to that in a minute.
Yeah, so I take it we haven't actually set out a plan on what games we want to set up for our
Well,
separations.
I think there's that feeling like we don't want to tread all over Justin before he gets to actually start running the game again.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, because otherwise it does kind of feel like we're already planning his demise.
Right.
If we put all that in
No,
place.
I don't see we're planning his demise. Like, and he seems totally okay with it. Like, he's okay with us doing this like small section stuff, just because it gives him a bit of a break and he gets to play more often.
Clearly, he needs a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
So, no, if we're gonna start, yeah, we can start with his like the first time. You know,
We really should. I mean, it's been what?
it's been a while
3
since
months
we
since we played
yeah.
D&D now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Wow.
Because, yeah, it's
2
been-
months at least. No,
At least 2.
2 months because we played Worlds in Peril 4 times, and that's 2 months right there.
Yeah.
Right.
I think there was 1 week we were off, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So it might have been a little bit longer than
So
it
we're
might
coming
be
up on a season.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, if the next thing we do really ought to be that as long as he's available.
Yeah, I'd like to do that for a while, for as long as he wants to run it. But that doesn't mean we can't have our next whatever.
Yeah, we can plan
Lined up as
whatever
well.
we want to talk. You know, at that point, at least, and like I put the quote unquote schedule up on the site.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, so it's just little icons and it shows game and then who's GMing it. So that way, at least we can kind of and it'll change. I'm sure it's not hard for me to change it. So I just you know.
And I'm kind of thinking maybe we should have like backup one-shot sessions where we're not like, okay, the GM can't make it this week, but he can make it this week, so
Right.
we just do a one-shot.
Right.
Real
Those
quick.
those should probably
That's
be the
fine.
game.
Yeah, that'll
Yeah.
be easier to do.
Yeah.
I think
So-
that's a good idea.
Because I know, like, I want to eventually run, like I was telling these guys in the car, the End of the World series. It's like an apocalyptic.
Is that by Fantasy Fight?
Mhm.
They're putting out 4 of them, right? There's
Yeah, they
Return of the
have-
Gods, Zombies, Alien Invasion.
And Revenge of the
Rise of the Machines.
Rise of the Machines. So they're in the process of printing the Alien one now. I really want to try the Revenge.
Rise of the Machines.
That's it. I'm sorry. Get that
I
off.
told him I don't recommend the zombie one. People can't seem to handle that.
That was the first one they put out.
Yes. Here's the thing that's interesting about those games. I don't know much about their mechanics, but they said that it's built so that you play yourself.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone else has done this before. I have played a number of games where we all play ourselves. After they're done, we usually have to take about 2 weeks, during which time nobody's talking to each other.
Yeah.
Because they fucking hate one another. They're, oh my god, would you seriously do that to me? You know what? Fuck you, dude. It was... We played a vampire game when we did that. That was awesome because people got to argue over their stats. You think you have a 5 appearance? Oh yeah, man, I'm fucking awesome. Quote,
Yeah.
by the way.
It's actually
Yeah.
quite easy to build the character in that too. I've noticed. Like, I'll have to bring one of the books next time because I have the apocalypse, or I have the zombie one and the Wrath of the Gods one right now. Waiting for the other 2 to come out, but
What sort of stats are there?
it was actually that that character sheet that was behind the forum.
I don't know
If
I
you
saw
remember
it.
that, well, you commented on the stress thing that was on there.
Oh, that
Yeah,
that was the one?
that. Yeah, if you would have shrank down the page, like I know it was all zoomed up and blown up. Let me see if I can find it.
Actually, I was thinking Justin's thing that he was talking about, like the group of adventurers that, you know, the adventures are like their glory days.
Right.
That would be great for like one-shot pickup games. Like we had like a Dungeon
Yeah.
World game like that, and we just said like, okay, we're not sure what to do today. We'll take out our Dungeon World characters. Remember that time we escaped from the Wizard's Tower? Bang, we've got a game. You know,
Yep.
that type of thing.
Yep.
So, yeah, and there's plenty of games that we can one shot too.
Oh yeah, we've got a ton of games.
So, I think the big thing is, especially with our group, we do want a couple of games that are going to be
Speaking of
more
which-
consistent.
I have always thought that setting was awesome.
It is.
What setting
The
is that?
rules make my
Earthdawn.
head hurt.
Oh.
Yeah.
If
It's
anything
because
makes-
it's Fasa.
I was gonna say, if anything makes Shadowrun look easy,
Get the,
it's
bacon
that.
bluebird.
Because then it's not even like adding and subtracting die pools.
Yeah,
it's going
it's-
up and down steps, and each step is comprised of different types of dice and different numbers. I'm like, what the hell?
It once you play it, because I actually played this for a while. Once you start playing it for a while, it gets easier. Especially once you find that table that goes up to step 100, and you're like, that's easy. But
I
the-
started writing down too. So
Thank you very much.
But the settings, and the thing that I
Settings
like
awesome.
is that this and Shadowrun and BattleTech are the same world. They're not.
BattleTech is now too. That's because Catalyst owns them both now, right?
No. And even when it was Fasa, the whole it was organized to be. This is all the same world. It's one continuity. You can kind of find Harlequin in here if you look hard.
Oh no, that part,
Yeah.
like the merge between what do you call it, Earthdawn and Shadowrun was.
was clear, but
Where does BattleTech? Because there's no magic in there at all.
right, it's far future, and it's like whereas I think Shadowrun was 5th age,
Sixth.
or 6th.
Ours is the 5th.
Yeah, ours is 5th. There's a 6th. I think BattleTech was going into like 7th or arcing up towards because where
So
this
magic
would be.
is on the downslope again.
Well, it's about to reach its peak, and the Scourge is about to happen, which is they were trying to, all of Harlequin stuff is trying to postpone it. Everything he's doing in Shadowrun is trying to advance the technology far enough,
So that when the the horrors come back,
Right.
we can actually fight.
and that's where BattleTech is. That he's basically trying to push us into the technological advances to BattleTech.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, because they actually found his character. I used to be huge into Shadowrun. They actually found his character or who he's supposed to be in BattleTech.
Really?
Yeah, they kind of discovered who he was actually supposed to be. I think he dies in that, but he died fulfilling his purpose. Like, I've got them where they can actually fight the horrors.
So where did he come down on the whole clan thing then?
I don't. Yeah, it's been so long ago. But it's like even in the source books, the stupid little the shadow talk comments.
Oh yeah, those were awesome.
If you look, he's in there as well. His pseudonym in there is the Laughing Man. That's
the
all
Laughing
him.
Bandit.
Right, something like that. Yeah.
He was the one who would play with his time date stamps. Who was
Right. Yeah.
Ha,
Haha. Yeah. Or question marks or something like that. The big D is Dunkelzahn.
That one I knew.
Yeah, there's a couple. I think we found out who Aaron was, and there's a couple other people that we discovered. But yeah,
well, we
like
can at least do that to
there's a story within the story there, kind of.
I never knew that BattleTech was part of it though.
Yeah,
That's
that's where he's trying to get us to. That's why the whole thing with what's her name on the
bridge,
divide,
right?
Yeah.
I actually ran through that whole adventure when I was in college.
Oh really?
Harlequin's back.
Uh-huh.
And then my GM did something weird. Then he ran Harlequin, the first one. So I think that's the order in which he bought them.
Oh.
We're like, wait, didn't we just?
Yeah.
Okay. The thing was, we hated Harlequin because he was kind of a dick and he was invulnerable. And the GM at the time liked to have his invulnerable NPCs who just like lord over us. And we were a bunch of homicidal maniacs with guns. So
Like, you're supposed to make him. I mean, he is incredibly powerful, but don't like. And he's got an arrogance to him because he's really old and really powerful.
But he didn't need to be slapping us around so
No.
much. And I having read it now myself, I don't think that
He's not like that. No. Like, the only person he would be like that with is Aaron the Scribe because they hate each other.
Hate each other. Well, that was what the whole first adventure was.
Yeah. But yeah, like the whole continuity thing, I was like, oh my god, that's amazing.
It is.
And then they kind of went off the rails with Shadowrun. I was like, this is getting stupid. Once they got the cyber zombies, I was like, yeah, I'm done. We stop.
You know what? Like, I was sold on the cyber zombies only because I read cyber technology, like the whole first section, instead of just jumping to the gear catalog.
Uh-huh.
And Hatchet Man's whole thing about him going from a guy who just had some spurs to how he lost his arm and his eyes, and then when you start reading about him, his recollections after he wakes up and how he's such a different person, and someone, I looked at at the nurse, she seemed sad, and I asked her what was wrong, and she said, I'm missing something. It was my soul. I asked her what that was, and she just looked away. You know, or like even something simple like, I stood up today. I think I'm taller. You know, it was awesome. Everything was just in small sections.
Yeah.
He had no attention span anymore. I thought that part was really cool. But then they just started throwing them out as big things to kill instead of a dragon, and then it got old.
Yeah.
I love Shadowrun. It's just so fucking disappointing all the time. It has so much potential, though.
You've gotta pare it down to where.
Is that your Ike
using what
Turner
you
of video
want.
games or of role playing games?
It's like my Brokeback Mountain of video games. I mean, of role playing games. I wish I could quit you, but I can't. I keep going back. In fact, one of my old players just emailed me. It's so bad. It's a 1990s promotional video that FASA produced.
Careful, because that got shaken up quite a bit.
That's why I'm going slow. FASA produced to show at, I think, Gen Con about Shadowrun, and it looks like somebody did something with a handheld camcorder. It's so ensconced in the 80s with ripped jeans and frosted hair, and you know the girl
Swatch watches.
The girl using the decker is clearly just using a desktop keyboard that they just disconnected or something,
Right.
and it's terrible. And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of Shadowrun.
Taco salad.
Oh, and of course, when she goes decking, everything is ray trace graphics.
Oh,
I mean, it's really just awful. But then, because it was YouTube, I saw a related video, and it was a fan-made introduction to a show that never existed. You know, a weekly show for Shadowrun. And I saw that, and it runs like 3.5 minutes. And I wrote back to everybody. I was like, all right, instead of that link, look at this one. You would watch this show. I would watch this show. There's no main character in it because it's just all borrowed footage, but holy shit, it was Shadowrun and it looked awesome. And I want to see it.
Yeah, there's certain movies I'll watch where I'm like, I want to play some Shadowrun now. Like Heat. That gunfight scene, I'm like, oh my god, I want to play some Shadowrun.
But not in Shadowrun rules because that,
that
fight would last the entire duration of that movie.
That fight's still going on now if they're playing
Can you
Shadowrun.
imagine? All right, so you're going full auto and you're going to shoot 3 guys.
Right,
so
and you have partial cover and they have partial cover, so you need, oh my god.
now, all right, so you're going to shoot how many bullets at him, then you're going to walk fire, and they are 3 meters apart, so you're going to lose 2 bullets.
Remember when we played that, I didn't do any of that
Yes.
crap.
Yeah. Which is why for the first time in my life I had fun playing Shadowrun. And I'm not kidding. When I told Cliff that we played a Shadowrun thing, he was amazed that I played Shadowrun. I think I almost gave him a heart attack.
Dan swore on the ghosts of his ancestors that he would never, ever, 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 ever play Shadowrun again.
Yeah. It was that bad your first time around?
Oh, God.
It's
oh, God.
You think this is mathy?
Oh, my God.
This is mathy in creation. Shadowrun is mathy in the playing.
In everything.
Like,
you know how like there are certain FPS games that are all about crafting and like you really got to be insane OCD about your gear. Imagine a role-playing game like that. You don't just buy a gun. You buy a gun and it says, all right, so it can support 2 underbarrel and 1 overbarrel mount accessory, plus the stock can be swapped out. So then you go and see what can you apply underbarrel and overbarrel, and what do you do with the stock, and then you have to modify everything.
Yeah.
And then now you have the gun. Do you want to shoot it? Okay. So is it going to fire burst fire?
Semi-automatic.
Semi-automatic. Or do you
full-
want to go full auto? Oh, you want to go full auto. Well, how many bullets do you have in your magazine? Can you do a full auto, or do you have to go for a shortened burst? Oh, you're shooting 10 bullets. Okay, so each bullet adds to 1 point
recoil,
of recoil.
yeah.
But you do have an underslung counterweight, so that's going to take
Right.
2 points of recoil off.
And you've got a gas vent 4, which only gives you 3 points of support. So, oh my god.
They made it into a physics game because that
Kind
game
of.
pretty much
Now,
is common.
We haven't even gotten into calculating damage codes. yet.
No.
Because that involves what kind of ammunition you're using. Are you using hollow point bullets? Because if the person is simply flesh, then it will do extra damage. However, if they're wearing armor, it will be ineffective against the armor, and you will actually do less damage to possibly no damage. In which case, if you're using armor piercing, oh god, just kill me now.
And that's all
No,
assuming you're shooting
wait.
at one person. Because then if you're
I
shooting at a
take the
group of
gun,
people,
I
Right.
fire up into my
Are you
mouth.
throwing it
Okay. Now is that inside the minimum range? Because if so, you take a penalty for doing that.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And are you throwing a grenade? Now, is it an aerodynamic grenade or is
I'm
it a
gonna
regular grenade?
That's when you say,
Oh, it's a
I swallowed the
non-aerodynamic grenade? Well, which way does it scatter? Okay, it comes back towards you.
Oh yes, and did you?
And how many meters does it come back toward you?
Did it blow up inside of a space that is smaller than its blast radius? In that case, compare the damage to the barrier rating of the wall, and then see if the secondary shockwave of rebound, called chunky style explosion, comes back and hits. How far into the room does that go? And does anybody suffer a secondary effect, or do the walls just blow up?
You didn't put like any of that in there, right?
No, we just.
By the
run
way,
gun.
that's the easy stuff. If you want a deck, it gets more complicated.
Yeah.
And if you want to remote control drones, it's even worse.
I can deal. I just make you the player, like your drone is you, like.
Well, but then there's electronic warfare.
Yeah,
taking control of someone else's drone.
No, there's not. No, there's not.
And then if you want to what they call rig the building.
Yeah. No.
You go against the security decker by trying to control the building as a vehicle instead.
Yeah.
Because you see the rigger jack, that gets implanted in your medulla, as opposed to the decker jack, which is in your cerebral cortex. So there are different ways you interact with the matrix environment.
Yeah.
And you're like,
no.
I stopped caring about 4 books ago.
Yeah.
Can I just play the goddamn game?
Let's see. There's the chapter in.
Oh.
The
Alright, so we've
book
got
for
one
decking.
cheesesteak, one California
And
burger
2
with
other
cheese,
decking
no onions or
books.
mayo, one bacon blue burger, and one taco salad.
Cool. Let me just write my own thing down there so I don't forget to order for myself.
Let's see, what else? Then there's explosives against vehicles, explosives against barriers, explosives.
Oh yeah, hardened armor.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Too complex.
Plus,
Yes.
plus you have to factor in the size value of the vehicle.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of empty space, so a hit may just hit nothing.
Yeah.
So my philosophy for the game was to put, you get priority A, B, and C in character creation. I put priority A in resources, bought the highest suit of power armor that I could purchase, and the Great Dragon, which is the most powerful gun in the game, and then said, I'm no longer worrying about the math. And then,
Oh wait, and then you can get a gyro mount if your gun's too big, and you can just carry that. And
Except that the gyro mount does not let you turn while running.
Right.
So.
yeah.
And besides, you can always just get soft armor and put gel packs in there and make it hard.
Yeah.
Far too
Yeah.
complicated. I have
That's why.
That's why.
character sheet for that game I wanted to show you.
Like
Oh, yeah.
I cut out a bunch of that stuff. Like there's a source book, like a weapon source book that I'm like, yeah, pretty much most of this is we'll never see. Fields of Fire. It's ridiculous. They have a man portable laser now. An affordable man portable laser.
Affordable's questionable, but yes. Although the
It's affordable when you
beginning
put
part of
priority
it,
A in
like the
resources.
story
Yeah.
of what's his name? Not Hatchet Man. There was someone else, but the Merc. It was actually a pretty good read about the life of a mercenary.
Yeah.
And the big
This doesn't look so bad.
Yeah,
And
the spreadsheet or the character sheet's not too bad. And the big thing about creating the character is during character creation, while you're doing it in a group, you should be discussing what you would get.
Right.
And that's the part that usually that started the fights in my.
Well,
but
yeah.
I noticed there's nothing about appearance.
Which is
on there.
almost as
No.
bad as when you tried to make your own character for that boxing video game that Andrew had, and they were trying to recreate your face. No, the nose is bigger. Bring the brow down more. His eyes are beadier.
We used to, yeah. There was a fight night for the Xbox. We would make ourselves and then
Okay.
beat on each other in the ring. And yes, so we'd be like, no, stand next to the screen so we can make your face. It's like, no, he's squintier than that. Bring that in. No, he's got more of a protruding brow. Although I will say,
Oh God.
we did a pretty good job with that.
Why am I talking about it when I got the dang book right?
Oh, second edition. See, the rules.
This is the sweet spot. Like
As far as setting, it was awesome. I loved everything through Bug City. The way they resolved Bug City with Magical Agent Orange was dumb as shit, but
you know the tactical nuke that they used on it is actually right across the street from their old headquarters.
nice. They were at Chicago. I always
What's
thought
that
they were in
head
Seattle.
pal? What's that head?
I thought that too because that's where they
What's
say
that?
no. They're in
Oh,
Chicago.
you're a good boy.
We're in Chicago.
Yes, you are. You're a good boy.
Yeah, where's the
you
chunky
can stay-
salsa?
you don't have to worry about squeezing through. I can still pet you. You're big enough I can reach you. Yeah. You're big enough I can reach you.
Oh God, I forgot all about that. We never even got into that shotgun spread.
The funny thing about Shadowrun is like the one time we played it, and like it felt like a minis game with all the D6s, but like the more you describe the rules, the more it makes me think of like this sounds like Warhammer because this is all the crap you have to worry about.
I mean, it is a minis game, like an old.
And
and
a war game, let's say.
the weird thing is, the company that started making their minis was in Springfield.
That's right.
And I just now realized that, like, I was flipping through some book. I was like, hey, they used to make the minis in Springfield.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah. I think it was it Reaper that bought the molds?
No, it's some weird, obscure, like, I guess they just went out and bought a bunch of obsolete molds. Iron Wind Metals.
Okay.
They bought out their molds. And, like, I mean, because I actually bought some. I actually found some of my old ones, and I bought.
Do they have cheddar?
Cheddar? Then yes, please.
All right, there we go.
That's right. Yes.
I don't think we would be that bad if we put our characters together.
But yeah, I'm not kidding. I told Cliff the one game that I steadfastly refused to ever play was Shadowrun.
Really, and we
Yeah.
actually enjoyed that though.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun.
That's because I cut
We-
some
yeah, I
was gonna say,
stupid
you cut-
crap out.
Yeah.
It's a
Because,
big-
I mean, that's the way we played.
I was gonna say that's
Yeah.
the big thing about our group is we take the fun, entertaining turns and twists and everything, and then our group is just really good together. So
God, Kim and I were like the Murdertrons.
Like,
What's your initiative, Dan? It's this. Okay, what do you do? All right, I fire on these guys. Okay, you killed 4 guys. Well, that's all of them. Like,
those
if
cops
Kim, like,
shot first.
It was hard to imagine how they couldn't find us because they just had to follow
With the trail of
like
bodies.
the red smear that was being left in our wake because we weren't just killing them; like they were being pulverized.
Yeah.
It's like there's teddy boys, there's nothing left.
Yeah.
Like,
But you did that restaurant a favor because they broke in and were trying to hold up the place.
yeah, but do we really need to kill all of them?
Did anyone here ever play the game called Villains and Vigilantes?
Mm-mm.
It was
No, I've heard of it, but
it's
I haven't
an
played it.
old game. Like, it was old when I got it. But it was a superhero game where, again, you play yourself, and you're supposed to have a discussion at the table when you're making yourself. Now, they had some really weird stats, like weight somehow factored into it. So that one was easy, right? You just weigh yourself. Strength, they said, in order to get that, you ought to just hit the deck and do push-ups. And they actually had, like, a table. Like, if you could do X push-ups, then you deserve this score.
Okay. Oh, that's really like
For,
legit.
for intelligence, they wanted your. They were assuming you were in high school, so they wanted basically your GPA.
Okay.
So you didn't really have to have a discussion; you just had to prove it. Oh, except there was charisma, and they said this one is obviously a little bit more slippery, but what it comes down to is who do you like the best at the table? That person should get the highest score. Like, man, people are gonna just rip each other apart before they start playing.
Yeah.
I think it'd be fun with our group. I think it'd be interesting to see what everybody else's perspective.
I'm actually looking at all the
Just
crap
keep walking,
I've
he'll
never
come back
actually
up.
used in Shadowrun.
No, I'm petting you on
Like limb loss and...
Oh, we did that. It sucked. It sucked, especially because, all right. So the game that we were playing, let me preface this by saying that the guy who ran the game has really kind of come into his own as a game master all these years later, and he runs some really fantastic stuff. But back then, gaming was still all kind of new to us. Even if we'd grown up doing it, we'd never really run a lot of serious games. And so he was really big on he knew that you had to push the players. Like, that part he got. It didn't really matter unless the stakes were really high. But instead of making us care about anything, he just made sure that all of the guns arrayed against us were always better than whatever we could get our hands on. And it was all random, literally random. So it's like, okay, before we go on this run, we need to go and pick up some slap patches. Or trauma patches.
Mhm.
All right, this isn't even illegal stuff. It's like you go to the CVS.
It's in the first aid section.
Yes. And so we would do that. And we're like, we're going to drive to the CVS. And he's like, okay, roll high or low. So we'd have to get a die and be like, I got high. He's like, oh, you have rolled poorly. So this gang comes out and attacks you. Like, let's see, roll high or low to see if they have a mortar.
Oh, God.
Oh, they do? Okay. Is it white phosphorus? It is! So, like, we would just randomly get assaulted by a street gang with this actually happened. They were, the ones who are dressed like clowns? They usually,
The Halloweeners?
Yeah, they usually squirt you with DMSO, and So no, but somehow they got no. It was the Steppenwolves. They got themselves they got themselves some a white phosphorus round or two for a mortar. So we're running up we're running up the fire escape of a building trying to get away from them, and they're burning down the whole fucking city because we like stepped on the wrong block or something. So this was before the run, right? We just wanted to get a couple of trauma patches.
I just want a Band-Aid.
Right.
Half of us are dead, like, had an arm or two burned off before the fucking run, and then we have to go into debt with the mob in order to get, like, replacements because we never get paid shit. And we're like, this game sucks, but we played it for 4 years. And it was kind of like old school D&D, just to, like, see how long you could survive.
Right.
Yeah, it was only somewhere around year 3 I realized that I wasn't actually having any fun and never did. So I quit. But I hasten to add that, said GM, I would play anything he runs these days because he's really, really good now. But yeah, this was in his infancy. And so I always have this feeling about Shadowrun. And honestly, I don't know how much of it was him and how much of it was the game, but it's like, if ever you have to pick, like when Mike was saying in this, all right, well, you have a choice between these two skills. Roll whichever's better. I'm thinking in Shadowrun it'd be roll whichever's worse.
Yeah.
It's like, it seemed like a game designed to fuck you as a player.
Yeah.
But maybe that was just the way he ran it.
I think that sounds more like the way he was running it than like, because I mean you guys because I'm still rusty as GMing. Like I wasn't fudging any of my rolls, which you've seen how I roll.
But do you roll much better when you actually run the game?
No.
Okay, because I roll like shit as a player, but you get me behind the screen, critical.
I was just rolling crap all game. I'm like, at one point I even said, I was like, what am I doing wrong? Because like it wasn't that. I mean, they still had fights where they had to put up a fight, but it wasn't as challenging as I wanted it to be. In part because I built their characters, and I was like,
so
did
them out?
I didn't really. I tried not to. I tried not to look at it as like, oh, I know the system. I know how I want to work this.
Right.
I built them middling strong, not like you're going to die to a hit.
Right.
But I kept waiting for it to balance out, because usually that's what happens to me in Shadowrun. I start rolling crappy, and then it tips the other way, and it just never tipped the other way.
So I'm curious. I know you were looking at it. What do you think of Six World?
I didn't... I gotta look into it more in depth. Like, I gotta print it out and look at it because
I'm not sure how Shadowrun feels.
I was like, well, what? Because I was like, well, how did they
That's kind of what I was wondering too.
And their moves.
Yeah.
And that part's okay to me, but like Essence is now something that you spend.
I gotta look at it a lot more.
I do know that Shadowrun 5e seems terrible. They've taken the bucket o dice system that they had for 4e. And they said, okay, so people said that the die pools are too large. So what we did is we introduced another stat. It's called quality, and you apply it to every piece of gear you have. And that will determine what your top...
Because adding more into gear is what the system
right,
does.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly
Making you track more stuff is better.
Right, so what you do is you calculate your whole die pool, and then you compare it to the quality score of the gear that you're using. And that will trim dice out of your pool, which I get will pull back on the number of dice you're rolling, but it's increasing the time it takes to calculate every single die.
That doesn't speed up combat, it slows it down.
Nothing. So there is a game called The Sprawl, which is it was funded through Kickstarter, they just haven't published it yet, which is supposed to be like Gibsonian cyberpunk. So it's Shadowrun without the magic. I've seen the alpha of it for free. It's a lot better. I don't necessarily like it. Like cyber is a score unto itself. So the more cyberware you get, you can just swap out your cyber attribute for anything else you're trying to do. I don't like that approach, but that's the way they did it.
I like the losing touch with humanity aspect of getting more cyberware.
See, I think that's a necessary component if you're going to make the game about
adorable
of Chrome, right? Because like in Gibson stuff, nobody had a social affective disorder or anything because like Molly Millions basically had like Wired 3 plus some opticals and slashers, but nobody got their torso replaced or
Right.
dermal plating or sheathing or anything. You know, they had to do that because otherwise you would just, when you start playing a game instead of telling a story, you're gonna get everything. But I don't know, like making it the moves and saying, all right, well, I'm gonna start off as a street sam, so I'm gonna start with 4 implants and I get to choose some moves that also are implants. That's okay. It does reduce your essence in Sixth World, but I don't know. I think the thing that was bugging me, because my favorite is the Adept, the Phys Ad. They suck. Mechanically, they blow. But I always like the idea of the dude who could Jackie Chan his way over everything.
And that's that. Like he was playing the physical adept, and like that's the challenge. Like I was trying to, because I was doing a module, so they're never set up where you can. I was trying to get him into some close range hand-to-hand combat. Like I should have
But by that point, Kim and I had shot everyone.
Yeah.
I got to kill a couple guys. And, and I did get to stop a bullet with my pecs.
That's true. Now let's say that there were like 50 guys in the entire adventure.
I ripped a couple of them.
He got like 2 or 3.
He literally got a couple.
Right, he literally got a couple. The guy who was the wizard, he got maybe like 4 or 5. The rest were all Kim.
Yeah.
I used to use...
And that was bang, 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 bang. Okay, next.
Well, so when I would play a Phys Ad, is what I would usually do is take a guy who just would go for all the skill mods.
Mm-hmm.
And reflexes, because if you don't take reflexes and Shadowrun, you're never going to do a damn thing.
Right.
That really is, you're like, while everyone else is like, bang, 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 freeze. So, yeah, you don't do that. But I was usually playing a guy who would like try to do the wall run and everything while shooting people, because fuck that. Like, yeah, killing hands is cool and all, and it's cheap, but yeah, you have to punch people, and you're never going to get there.
Right.
So... I actually wrote a game from scratch trying to do Shadowrun, and we played it for like a year. It was actually a decent game, but because I love the game and I've never ever liked any of the rules.
Like I just like the mix of magic and technology. Like I think
that's actually why I like Deathwatch. Although Deathwatch is nice because magic and technology are not at odds. Magic is bad and you really shouldn't use it, but you can. And invariably someone will and do it with abandon and then fuck the party.
Adam.
Nah, in this case, Adam wasn't invited to play, but we had one guy who just we had created a magic system where, so magic is what's called the energy of the warp. It's like and the warp is where the demons live. So you're calling the power of chaos, and you can call it psionics if you want, but no, it's sorcery and it's bad. And the more that you draw it, the more that you can do, but the more likely, I mean, it is the power of chaos. So the more that you pull in, the more likely something wild and bad is going to happen. And so what we did was, we were using the Dungeon World system, but the way that you do it is, it's basically a move. And you create the effect that you want, and that determines what your modifier is. And the more you want to do, the more negatives it applies. And you start with 2d6, but if you want, you can roll 3, or you can even roll 4d6. Still only get to keep 2 dice though. But when you roll more than 2 dice, you start having to look at the dice that you don't take. And if they start breaking certain thresholds, you have side effects. Mm-hmm. So at one point, this guy chucks a bunch of dice. He gets what he wants, but he gets a 12 on the dice that he didn't take. And we're like, and so the guy running the game is like, oh, major effect. All right, let's see. Well, you box card it. So I don't know. He threw basically like a fireball or something like that, and also summoned a major demon. So I mean, it was like, all right, great. So we're fighting these robots that the Eldar had created. And they're beating our ass, and he hits him with some like horrible machine curse. And then there's a demon in the middle of it all who comes at us because the fucking robots don't have a soul, and it's way worse than the robots that we were fighting. So yeah, we hated our librarian. Because he never just threw 2 dice. He's like, yeah, whatever. Oh, and the other thing was he would short out technology a lot. And my guy had lost his arm in the first game, so he had a cybernetic replacement. So every time he'd short out technology, my arm would go dead. And I was the dude who had the gigantic gun. I was a devastator. I needed both arms to fire my weapon. I'm like, you're a fuckhead. He's like, use your service pistol. I don't have a pistol. I have a giant fucking gun and a backpack full of ammo. Oh, and I have this sword that, like, the last time I used the sword, I lost my arm. I said, fuck you.
Use the sword. I will.
No, he was actually really good in melee. He would have fucked me up. He had a rune sword.
I have to say, Perils of the Warp is like my favorite table in any of the Warhammer RPGs.
We drew on that very heavily for suggestions as to what could happen. We didn't make it random. It's like, you know, we just had 2 categories, minor and major. We also had the one where the reality rotted around you. I think that was Black Rain. That was fun. But yeah, we in general hated that fucking librarian. Because he would use magic for things he didn't need to. It's like, yeah, but I love having power. Yeah.
It's like, that's too far.
So how did he not fall? That's my question. How did he not become fall to chaos?
Because he never. He wasn't. He was reckless, but he wasn't ever really someone who pursued power. He just really liked being a librarian. But he never embraced chaos once. Like, there was nothing corrupt about what he was doing aside from the fact that he was doing the magic. But when you saw him play, it was really clear that he was just somebody who had a very poor sense of consequences, as opposed to someone who danced that line between finding the mysteries of Tzeentch and staying pure.
So somebody that would have gotten purged before they actually allowed them to be a librarian.
Correct.
Okay.
And we knew that going in, but this guy was so clearly unfit for not even Death Watch, like for Space Marine duty. It's like, there's no way they would have selected you. You wouldn't have made it through the trials. You're too much of an idiot. You're supposed to be, Space Marines are the pinnacle of human development, and it's selective development. So if you're stupid, they don't take you. And the Death Watch are the special forces of these elite special forces. There is no comparison. You are the best of the best. You're literally a super warrior. There's a whole other proving ground to go through to get selected for the Death Watch. This guy never would have made it. He was so irresponsible. I mean, he at least had the zeal of purging the Xenos. He had that going for him. And he never wanted to read the cultist texts or anything like that. That's why I say, he wasn't evil in any way. He was just dangerously stupid. So we never really... you couldn't tempt him with power. He didn't want it. He just really liked doing his thing. Oh, and he hated our initial squad commander. That was his other thing. He wanted to ruin that guy's career. Because we had this mechanic. It's squad cohesion. But it can go up and down. And if you go into the negatives, if you fuck with that guy you have a negative with, you get experience. Because really the whole thing is you're an all-star team. So the entire kill squad in the Death Watch, is you're a bunch of divas, basically. You're the best of the best. Who's that guy telling you what to do? He's not even of your chapter. That fucker's a white scar. I'm a goddamn rune skald. I don't take shit from a white scar. And he's telling me go over there and do something tactical? Fuck that. So there was everybody's camaraderie was in the negatives right away. Everybody had no skin. It was like, did you just say that to me? Oh my god, no you didn't. Until it really got bad and we needed to start working together, and then the camaraderie started to go up a little bit. But man, I still hated half that party. The White Scar was untrustworthy. He was all about stealing your kill and taking your glory. I would just hammer down on somebody for a long time, and then he would come by and go, bang! My kill, because you get glory for being the guy who does the killing blow. It's like, mine. And glory is what you use to get you gear in that game, which is important. So he would steal everyone's kill. Then I was playing a salamander. They're among the more noble of the chapters. They believe in protecting normals as opposed to purging the Xenos. And I was always going head to head with this dude who was an Iron Hand, who believed that fuck normals. They're a liability. They're so weak, and we're here to kill things, not protect people. Fuck them. So he would always jettison them into space if you can't be bothered. And I'm always like, no, we have to take this side thing and save these people. So we're always fighting. And whenever I was in command, he would always be resisting my orders and shit. It was actually a really good game, but I did not like most of my compatriots. So I think this group would have a fun time with that game at some point. That's a good one shot. Because you can make a character in 10 minutes, and you just go out and you do your mission. You have your objectives. You go out, you do it. Something's going to go wrong. That's part of the game. We actually have a something goes wrong part of the mission. And you get experience if you're the one who creates it. What you do is like, all right, here's the objective. Now everybody, blind ballot, like write down on a piece of paper and hand it to me. What else is going on, or what's a complication?
The question is, would Rob or Justin get that one first?
Well, the thing is, the GM can use any or all of them, and if he chooses yours, you get an extra experience point at the end of the game. But you never know if it's going to be yours, and it might get changed because it gets merged with somebody else's.
Right.
That turned out to be fun. It also fucked us so bad, but it was pretty good. It was actually pretty good. I am going. I think it's been long enough. I can run out there and pick up the food. Right, Balder? You be good while I'm going? Of course you are. Because you are a good boy.
Do you need a hand with anything?
Nah, I don't think so. It'll probably all be in one bag I can carry back. So.
Joey will freak. Then he'll probably hump Balder because he gets nervous. Balder will
Nervous humping. That got me in so much trouble in college.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I will be back. You be good, Balder.
Now, what was the story that I was going to tell you earlier?
I forget.
Big beef.
Oh, yes, the big beef. There was a Friendlies down the road from us, and at the time, me and my friend Dominic from college were going to go there, and he with his girlfriend and me with my girlfriend. So we go and sit down, and we get this waitress, and she seems just a little bit off. Like, you've seen Blade Runner, right?
Yeah.
She seemed like a replicant. Well, she was completely enamored of me. Like, to the point where she never looked at anyone else at the table when she came by. Like, everyone else was inconsequential. And I was sitting in the aisle seat with my girlfriend sitting next to me. So she comes over to take our order, and she's standing right there, like this, taking everybody's order at the table while running it down and staring at me. And she keeps asking, like, would I like anything? Would I like this? Would I like that? Would I like... And completely not asking anyone else, to the point where we even wonder if she wrote the other people's order down. She comes back. I'm the first one to get my drink. She walks away, and at one point, we see her walking down the aisle, and she walks down the entire aisle, or whatever, with her head tilted to one side like this, for no reason that I can explain. So I had ordered a hamburger that was called the Big Beef Bacon Cheeseburger. And she brings everybody's food. Naturally, I got mine first, very gently placed, and does everything look good? And then everybody else just kind of got their food thrown at them, essentially. And she comes back to the table a few minutes later, and once again stands right on the corner and goes, "How's your big beef?"
Maybe.
There must have been something wrong.
No, maybe she used to work at Hooters.
Maybe.
Yeah,
She's
there you
applying her techniques to get a bigger tip.
go. Oh, she wanted a big tip, all right.
Yeah.
She wanted a big beef tip.
Yeah. Wow. And when she walked away, of course, everybody at the table just erupted laughing. Yeah, she was like 4 inches from my face. And, how's your big beef?
Why don't you ask her?
Yeah. That's more her department. Yeah.
Why are you barking at Joey?
What did Joey do?
Well,
What
this
did Joey
one
do?
time at band camp.
Yeah. What did Joey do? Yeah.
Woof
Woof woof.
What if he's really like, save me from this monster, he humps?
What? Oh, quiet down.
Quiet, you. Release the hands. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Save me. Save me.
No, that
He
was totally
sexually
play
assaults me.
postured.
Multiple times.
Somebody's
No one
about
ever
to-
believes me.
Somebody wants to gallop through the house, doesn't he? You want to gallop through the house and you want Joey to go first, don't you? What did I miss?
I'm not sure you really want us to say.
Sure I do. What did I miss?
Well, apparently the backdoor action isn't the only activity that they share. They're-
Oh, I saw that already.
Dogs are ridiculous.
Hello. You drew it on the table. Yes. Yes, I will touch it.
Somebody call Chris Hansen.
You are just a little
Yes.
boy after all.
Yes.
Little guy.
I was going to bring my Star Wars book too, but I was like, eh. So if anybody wants to buy, I have 2 copies of each of those if anybody wants to leaf through them. Because that would be...
Two copies?
Huh?
Of what?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Shadowrun and...
I'm sorry, pal. I didn't know your face was there.
I thought you had Star
didn't mean to
Wars
smack you with my
copies.
No, I have kind of 2 copies of the book. I
I'm
have
sorry.
Edge of the Empire and Age of Rebellion. They're basically the same book.
Yeah.
Hello. Oh, no. No M&M's for you.
Or dice.
Yes. You're just making him jealous because he can't get to
Yeah,
you.
he can't.
That's right.
Can he?
Joey's like, aha!
He's like, how do I do this? Hi,
Yay! You made it.
He'll rub his head and his little eyebrows move.
Yeah. Like,
I'd have way too much fun with a dog that big.
Interesting side note. My friend Mike, who was in my wedding, the guy with the dark hair.
Yeah.
We went to a Halloween party at our friend John's house the one year, and the first time he met Cliff, the very first thing he ever heard Cliff say was, "I have a hard-on for big dogs."
Poor choice of words. But
Yeah.
That's funny.
Is that him returning already?
I don't think he drove, did he?
No, he walked. didn't he?
Oh, well, never mind then. A simple no would have sufficed.
I didn't know if he actually took the car. I just saw him go out the door. I didn't see him.
Yeah, I didn't hear the car start, so... Though I don't know if I
But
would
it's an
have.
electric
Yeah,
car, so who knows
exactly.
what? Yeah.
It could have started, revved up, and...
Yeah.
But Earthbound is fun. Like, he was saying about the steps that... Well, I don't even think it's in here. It's not that hard. One, because you write down what every... Wait, then maybe that was it. What every step number is. So you know that, hey, step 1 is of this, step... Yeah. Actually, it's on the character sheet up to 20, I think.
Sure, thanks.
Yeah, up to 20, it tells you what dice you roll for what step. The thing I like about this system, though,
Top you off.
No, I'm good, thanks.
is you can level your skills without leveling your character, kind of. And your hit points aren't dependent upon your level, because you get this at second level, you get this skill called toughness, and for every point you put into it, you get a set amount of points for your hit points. What is he? He's watching you.
He's second.
Yeah. Because I had that fascinating tea container that he's so interested in.
He's like, it's plastic and it's mine.
Yeah.
Hi. What are you doing?
But it's a really fun system. Like, I like it. A fun game, I should say.
Yeah.
But again, a little mathy because it's FOSSA and we have to have math and everything.
Yeah, it's a shame because there's a. I really like Legend of the Five Rings, but the system is just not all that friendly. Like, I love the setting and I love the feel of it, and I love how dangerous combat can be in that, but it's not a nice rule system.
The thing about this is, it'd be really easy for us to pick it up because, like, combat is basically 5e combat. Like, their armor class, you have to roll their armor class to hit them, and then like the only really mathy thing is like a certain amount above their armor class, you get what's called an armor defeating hit, where you basically ignore their armor because you did so well.
Right.
But that's a GM tracking thing, kind of. Mm-hmm. So, but it'd be really easy for us to pick up combat.
Yeah. I am looking forward to getting back to D&D.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully we get back to it.
Yeah, I think he should be able to run it for 3 months. Then we jump into...
Well, he's not gonna... Well, because we got hiatus, so that's gonna throw everything off.
Yeah, like November and December, if we meet at all, it's always been one-shots.
Who do I have on the schedule for that? Because I took out most of the dates that were close to holidays and stuff. Hold on.
Because normally we just black out November and December.
Mostly, yeah.
Yeah, December in particular was tricky, and nobody can do anything that Thanksgiving weekend.
Yeah.
So that's end of November and into December. And Christmas and New Year's both fall on, what, Thursdays or something this year? Or Fridays?
Alright, October 3rd, October 17th, November 4th. I think the 28th is the weekend of Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
So that's on there. December 12th, and then I jump all the way into January 9th. So there's only one date in December that we could even play.
Yeah, we're
so you're legit talking only what, 1, 2, 3 dates in the next.
I don't know how you count 3. I'm only really counting 2.
Why? What else?
Because I'm skipping over the Halloween one.
Which one's that? The 14th?
The 31st.
The 31st.
Yeah,
Kim's having a Halloween party.
I have the 17th, the 14th of November.
And that's it.
And December 12th.
We ain't gonna be playing in December.
And then it just goes back into January.
And we may be able to sneak the 12th in if people are
around
and available. We might be able to sneak the 28th in of November after Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
but
I didn't know how. Yeah,
always
that depends.
Yeah.
So we're
really
talking 3 to 4 days. So we could do one shots, or we could do it. Somebody can run out if they're around for those 4.
I should be good for the 17th. I have a tournament in the morning, but I should be back in plenty of time for game day. So
yeah, I'm fine for the 17th.
One of my requirements to go for black belt is to compete in a tournament. So
yeah,
I'm getting that out of the way.
You were gone for 10 minutes.
I got this when I got the map. That's good.
He's back. You can calm down. Jeez.
Actually, I do have to get the mail later. We're going to go through this all over again later tonight, aren't we? Yeah, I'll be gone for like 45 seconds.
I'm already dreading it.
Classy now.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. That says 2 now, so that's me.
Hey, there we go.
I'm guessing that is you.
Perfect. Thank you.
None of these have any labels.
Surprise.
Taco salad, definitely. I guess that's... There's one burger there.
And
There's the other. This one has bacon. Who got the bacon?
that would be him.
You got the bacon.
Bacon!
I do a fork, please.
What's that say? I can't read.
So yeah, we can plan. Somebody can do a small, extended one shot for 4 games if we wanted to do that, or we can just separate it into 4 individual one shots.
That's like really pathetic.
Hardly anything on it.
There's supposed to be.
Well, I mean, it's all gonna kind of
Yeah.
depend on what, like, do we, if Justin's available, are we doing D&D, or you just want to do one shots? Do we
We
reset?
should probably do one shots for right now because it's gonna get hectic, and we're assuming that everybody can make 4 to 3 games. What makes you think they can?
Oh, I know they can. I already know.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm looking at 2. Oh, thank you. Sir.
Yeah, at that point it might only be 2. So we're
Puppy.
Yeah, I'm assuming we're not getting a whole lot more gaming in.
Oh, before the end of the year, you mean?
Yeah.
Like we did the calculations. We're talking like maybe 3 to 4 games, if that. So. And then do we want to decide? Do we want to try and have D&D come the new year? Start off with that, and then go into our other 2 or 3 games.
Yeah.
So what's everybody's opinions of what other games you want to try? I know you wanted to do something. He wanted to GM something. You
Yeah.
wanted to GM something. So we talking about
I'm
you
all
three.
for going back to the World in Peril. Not going back to Cliff.
So you said you wanted to do that or Mutants Masterminds, right? So
Yeah, one of the 2.
Okay, so Dan would do one of those 2. I'm assuming we want to at least try Star Wars at some point. I think maybe we should do that before next year.
I haven't tried running Worlds in Peril yet, so I'm kind of leaning more towards that one. Just because I kind of like the way the system flows.
It's nice, yeah. It is a little different. But yeah, I would definitely want to actually make my own full-blown character and go through that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if we're in the same world. It's just it'd be nice to play somebody other than a Batman.
Yeah, play your own hero.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what he said he wanted to try running.
He's working on a game that he's developing. He wanted to test with us. Well, we should see what Justin wants to do too, because he's going to get in another session or D&D.
What?
And
I can't hear you. Do you want this? You gotta touch it. You gotta touch it. There you go.
That's adorable.
I also said that a lot in college. Never mind, you missed it.
Yeah, you smell it.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, yeah. You and Joey have a lot in common, apparently. This is like the slimiest thing I think I've ever had.
The what?
Why is it slimy?
It's a natural function. See, the mucous membrane.
Oh. Any napkins? Do we? Oh God, I don't. Just not. I don't want to touch this thing.
Do you have napkins, Cliff? I know that Joey's about, so I'm going to shut that.
There have been several Joey sightings, so guard your food.
You should set up a one shot so we can test out Star Wars and see if we want to do a campaign with it or not.
I just don't like the dice set and them. It's just weird.
Can you take that out then, or no? Is it kind of baked into it?
It's baked in.
Certainly. Oop, anyone else?
Because you can do it with like D6s or something, I think. But that makes it so much more complex. It's not even funny.
Up
up to you if you want to try it or not. I just figured doing a one-shot would give us the... I don't understand why
Just have the wrapper inside out. That's the problem.
Oh, it is inside out.
What's that?
Well, he's got actual tinfoil.
Yeah.
This is the slimiest cheese stick I've ever had.
It's not a word that I would want associated with my food.
I mean, I found my old West End Games version of the Shadowrun game. We
Wait.
could try that.
West End did Shadowrun?
Or not Shadowrun, Star Wars. Sorry.
I played that in college. That was okay.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of it.
You had to get good at math after a while, especially if you played a Jedi, because your pools were astronomical.
Well, like I said, we do have a couple of days for game nights before the end of the year. We could try some stuff out. And if if come, I think for Justin's D&D stuff, I think his should be the first of the year. This way he gets in some playing, gets to relax a little bit, because I'm sure the holidays are going to be hectic for him. He's
Oh,
not
yeah.
going to want to DM right now. So,
Well, it'll make more sense to...
wait.
Yeah, because say he can run the next one, he can DM, and then he's out for like any other day we're available.
Yeah.
If he knows that he was available for the first game day in January, then that's a good starting point.
How aware of his schedule is he?
I don't know.
I only ask because it seems like the cancellations seem to come rather last minute.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's been happening more now that he's got the little one. Why is there red stuff in this? I've only lost. I've never seen a
Is it
cheese stick.
ketchup?
Did they put sauce on it?
It's probably ketchup.
I don't know. Whatever.
Some places, as you come a little farther north here, default to sauce and onions in their cheesesteaks for some reason.
It's not a Philadelphia cheese stick at all.
Mm.
The onions are, but not the sauce.
I don't really know why, but when I was up at Rossini's house when he lived in Bethlehem, I got a cheesesteak and it had sauce and onions in it. I was like, where did this come from?
But
See, you're looking at me and telling me that. It's kind of like you explained to Lord Batman about a satellite.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I'll just nod and
Now you know. You know what it's like.
now I know.
That's like right before we got here. Rob looks at me and he's like, "It's on the left, isn't it?" And I'm like, "Why are you asking me?"
It's maddening.
so we're looking at if Star Wars goes well, you can run that, or we could do Shadowrun. I'm sure everybody's up for a campaign for that.
Him especially.
Mm-hmm.
She's willing to try anything that she can be a partial villain in. Alright, so as long as there's small children around.
Has she ever played vampire?
Oh god.
We're deleting that. We don't want to give her any more ideas that she already has in a twisted head.
Have any of you guys played vampire?
I have not.
We've never.
I played werewolf a long time ago,
Werewolf was
but not vampire.
Vampire is very easy to fall off the deep end.
Is that a game or is that just a okay?
You play a vampire.
Somebody actually set us up in college to play vampire, and they saw what we were trying to do, and they're like, "You know what? No, we're not doing this."
Bless you.
Thank you. I know you want to do the superhero thing, which will be fun. Either system I'm up for.
I wasn't sure if we wanted to jump right back into a superhero thing.
Well, that's what. Yeah, we can do D&D and then maybe a Star Wars or whatever he wants to do, and then do that. And I know you said you wanted to run something, right? And that way we have our 4 campaigns.
Yeah.
So.
I found out they're re-releasing a new edition of Necessary Evil.
Right.
Yeah. I think in November.
I have the original, so if you're not going to run with a new system, I'm pretty sure the adventure is good as it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I may take that off you then, because I was interested in how they handled the campaign world and everything. So
It's actually pretty interesting. So there's a lot of reading to do in the beginning,
mm-hmm.
but then they have what they call plot points. That's the stuff that, say, like you're playing a console game. Those are the things that are going to move you along,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and bring you towards the end of the game. And then they have stuff on the side, which are things that happen, which are outgrowths of the game, but don't necessarily have anything to do with the main conflict.
Mm. Yeah, I'd definitely like to check that out then. But I think people would enjoy that.
That howl means Balder's done eating, and I have to let him in the kitchen to clean up. You done, Joe? Did you eat, Bal? Oh, you ate! Dude, you might grow yet. Give me that, Joe. Good boy. You're a good boy, Bal. You have 1 meal today, at least. Such a fussy eater.
No. No.
I read somewhere that Necessary Evil is sort of like, it's more like playing Otis than it is Lex. Because if you're really going to be an evil villain who wants to, you know, infect the world with a plague and reduce the population by 90%, you're still too bad to play this game. So you have to be sort of the not really evil.
All right.
So you kind of have to be the weakest form of evil.
Well, I was thinking, did you ever read the Astro City story, Tarnished Angel?
I'm sure I did.
The guy with the metal skin used to be like the heavy in the gangs.
Yeah, and they hire him to find out what's going on, and it turns out he's like, yeah, I'm tough, but I'm not smart, so I don't know anything about this detective thing.
All right. But he gets out of prison and he really does try and like turn his life around type of thing, and he ends up having to save the day despite the fact that nobody really trusts him type of thing.
He kind of reminded me of Marv from Sin City.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. I'm thinking more along the lines of that, something like that. Like, okay, you know, our old schemes don't really matter in the face of this, so we kind of have to step up to the plate. Because nobody else can.
Well,
but, you know.
I read the intro to it.
Mm-hmm.
They take measures against, well, I'm evil, so I'm just going to go off and do something. You get busted out of jail by that world's equivalent of Dr. Doom.
Mm-hmm.
Who then implants something in your head, basically a cortex bomb, says, now you're going to do missions for me and save the world, or I'm going to fucking kill you. Which, personally, I really don't like those approaches, because the first thing I start to do is scheme how to kill that guy.
Right. That becomes priority number one, because I don't want somebody deciding I'm suddenly expendable and blowing my head off.
Exactly. Plus, I just really resent being told what to do.
Yeah.
Not like that, anyway.
Well,
Yeah.
that's what you were saying, isn't it? Very hard to do villains games anyway. Because people start getting like it's a very selfish ran game. So
Yeah, playing evil characters, it can go off the rails
Yeah.
pretty big. In this case, the term villain would be like a background type of thing. Yeah.
And my experience with evil games, because it's not even villains, usually I don't run supers games because no one wants to play them. but we'll play like a dark fantasy game.
Mm-hmm.
And people take evil to mean I don't care about consequences. So they'll just randomly kill people who give them attitude and all that kind of stuff. So if they get run out of town, so what? They'll come back, they'll kill some guards, and then they'll leave and never come back. And they don't, because they don't really... I have yet to play a game in which people were evil, where they actually had anything that they really wanted, aside from license to do whatever they wanted. Nobody was looking to accomplish anything. Nobody was looking to gain anything. They were just looking to be completely free from all restrictions, especially moral. So it's a totally id game.
Mm-hmm.
That gets old really fast, at least for the guy running it.
Yeah.
Or at least for me. I hate that kind of stuff. I don't like evil characters in general. So I've not had a lot of success with it. But I also don't get the appeal.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, I can burn down an orphanage. Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
What's the purpose?
Yeah.
of it? Even villains have an actual motive.
Right.
And the most interesting villains are the ones who
Yeah.
don't think they have a noble goal but go astray, or don't think they're the villain. Like, look at Magneto.
I was gonna
Right.
say Magneto's the perfect example.
Magneto, or even Lex Luthor to an extent. He,
Did anyone here read Dragonlance?
yeah.
What was his name? Lord Soth.
Oh yeah.
He was an awesome villain. Dude, basically sold his immortal soul to hell so that he could continue to live because he wanted to save this woman that he loved. And so he did. But he was a specter by the time that happened, and she was terrified of him, and when he touched her, she died because he didn't realize that that was going to happen. So, but when the books come around again, he's basically working for this evil dragon army because one of the lieutenants happens to remind him a lot of the woman who he loved ages ago. And she very well, damn well knows that he loves her. And she's prepared to use that. And he knows it too, but he kind of doesn't care because it's the first person who's made him feel alive in 1,000 years. So he's a super badass, death incarnate, literally. Like, everything he touches dies. But he's got a reason for it, as opposed to, I'm evil and I love to kill, and,
See, and that's what we learned in school, creating characters and stuff like that, and especially villains. Like, it's hard to create a character like the Joker and make it even really purposeful.
Right.
So that's why, he's a great character, but not every evil villain should be that mold.
No, I look at, the operative from Serenity.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
He says, I'm a flat-out monster. I have no place in the world I'm trying to create,
Yeah.
but we need people like me in order to make that world for everybody else. It'll be better for everyone. I'm willing to take that noble sacrifice. That guy was at least respectable. Like, he thought he was dealing with the greater good.
Right.
Or serving the greater
He
good.
was doing terrible things for a good reason in his mind.
Well, way back when I first started playing D&D, and I was playing with Brian and Dave and Eric and those guys and everything. Eric and Dave decided they wanted to try an evil campaign once, which I of course had no interest in, but I wanted to game, so I guess I was in. So Dave made this evil magical gnome, and Eric made a necromancer, and I made some type of rogue, like a ninja or something stupid like that. So I'm like, I don't care about this character, so I'm just going to pick something stupid. And it was basically, we'll go to the last man standing, pretty much, because we knew everybody was going to turn. So, of course, everybody was expecting me to be the first one out because I'm not all that into it and, not particularly interested in playing an evil character. But Eric determined that Dave was the more dangerous of the two, and we're trying to do some type of job, and I don't even remember what it was. But Dave ended up taking out Eric and had used up most of his resources, and then assumed that I would still be willing to work with him to achieve this job that we were going to do that was going to make us all rich. Instead, I decided he used up all of his resources. I'm going to take him out so that I can go back to playing the kind of game I want. So that's exactly what I did. And I ended up being the one who was last man standing in the evil campaign.
That was the one where you turned him into a cockroach and drowned him in his beer, right?
Yep.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about that story.
Yeah. He turned Eric into a cockroach, stomped on him, and then drowned him in his beer.
That actually, something like that happened to me too. We were playing a vampire game. Mark wanted to play evil. He was running the game. I'm like, all right, I'll fucking play an evil game. So I make an evil character, and I'm this guy who is like, I have control over this this town. It's a medieval setting, so like I have control of this territory. These people are mine, and I abuse the crap out of them. But I'm like an old school feudalist, so they're mine. You don't mess with them. They're mine. These guys come in. They're supposed to serve my lord. They feed off my people without asking. And they all think they're evil. Inside of a game, 2 of them were dead. We had 2 female characters. I had sold them both into prostitution. And another one was bloodbound to me. And Mark's like, you're awesome. I was like, I'm going to go home and take 3 showers now.
Yeah.
And I quit.
Yeah.
But I really got tired of people sort of play eviling it. I was like, look, if you want to be bad, here's how you do it.
Right.
Now can we stop? I just killed half the party. You didn't do it. You set us up to die. Well, yeah, I'm a vampire. What, you think? I'm the Lord. You think I'm going to dirty my hands with that? No. I'm going to send my fucking war ghoul to eat you.
Yeah.
You're the moron who decided, I have full plate armor. I have 2 war ghouls.
Yeah.
You lose. But that was it. They just... People play evil because they want to run around.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. And they more equate evil with just bad,
Yeah.
not truly evil.
All right. And I never found playing good characters restrictive in any way. So,
And most like evil villains, they don't think, most of them that are really good character build don't think that they are.
Perfect
Right.
example that I can think of right now is the Kingpin in Daredevil.
Yep.
Yeah.
was just thinking of that.
Yeah. He wanted to remodel and rebuild the city that he
Yeah.
loved.
And he was doing some good things.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
was absolutely doing good things, but there was his dark side.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
crushed a dude's head in a car door.
Which
Killed
was
his
pretty
father.
awesome.
It's technically the same thing with like Magneto. He doesn't think what he was doing was bad. He was
Right.
doing it for his.
He saw how
Yeah.
when government gives control over certain people, how that goes with the Holocaust. He's
He
a
thought he was
Holocaust
preventing
survivor.
another Holocaust.
Right,
Yeah.
Right.
he's trying to save mutant kind in the only way he knew how.
Right.
Like it's very, like I said, it's very hard.
What
It's
that?
hard to believe villains like the Joker who are just flat out insane.
Right. They just show up and just start killing people just because.
It's easy to believe them. It's hard to make them entertaining.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And as long of an arc as he's had, it's hard to do that.
Yeah.
Right. At that point, you wonder why doesn't the state just execute him next time Batman brings him in?
Exactly my point with my Batman.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're done with this. Pop.
Yeah. And we're out.
So,
But yeah, it's tough to do
Christ.
interesting villains like that, though.
Even like Ultron in the movie, it actually has like a legitimate like. You might not agree with him, mind you, but he
Right,
has a
but
legitimate.
His
purpose.
motivation was pretty interesting
Yeah.
and legitimate, yeah.
So
That was all of our reactions to Superman's plan. And the other day, it was like, that's perfectly reasonable.
That's fairly reasonable.
Well, until
However,
we realized that like all the wildlife wasn't getting shrunk, and then we're like, oh well, no, that kind of sucks.
and that his protective minions had a 1 month
Shelf life,
lifespan.
yeah.
Well, that, they could make more.
Yeah.
But there was the whole thing about he'd be in charge of everything. But yeah, he thought he was saving the world.
And there's still Lex Ross out there.
That was completely off the cuff, but I like the idea of that.
oh, what? Who?
Lex Ross.
Lex Raj.
The thing is that I'm a lot less familiar with Ra's al Ghul, so I wasn't really sure how to play him long term, so I wrote him out pretty early. Ra's was never going to be part of the game, but as soon as you guys started hunting Lazarus Piss, I mean, he was bound to show up at some point.
And I'm not certain I wouldn't grab some of Prime's body and take him back to some world that's uninfected and throw him in a Lazarus pit. Even though he would hate it, probably.
Because he wouldn't want that.
I would have basically, well, it wouldn't have been in vain. We did actually kind of stop Superman.
Oh, you did. You
Yeah.
absolutely
But
stopped
then we
Superman.
created a homicidal Lex Luthor, too.
See, I don't know. The thing is, like, both Lex and Roz already existed. It's just that they never were the sorts who could have gotten along, because Lex,
We merged them together.
you
so-
merged them together, so now they have unity of purpose. So
So it
that's
doesn't matter if they wouldn't have worked together. They definitely aren't going to work together now.
now
they
they're one
have
person.
to.
Right. So I don't know if Roz was ever as smart as Lex, but now he definitely is, and he has all his money. Although Roz, I think, was really rich too.
Yeah.
I always just would assume that he'd be as smart as Lex because he's basically evil Batman.
Who?
Roz.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
he
He has lifetimes of experience. I know
Yeah.
that. Because he's what, like 800 years old. Or something
Yeah,
like
like that's I think that's the difference is that Roz existed for so long. He obtained wealth and knowledge, as opposed to Lex
that. Who's just,
obtained both of them, but in a shorter
Right.
time period. So
so now Lex Roz is effectively immortal as long as he has his pits, and which means, according to the comics, you can feel free to kill him because as long as they have a way back, it's okay to kill them. That seems to be the way it goes. Just like if they have regeneration, you're free to maim. Because how many times has Wolverine been ripped in half? Which is why I laugh every time they say, he could totally take out the Hulk. He's tried like 4 or 5 times. It never goes well for the guy.
Yeah, the Hulk ripped him in half and like threw him over a mountain. Well, half of him.
Half of him. There was also another time when he was much weaker. He was the Grey Hulk. He just grabbed both arms, dislocated his shoulders, and threw him into a plane. Which I also like. I like seeing Wolverine get beat up because he's an asshole.
Well, and Cliff and I were talking because he said, in that one email that if I was doing the necessary evil thing, I could use the Worlds in Peril world that we created. But I said, I kind of didn't want to stomp all over that because I thought it was interesting where we were taking it. Which, if people like that world, then I can work within Worlds in Peril, and then Cliff can play in that world too. And there's no reason that you have to be the Batman characters because, as Cliff pointed out, the world doesn't have its big heroes anymore. You can be another rising hero.
So,
But I kind of want to see the return of Brain Fart.
you act like Justin won't come up with just as much of an interesting
I don't know. He
character.
was kind of traumatized the last time he played him.
here's the thing, though. Brain Fart could come back, and it's not like anybody would really recognize him as a Batman. There was
Right.
nothing Batman about him
Right.
aside from his obsession to take out Bane.
Yeah.
Right.
By the way, I just found out something terrible about comics. I don't know how old this is. I think it's a couple years old. Did you know that the Punisher had a team up with Eminem at one point?
Yes,
Yes.
I did.
And Eminem was
Yes,
more
I did.
badass than the Punisher?
Yes, I did know
Yeah.
that.
Eminem as
I-
the rapper.
As
Yes.
himself, and he beats up the Punisher and shoots him and then takes out Barracuda.
Yeah.
Like kills him
Wow.
while rapping.
Oh Jesus!
He actually says at one point, you don't want to fuck with Shady because Shady will fucking kill you as he's shooting this dude. I saw the panel of it right there.
Yep. Yeah, I saw that too.
I'm like, oh.
I wonder if Eminem wrote this guy.
Oh, they said at one point, like, it was so clear that Eminem had written it that they're like, all right, well, can we, you can just imagine the editor saying, all right, well, can we take away the jetpack and you riding a gigantic triceratops and killing this guy with your 4 magic boners, and you can use a chainsaw to kill one of our characters? Yeah, all right. Okay, good.
Yeah. Which, by the way, Barracuda was one of my favorite things from that Punisher run. With the gold teeth and said, fuck you.
That was the thing. They said, when he killed Barracuda, they're like, no, this wasn't a guy that they just created for him to kill. Like, he killed a canonical character.
Yeah.
Eminem showed up and killed a guy who had been in like a long run.
Yeah.
Who thought that was a good idea?
Yeah, that's right. He had the first 4 gold teeth top and bottom that said, fucking you, with an exclamation point. And he got into a fight with the Punisher at the docks, and Punisher smashed him in the face with a boat oar and knocked out some of the teeth. So later on, he's reporting back to the mob boss that he wasn't able to take out Punisher, and he's still working on it. And one of the goons looks at him and goes, fucky, What does fucking you mean? He goes, you're not supposed to say fuck you, man. So fuck you.
Well, jeez. All right.
Trash can?
Alright, back to the cabin in the woods.
Oh, thank you.
The blacked out cabin in the woods.
Are you done?
I am finished.
You were supposed to ask him how his big beef was.
How's your big beef?
Not enough cheese. Or any cheese. So what were you planning to do? Like,
Crack
somebody was-
open one of the
Burn down a
windows,
couple houses.
Yep.
kill a couple ferrymen.
Yeah. Well, there's
I mean,
5 teenagers that need to die and 2 cabins that need to be burned down.
I'm kind
Hey,
of
look, I
surprised
found,
that...
I found a hockey mask and this machete. What a coincidence.
I'm surprised that, like, especially you, because you go and talk to the crazy person. Crazy person says, we need to blow everything up.
And I didn't go, that man has a plan.
Right, you
I
didn't
don't know
jump
what's
right on
go-
that.
I don't know what's going on, but this man knows what he's talking about.
Release this man.
I think we were gonna break a couple of windows and peek in.
Yeah.
Okay.
I say we shoot a smiley face into one of the windows. Go all hot shots on it. It's gotta
Now
be-
no one will know of our gaming. Right, Joey?
Joey says, oh no.
Did I ever tell you about the really quick? I ever tell you the story? We used to meet in my friend Raj's apartment. About like 6 of us when we'd play actually Shadowrun. So at one point he's talking to his upstairs neighbor and he says, you know, when my friends come over, are we okay? Like we're not too loud? I was like, oh no, in fact, no, that's fine. In fact, I was gonna introduce my nephew to you guys. I thought, you know, he might get along with you. Really? Yeah, he's into the same stuff you are. You know, he's a little also.
Oh, that's great.
So apparently she thought we were having a gay orgy every other week.
My nephew would love a good orgy. None of my aunts ever tried to get me into an orgy.
That's weird on so many levels, right?
Yeah.
Hey guys, what's up? I have
My best story involves
no chips.
involves a porn star offering me a job in porn through my mother.
Really?
Yeah.
That one I've
I
never
remember
heard.
that story.
Why didn't you take it? No, I'm kidding.
There was this, before we jump back in, there was this woman who came to the plastic surgery office who was an adult entertainer, shall we say, amateur videos and that type of stuff, and was going to the porn awards and wanted to get Botox and some other things done. And she was hysterical because she was a staunch right-wing conservative, which I couldn't wrap my head around at all.
That makes no sense to me whatsoever.
No. And she adored me. Like, she'd always talk to me. She just came in. And anytime the doctor said something, like on Brittany's first day, she was coming in for these fillers, and she was also going to have a surgery consult. So the doctor says, you know, oh, you can go into this room and get undressed. And she goes, only if Dan comes with me. So she found out that I was in school for animation, and yeah, it's a tough job market and everything, but I'm really enjoying it. And she goes in for a laser hair removal treatment, and my mom was the one performing the laser treatment on her. And she says to my mom, "Oh yeah, you know, I understand that your son's in animation and he's going to be looking for work and everything. If you want, I can take him out west and introduce him to some of the film studios that I work with. We can get him a job in animation." I said, there are things that I don't want to animate. So she came out and she's laughing. She told me that. I'm like, did I get offered a job in porn through my mother?
You realize that you turned down what could have been the lead artist on Stripperella.
Yes, I could have been. I could have had that little gem on my resume, creative director of Stripperella.
You would have met Stan Lee that way.
Yeah. I'll take my paying to meet him through the convention, personally.
He comes off as such a dirty old man on it. I like stripperella.
I love stripperella. Yeah.
Oh.
Alright, who's breaking windows?
I'll break some windows.
I'll break some windows.
Sure.
Why not?
Let's all break some
Let the
windows.
black guy do it. At least if he gets arrested, it's calm.
What? What was all that? You just tried to shove your head through my arm.
He can get kind of pushy.
Why?
It's
No.
like, just put your
No.
face here. I want to lick it.
Just one who kids.
I want to see if you taste like chocolate.
No, he's like, there was a cat laying on this hoodie about 12 hours ago.
He has no idea what cats are. He's never seen one. Joey has. He had an arrangement with a cat. I'll ignore you, you ignore me. We good? Okay.
Alright, so which set of windows are you going to break? The ones by the front door where the stairs down to the lake are, or the ones towards the other side, near the forest?
I would say let's do the ones that are like not right visible.
Not
Right,
right
right
visibly
from
on the
the road,
street. Yeah, that's a sound idea.
And I assume you're gonna like break enough so that light gets in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you stick your head in the window and you can make out sink, an oven, stove. It's probably actually about the size of this room here. There's a table against the other end, like you make out the outline. So it's the kitchen, basically.
Is there a thick coating of dust on everything, or does this look lived in?
There is actually a lot of dust. It's very sparsely. Like the table's really the only feature of the room, other than the stove, the sink, any of the other things. It does not really look lived in. Give me a hard spot hidden.
What does hard mean?
Half whatever your.
Ouch. Okay. Where is spot hidden? It should be easy to find because it's alphabetical.
Right column.
I made it
How much? By how much?
by like 3 points.
Cool. Okay, so you see in the faint light, you can see what looks like footprints. The way it's set up, there's, I guess it's just like a wall where the stove is, and then it behind it. Basically, it's partially cutting the room in half. So you can see a set of footprints in the dust, and can't tell really which way they're going. Well, since you made it, it's a hard one. I'll give it to you. It's somebody's been going back and forth. So like they've been going from somewhere behind the wall, and they've been going to somewhere to your left. You can't see where it is from where you are in the window.
Do these look like regular shoe footprints?
I would say it's been gone over so many times that it's hard to tell specifically what it is.
So it's just a trail at this point.
Yeah.
And it just goes into a wall and disappears?
You can't tell from the window.
Okay.
So like for all you know, it goes off into the other room where the window is.
Okay. He's really good at that. He does that to me all the time when I'm working. He'll sit down right out of arm's reach and ask for to be pet. I'm trying to work here. Okay. So it just... This room is sort of a travel way. Like, it doesn't look like they're doing anything in this room.
No. Like there's no evidence that the stove's been used.
I didn't wash my hands good enough.
You can reach, because the window's right over the sink. If you reached in and tried to turn the water on, like nothing would come up.
Okay. So this property is owned, but it's clearly not maintained.
Correct.
Alright, I'm done.
Oh.
Arms don't extend that far.
Man, he loves having company.
It's like you need to have people more. What are you doing over there?
Yeah, you.
I wasn't doing nothing.
I know that. I also know there's no food over there, so suck it.
Alright, so there's a mysterious trail, and the house clearly isn't maintained.
But somebody's here
But somebody's-
semi-frequently.
Right. And these weird people have a key.
Given to them by a weirder, one-named Frenchman.
Yes.
Bless you.
Is there light coming from any other aspects of, like a doorway, anything like that? Nothing?
No. Everything else is pitch black.
What?
Because you went around to the other side. The other side is where the porch is,
Mhm.
and those windows are blacked out too.
Yeah, everything's black.
There's a lot more windows on that side, but they're all blacked out.
You know, it dawns on me, we don't actually have to break in.
Go in.
We were invited in,
Right.
right? So, but she doesn't have the key or something. I don't know how that works.
She has the key, but she herself can't go in because she doesn't have permission.
So weird.
But we apparently have permission.
We were invited, yeah.
Then let's go get the key and go in.
I say we break out some more windows and flood this thing with light.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Here's the thing. It's like 4 o'clock now, right?
We don't have much light left.
This
Yeah.
we're gonna have what 2-3 hours. Well, what time of year was this?
Actually, this time of year. So, and it gets darker up there a little bit
Yeah.
earlier.
So we're already losing daylight.
Yeah.
So tops, we've got 2 hours.
Yeah.
Is he at it again?
He came over here. It's like,
I'm the alpha male.
Look, everyone, I'm Big Dog. Balder hasn't tried it. My last dog, Boaz, would occasionally try to do that back to him. But Boaz was only slightly smaller than Balder is now, so he'd be humping around Joey, and Joey wouldn't even know it. And then when he would find out, he'd get very pissed off. It's like, I bought him for no one! Like, bite him and stuff. Anyway, do we have flashlights and stuff like that? Because I'm going to bet there's no power to this
I
house.
mean, lanterns
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, there's flashlights. Flashlights exist.
in the 20s?
Lanterns would be good, too.
Big ass ones, like the battery's like that big square thing. And it's
It looks like a small car battery.
Yeah.
My dad used
It
to
has
have
like a
one of those.
lamp on it. It actually has like almost
Like
like
a
a
big
car
one.
lamp on it. And
They'd light stuff up, though.
Yeah.
They're better than the handhelds by a lot.
Oh my god, yeah, the handhelds. My dad actually still has one.
My dad did, too. We used to break that thing out every time we lost
It's
power.
like a miniature spotlight.
Yeah, you just kind of, you rock it back and point it at the ceiling. It was like the whole room had lights anyway.
Yeah.
We should get some of those.
Do we have
Yes.
some of those in your trunk?
That would actually require a luck roll to see if you remembered.
Let me check.
Why don't we
'Cause
trade some of our salt for some lanterns at the general store?
We do. Because I rolled a 9%.
All right,
Oh,
so
never
you've got I'll say a 9. Yeah, I'll say you've got.
So I made it by 41.
Yeah. I will say that you've got lanterns. You can have flashlights if you want them in the trunk, and
All right.
also a couple road flares because you roll
Good for
high.
burning down the house, right?
All right. Hey, I have all sorts of stuff in here.
It's
Where
like-
did I get this stuff?
It's as if you're afraid of the dark.
I must be.
Yes, you can't shove between my leg and the table. There's just, yeah.
Oh, he has no concept of his size. Oh, you know
Oh, there
what?
goes Joey.
What he's trying to do there, actually, is he wants to lay on your feet, because that way he knows where you are without having to look at you. It's actually an affectionate thing.
What's this going?
Joey's like, so is this.
Joey loses if Val gets gas, which happens sometimes
Oh.
after he eats. That's you say "all" now. Wait till it happens.
It was already happening over here.
Fly
Yeah.
up against the
Oh,
wall.
man.
You don't say "all" at that point. You say
Oh. What? Yes, I see you.
Everybody sees you.
And that's his thing. He just kind of sits in front of you in pants. That's what he does to me all day. It's like, I don't know what you want.
He doesn't want anything. He just wants to be in the room with you.
Something he actually wants to be right.
Alright, so can we grab 2 flashlights?
Get some of
Go
those
to-
lanterns.
Yeah.
And I think we ought to bring the flares.
Yeah,
I-
can't hurt.
I think flares sound like a good idea. I don't even know why, but suddenly this idea of burning the house down sounds like it might have to
Because
come to fruition.
every house in Call
Well,
of Cthulhu needs to be burned
Here's the
down.
thing,
much.
I have not yet encountered anything supernatural, but I'm already getting skeeved out by the weird way everybody in town is acting, including some of us.
Now calm down.
It's always him.
That's my point.
I told you he was weird.
You
Didn't I tell you?
definitely
I
told
told you there's something about him.
And the fact that the alcoholic is his best friend kind of makes me.
I'm just saying, if I can get control of a second demon, I'm perfectly okay
Second.
with
Play your cards
that.
right.
What? No. Oh no, one.
Yeah, good calls. Good job. All right, so how are you getting in? Are you going through
We
the
have
window?
a key, so
Yeah, let's just go through the
Okay.
front
I
door.
think we have a key, right? She was going to give us a key.
She didn't have the key.
How were we supposed? We were invited to stay there.
David was probably going to take one of us
David
over
was going to
there.
do it. David had the key.
I don't care about this house.
We were going to break in a window. I'm going back up to the creepy cabin just to get a key. Then we're going to walk in with one of them and get stabbed in the back as soon as we go through the door.
Oh no, because we're going to go in one this way, one this way.
With a. What's it called again?
Oh yeah.
The French.
French. Thank you.
Bunch of Frenchies.
French.
It's gonna be my next weapon in D&D. I want to wield this French. Oh, what?
Yeah, poor Justin's not going to know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah.
You miss so much, you know, when you miss game day.
I don't know what's going on.
That's a common statement from him, though.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I don't
guys?
understand that. What do you mean?
Yeah.
All right,
Tell
so
you later.
all right, breaking in the window with your torches and lanterns. And,
Do we want to, why don't we just kick down a door?
That probably. I was thinking, like, you know, you find the door with the window or something like that and just kind of unlock the thing. But yeah, we could just kick in a door too. They didn't invent deadbolts yet or something, right? I don't know.
Even if they did, we've all got guns.
It's also true.
are you gonna shoot the lock off, or are you gonna force it?
I'm going to try to force it first.
All right,
Less
that's
noisy.
since it's locked, so it's gonna need a hard strength roll.
Oh, wait, let me grab a... Where are you? Oh, let's just say this one. I made it by 3.
All right. So the door bursts open. The lock is broken.
Not my house.
That means they can't lock us in, right?
Right.
All right. You didn't break any windows in here, so the only light coming in, and is getting dimmer because of the. This is from the late 70s. Got it. All right. So this room, pretty much, as far as furnishings go, it matches the kitchen. As in, there's very, very little. There's a table in one corner with a chair. There's a couch. There's a fireplace up against one wall. And I guess it'd be the middle wall. You can see through a doorway into the kitchen. That's really it. There's one bookshelf, though.
Should we look for the tracks he told us about?
Yeah.
There's no tracks in the living room.
Clearly, no one's been here in a long time.
All right, then let's relocate the tracks.
Okay. So you're going to the kitchen. You can see where the tracks go. Behind the wall where the stove was, you can see there's another door going out the other side of the house, basically. That's the back door. And then the trail goes to a second door, which is, you couldn't see it because it's basically like up against the wall. So if you come through the doorway and you look to your right, here's the doorway, and that's where the trail goes.
Why has it always got to be in the basement? Why can't anybody do stuff in the living room?
You didn't look in the living room. Maybe somebody did.
Whatever
something.
room that was, we walked into then.
It's probably the basement.
It's always the basement. Is this a gas stove?
Yes.
I'm assuming so.
Yeah.
If they don't have water in the house, they probably don't have gas in here.
Yeah, there's no gas running yet.
Damn it.
Not a bad line to think in, though.
When in doubt, blow it up.
Prime that right now.
Yeah.
Alright, well, let's go check the basement.
Who's going first?
I think you just volunteered.
Nope.
You talked.
You talked.
Let's go.
You go
No,
first.
no, it's not that. It's just because he would go after you people.
Go on down
All right.
there.
So you
Fine,
open.
I'm gonna go down with my gun.
As you open the door, like it's even darker down there than it was on the first floor with the windows blacked out.
All right, I got my lantern and my gun.
So really,
Throw
all
a
you
flare down.
True.
can really, if you toss the flare down, all it's really going to do with the flashlight is it's going to illuminate the stairs and it's going to illuminate maybe about like 4 feet around the stairs. And
The
there's
flare.
So you're really only seeing like bare floor. It's a dirt floor basement basically.
Oh, it's like a root cellar?
What's that in my fruit cellar?
I'll be right back.
You should give
Run out to
me,
the car, get some gasoline.
give me a dex check.
Siphon some gas. Just getting ready.
You know, 55-gallon drum.
I just add them together, right?
No, it's
No.
percentage.
Percentage.
One is tens, one is ones.
Oh crap.
You didn't do it that way, did you?
No.
Roll again. Use your
Percent
tens and
out.
yeah, there you go. Under your decks.
Under
I'll give you a dex.
9 to 5. What's that?
95.
Oh.
So that's probably
No.
a fail.
Yeah.
So as you're going down, one of the stairs is like really rickety, and you fall.
On your head.
Want him to go
Twice.
And
Click. I haven't burned this thing down.
the stairs are fucked up.
My plan has come together. Let's go.
The stairs are clearly possessed. We gotta go.
All right, so you're only going to take 1 damage for falling.
Okay.
Um,
Where the hell's HP?
But then a monster comes up and jumps
Box
you for
underneath
5.
your this little box.
Right above luck, right underneath the name and stuff.
Right to the left of the C in Call of Cthulhu.
Gotcha.
so you fall, you drop your lantern, you drop your gun.
Hold on.
Help me.
Do I have any flasks of oil? Rolling luck. I do. Apparently, I have a lot of flasks of oil.
Go back out to the car and get them.
No, with a 14 from my 65, I think they're on my utility belt.
Yeah. Oh my god, I'm Black 70s Batman.
All right, so as it's lighting up more of the room now, because basically the lantern broke and it's on fire now.
Good job!
But it's a little bit contained, but if you don't take care of it, it's gonna cause problems and smoke and all that.
I shoot him in the hands.
He did say he was going to shoot you this game.
What game doesn't he want to shoot me in?
I have yet to play one where that didn't happen. Yeah, it's true.
Pretty much every game, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Every one of your that's your next big challenge. Play a character that doesn't hate me.
Then I have to make your character.
I know that your D&D character is a Warhammer guy, so you'd probably try to beat him with the hammer instead of shooting him in that one. I think that's the only
True,
exception I
yeah.
can think of.
Well, no, because I can throw the hammer.
You even tried to kill him in the one-shot dungeon world.
Mm-hmm.
No, he tried to kill me
No, he
first.
did kill you.
Yeah, he did kill me first. You pulled me back in when I tried to save you. Remember that?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. You were trapped under
the little bug
walkway,
things
and
under
the little bug things were
walkway.
eating you.
The nerdlings were eating you, and I said, "All right, well, you can get out." He's offering you his hand, so you can pull him in and basically scramble over his body and leave him in your place.
All right, I do
He said, "I
it.
do it," and then they ate him, and he died.
Yes.
That's why you're January.
I forgot
That
about that.
character was so bad. It was so selfish. Most of my characters are, I've noticed.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. So you have fallen down the stairs.
Ow!
That's actually what I imagined it would sound like. So in the light from the broken lantern, you see two things. One is a human-sized box up against one wall.
Like a
Coffin.
It has a
There we
lid.
go, thank you.
It's not a coffin. It's really just like a box. You could probably say
It's 9 feet tall. It has intricate carvings on it. It contains the master.
Is it like a crate looking, or is it more like an actual castle?
We need to go to town. It looked like he broke his neck.
And the lid is actually off of it. You don't see anything else.
Sarcophagus.
The other thing in the room is there's a table with a chair at it. And there's a stack of notebooks.
Got burning material down here.
You sure do. I just threw 2 flasks of oil at you.
And I will say that it looks like somebody has been writing down here. Like the writings, if you look at the notebooks, they're fresh. It's actually opened and someone has been writing on the one that's on the table.
Right.
Milk, eggs, bread.
Kill children.
To do list. Replace children with creepy replicants. Mow lawn.
Buy new spoons.
Buy more furniture.
Take care of the dust upstairs.
Yeah. Buy
For
vacuum.
real this time.
Yeah.
Alright, I yell up to you guys and I'm like, there's some stuff down here you guys should probably see.
Describe it.
I think it's an open sarcophagus and a notebook, or a bunch of notebooks that were recently written in. What does it say in them?
Maybe you want to bring those out of there before you die of smoke inhalation.
Yeah. Are you
Put out
going to
the
take
fire.
care of those flames?
Oh god damn it. Yeah, I'll go stomp that out.
Okay.
That's why he didn't die from the Hound of Ill Omen, right?
Yes.
What?
Because Matt had said if you don't take care of that, it's going to be a problem, and you just took care of it.
Right.
Oh yeah, you could tell Kim left and right, and she didn't even know it was happening. Death was.
I got it,
creeping
guys.
her.
I got it.
And we all explained it to her like 4 times, but she just never quite. That connection just never happened. So what happens? You die, but don't I get a say? No.
You die.
I told you last time. If you don't stop this, you die.
Best.
That whole adventure was a comedy of errors. It was so great.
Sarcophagus means nothing to me. This is out of my element. But
That's more in my realm.
all right, Doc, why don't you go down there and see
Let's-
how bad this is?
Let's take a look.
I want to grab a chair or something. I think my leg's broken. Is it broken?
No.
No.
You took 1 point of damage.
You have like a splinter and like an abrasion or something like that.
Yeah. He's got a brush burn on his
Like
knee.
the biggest damage you took was to your dignity, really.
Really?
Critical hit right to the dignity.
Do you need a kiss from mommy and a band-aid?
If you have one.
Although if you want to play it,
I
ah,
can
guys,
get a
my
kiss
leg
from
is
your
broken.
mother.
I think somebody needs to carry
That'd be
me.
your line.
I will.
You want to go down and look at it?
Yeah.
All right. So you're careful to avoid the step that he slipped on.
Mm.
Give me an archaeology roll.
All right. Let's see here. Ooh. Missed it by 7.
Luck?
Oh yeah, it's true. I can spend luck, can't I? Then I shall. To make it.
Okay, so this very much looks like a classic sarcophagus. It doesn't have any markings on it that would designate any period of history. But it looks like something you would store a body in. But the one thing that strikes you is that it's new. Like, it is not old. Like, it was built very recently.
Well, this is not any type of ancient sarcophagus. This was made recently.
Why would someone do that as opposed to a coffin?
That's a good question. I don't remember what sarcophagus are used for instead of coffins.
They're just, that's it.
Just a cultural thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Like you put, well, if you go by the Egyptian model, it's, you
More
pimp your
elegant
ride to
and-
the
yeah.
afterlife.
Yeah.
Right.
More elegant and everything
Right.
like that. Whereas a coffin's just something to hold your rotting corpse in.
Coffins are really just traditional containers for human remains, whereas a sarcophagus is usually an indication of some kind of status.
So we're not dealing with a Frenchie, we're dealing with an Arab.
Hard to say. There are no distinguishing markings on it.
Has it been opened or has it never been closed?
Can't really say.
Really? There's no pry marks or nail holes or something like that to indicate that it had been at one point sealed?
Yeah, I don't see any type of...
Give me a regular spot hidden.
No.
Alright, so... I'll just give you this. It's... You can see marks. With whatever light you've got, you can see scrape marks. So it looks like it travels on a certain path every time it's opened. So you can discern that it's coming off and opening frequently.
Okay. I don't see any marks on it that indicate it was forced open, simply that the way in which it opens leaves scratches on the surface, and it's been opened and closed repeatedly.
I want to check it out. Like, does it have a scent, like, of either, the preservative herbs that they use, or if they're rot, or does it seem like maybe it's a container that's used to smuggle things instead?
It smells horrible inside.
Okay.
Like it's a mixture of a rotting corpse, cow manure, just a combination of the worst things that you can imagine is what it smells like on the inside.
And this thing has been opened repeatedly?
Mm-hmm.
What the hell would they be transporting in here that they need to open it up and close it up again and again?
And why the hell would they want to open it if it stinks this badly
So,
to begin with?
You're looking inside of it, right?
Yeah.
There is only one thing inside of the this tomb, basically. It's a sheaf of very, very old-looking yellowed papers.
What's written on them?
It's in French.
Does anybody read French?
I do.
What's your score in French?
50.
I'm gonna say no. Do a hard roll.
So 25. 55. Nope.
So what you can discern from the paper, what the writing is that
It's French.
it's French. It's written in a very, very, very old style.
It's fancy French.
It's so old.
Is it like reading Shakespeare, basically, or
Yeah.
Beowulf?
Yeah, it's well, not quite going back that far. It's written in French that he should be able to understand, but it's archaic. It's not as old as like Old English, but it's a dialect. It's a way of writing that hasn't existed for 300 years.
Are the I'm gonna go and take a look at the notebooks piled up on the table. Are they also written in French?
They are. In fact, if you compare the writing on the papers he has, it's the same as in the notebooks. The difference is the notebooks are newer.
Right.
The handwriting is, like I said, is similar, but there is something noticeably different about it. Almost as if the person writing is having a hard time holding their pen that they're writing with.
Is that for the newer one?
The newer ones, yes.
Are there any Franches around?
No, there's a couple of like blunt objects in the room, like plywood, a shovel.
I love how you took that totally seriously.
Yeah.
I feel like because you guys are looking for them, I was like, what did that come from? What did he actually see? So, if you're looking at the book, which you're looking at the one that's opened, I guess.
Yeah.
If you're also looking at the desk, the one that's open kind of just stops mid-sentence. The stack next to it has a title scrawled on the front. This is actually, you can discern this because it's similar to how it would look in English. And the title is called The Revelations of Glocki. And there's a 1 just scrawled on the front.
No.
So, alright, so there actually is a mechanic for reading books, because reading books is important because books have all the nasty stuff in them. Are you doing like a cursory glance through, or are you like shifting through the pages, or are you actually trying to like get something out of it?
I'm just kind of flipping through the pages, just trying to get a general sense of.
If you want
What
some
it
time
is.
to really get into that, I think that's cool, but I think we ought to take them out of here and do it elsewhere.
Yeah, we're on a time crunch.
I don't want to be here after dark.
I will.
That's our party's battle cry.
Yeah. It's dark. Let's get out of here. But I'll take the.
You're taking the whole stack?
Yeah, I may as well.
Okay.
I just came up with a great name for our party. We're the Dusk Warriors.
Yeah.
We have to be in by dusk.
We have a curfew.
We're first shift.
There you go.
Alright, so you're going to take, including the one that's open on the table, there's 12 notebooks in all.
Okay.
How thick are these notebooks? Are we talking like the Mead bound ones, or?
We're talking like tomes.
Yeah.
I did look this up because I wasn't sure how this would actually play out, but they did have notebooks in the 20s. And they really would be more or less like the marble notebooks you would get.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's what they are. Like, they look like, somebody went down to the general store, picked up a bunch of these things, and then just started scrawling just gibberish in them.
So you could just throw a belt around 12 of them, throw them over your shoulder. I mean, these aren't exactly.
Yeah, they're not heavy.
I can make us camp anywhere. I just don't think we should be absorbed in things that are going to take our attention right here, because I don't want to be surprised in someone else's territory.
Yes. Do we still have time to make it back to town before dark?
I think we want to stay closer to the lake. They say this thing comes at night. I at least think that means they're going to do something at night.
If you want to be... Alright, if you don't want to get too far away from the lake, you got a couple options. You can either camp there if you want.
Is that girl still outside?
She's still in the freaking car.
Yeah.
We may as well bring her back to the cabin,
Because
right?
we're not going to bring her anywhere. I can just tell her to go back to the camera.
The other place is the closest town would be Shoreham, which you pass through on your way here.
And that's where, what's his name, got arrested and
Yeah, that's where Buxton went to.
he went to get help basically.
Right, and they actually have resources there you could use. Like if you intend to study the book, you can use the Historical Society's library.
I want to see what they're gonna do at night.
I kind of do too.
I don't believe in the creature still, but I definitely believe that they believe in the creature. I'm fully convinced that they're sold on this. I want to see what they think is going to happen.
I want to find this Elaine thing.
Yeah, well, I think he's going to show up at night.
Yeah. Right.
So I kind of want to stalk and spy on them. That is not obligating anybody else.
Can I take a couple of the books and start like analyzing them? They're all in French, right?
They are in French.
We'll need our camp set up for that then. If he's going to,
Unless you guys want to go to town and see if maybe there's some translation aids in the Historical Society's library.
we would probably be a better use in town.
Because you're not going all the way back to the cop station, so that shouldn't be as far.
Right.
You guys just gonna stay there?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine.
Push comes to
Yeah.
shove, we can just go across the lake. It's Montreal.
No, it's New York.
No. The other side of Lake Champlain.
Is New York.
I thought it was in
No, if you go north, you have to go north to Montreal. Like if you're looking at a map of Lake Champlain, Montreal's up here. Where you are is like right down here.
Oh,
You're at like the
I'm not
narrowest
as close
point.
as I
You're at the
thought.
narrowest point of the lake.
Never mind.
Plus, once the sun goes down, the ferry stops moving. So unless you get a boat.
Well, I'm not talking about for like right now of immediate importance. We can always just go to French Canada and hey, read this, go insane, and then tell us what it says.
Oh, okay. For a while I was thinking,
Why are we going to Canada?
I was wondering, well, it wasn't exactly why we're going to Canada. It's what did you think we were going to do that was so bad we need to flee the country?
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going too, actually.
No, for the French.
That makes a lot more sense. Okay.
Yes. Sorry.
Now the other thing is, Middlebury is a pretty big liberal arts university. They're probably going to have people that can translate French. We'll probably have, people from, who are
That's
French
why I
Canadian.
said push comes to shove. Like,
But like that, if you do that, you're talking like a 2-day drive.
and again, we may need to flee the country. I've done so before, and I'm willing to do so again.
That was hysterical. You fled the country, and then Kim refused to come out of the house. I tried to throw him every bone possible so that he didn't have to fight the monster by itself. And no one would help him.
You get abandoned a lot by this party, don't you?
Well, what would you do if you go into a house, you go upstairs, and a bed knocks you out of the house?
But as it stood, you were the only one that was physically attacked. He saw something out of the corner of his eye. Kim heard a noise and ran.
and she was the nun assassin?
No,
She was not a nun assassin
No,
at
this
that
was
one.
something
That was
else.
her. She was the kneecapping lawyer.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the
I'm seeing a pattern of viciousness here.
in
Yes.
the one where we burned down the mansion, she was the nun.
I have this picture of her like strangling someone to death with her rosary. It's
Yeah. Well, in Shadowrun, I made the offhanded joke about, we were in this party getting into a shootout and we didn't want to shoot anybody innocently. And I was like, oh, yeah, because, we don't care about these people. Why don't we just use the kids for body armor? And she's like, that's a great idea. I'm like, no. I'm saying we shouldn't kill these people.
Are there any kids here? No.
Are there any
there's
kids
no
here?
kids
And the
here.
context for it, too, is that we had observed somebody throw a knife at the start of the game. He threw it he was pretty accurate with his knife throwing. So the guy with the knife went down a hall. Oh no! Better get some body armor.
Yeah.
Living human body armor.
While at the same time, we've just obliterated every other thing we've come across. So why
Yeah.
are you worried? All right, you got
She's worried about getting hurt, and they haven't really taken a scratch.
Yeah, because at one point we were at the docks, and I got out of the car, and somebody tried to shoot me with a sniper rifle, and I said, "You're adorable," and I shot him and his friends off the roof, as I took no damage whatsoever. And she was worried about the dude with the knife.
I mean, he threw it really well.
It could theoretically be a magical knife. Theoretically.
But she was worried about getting hit with a knife. Like,
I love how the answer to that, though, is to strap children to your body.
Yes.
but the
She
thing
even named them Kevlar and Teflon.
The thing I love, though, that every gun she fired then became her favorite gun. She fired a pistol. Oh, I love this gun. I'm using it. And then she used, I forget what.
The assault rifle?
No, I think it was her submachine gun.
Oh, yeah.
And then she used it, and everyone was like, "Oh, I love this gun. I love it. This is my favorite gun." I'm
I
like,
wanna go in there.
"Damn, settle down." They're like,
Although, Savillette Guardian, best pistol ever.
Yes.
High concealability, 3-round burst.
"Yeah,
Because 3-round burst matters in that game.
yeah."
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I remember the first time I upgraded from pistol to assault rifle because we didn't have to worry about concealability. I'm like, oh my god, things die when you shoot them. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Anyway, but we digress.
Yes.
Okay. So, what are we doing? You have...
So I guess we're going to head back to the closest town,
Okay.
find a place to stay so we can start looking through these notebooks.
I really think we should save that for later. Like, much after we defeat the big bad thing later.
You don't think it's going to have some information on what they're up to?
Yeah, we probably need information on what we're dealing with and who this guy
I
is.
think by the time they get that, we'll be in the fight already.
Well, then we'll
Do you
gonna
think
fight
we're
these
going to
guys?
do you in... Okay, this is my whip. Okay. And I don't go into the woods very often. Do you think I'm going to be a benefit to you?
When you put it like that.
I can make things worse by summoning the demon.
What are you talking about?
You can do what now?
Is everybody religious crazy out here?
Okay, this is the only time I will be happy if the answer is this. The demon is your penis, right? Right?
Sure.
If I ever run an extended
Alright.
campaign, his character is going to be the villain.
In almost every campaign, my character always is the villain.
Yeah, but like the path you are actually on will make you into like a homicidal wizard.
No, well, whatever. I'm okay with that.
I know, don't release the demon.
Omega was not the villain.
He just helped the villain.
Twice.
Hey, it's fine. We banished Omega to the Phantom Zone and saved that universe. Oh, no, wait, we were going for Superman. I'm sorry.
No, remember Superman was in on it. It was on an elaborate scheme to save his world.
That's right. Thanks, our ploy about me destroying a city and sinking a continent lured him from his dimension, and now we have imprisoned the horrible multiversal evil.
Alright,
Do
so
we
we're
wanna do
saying...
we just want to turn the college girl loose and send her on her way by herself? That seems kind of cold, doesn't it?
Well, if she's in on it with them, she's probably the safest of all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, we're not really in dangerous woodland territory.
Yeah, the woods are thick, but it's not like there's bear roaming around here.
All right, then let's just. Why don't we let her know that? Let her out of the car. It looks like the cops don't want anybody to see Dr. Buxton right now. So, I guess there's nothing to do but for you to go back and rejoin your friends.
Oh, that's too bad. Maybe some other day you can come up.
We were hoping for that. We're gonna try again later.
Okay. So, she actually doesn't go off. She doesn't follow the road back up. She actually walks through the woods.
I'm gonna do that. I have stealth and I have track, and I'm good at both.
That would be a track.
Awesome. I'm not that good though.
Well, I don't have track, so...
You know what though? Well,
You're just used to for track.
hold on a second. I'll do some luck here. What's my luck? I have 50 points of luck. So I failed by a lot. 10. I failed by 13. I will spend it. And then I am tracking her. So that'll put me down to 37.
Alright, so she's leaving a really obvious trail. Like, she's not really trying to hide where she's going.
And I totally couldn't follow it.
But, like, she's also not making, like, she's not a big person. Like, she's a young college student girl. Like, she's not, tearing through bushes or anything, but you can follow where she's going. She is heading north back towards the cabin.
Is there any particular benefit to the way that she's going versus taking the road? I mean, is it a straight line or something, or
It is more of a straight line because she's basically just like cutting through woodland.
Instead of
As opposed
taking
to,
the
like,
winding
going up.
road up, that she's cutting straight across.
So like it'll still take about half an hour still to get back to the cabin.
all right? So once I figure out basically what she's doing, I'll break off and return to them. I just want to see if she was going to meet somebody. She still may, but I have a pretty good feeling she won't. So
All right.
she has an uncanny sense of direction.
Yeah, it's a little bit unnerving because the guy said these aren't people that are used to being in the woods.
Right,
And she's going.
And you didn't mention anything about her using a light source either.
Nope.
So
She just went.
yeah, that's what I
And
figured.
like the sun is still setting, but it's getting obviously dark in the forest.
Yeah. It's like she can feel where the rest of them are, or
Yeah.
something's up there. So
Mhm.
anyway, all right. So you guys are taking the car back to, or a car back to that middling town.
Yes.
You want to stick with me?
Sure.
We'll make camp and spy on them.
Okay.
I want to try to set up one of those tree lofts
Okay.
in some cover, and
Yeah, I'll say you're able to do that. You're a hunter. And you're making room for him, or is he on his own?
no, I'll make. I mean, if I can't do it in one tree, we'll make two.
Okay. We'll say that takes you a couple hours. So now you're at sunset.
Cool.
How are you? What are you in? What I guess let's say are you in view of the lake anywhere or anything like that?
So the way I'm thinking it is, if they are really interested in something going on at the lake, I would like to have a decent view of the lake as it would be accessed from their cabin, because that's going to be the way that they go to it.
Okay.
So that's really what I want to see, because if they're coming out of the cabin, odds are that's where they're going to go, especially at night.
Okay. So I'll say you're probably like a half mile from the house. You're within sight of the lake. You're in like one of the taller trees. Do you have a light source of any kind?
I would specifically not be using it in this case.
Okay.
I mean, I'll have one on me, but I don't want to be shining it around saying, "Hi, look, I'm up here looking at you."
I'm stealthy.
Right.
All right. Give me a luck roll.
Now, when I do that, do I use the reduced luck?
The reduced luck.
Okay.
And how does that recover again?
With a long rest, really. Basically, like the next day. Like you have to sleep.
Utter and complete fail.
Okay. So, there's not really going to be a whole lot you can see. There's not a lot of civilization around here, so there's not a lot of light. The moon is out, but there's a lot of cloud cover too.
Okay.
So you're getting, if you're looking down at, you kind of have a general idea where their cabin is, and if you look down, you can see, I guess, like a stairwell from the cabin down to the lake shore, but you're going to have a hard time making out any details.
Okay.
All right, and you two were going back to Shoreham.
Yes.
Where do you want to go?
Is there a public library?
Yes.
There is a public library. There is the Historical Society, and there's like a local bar.
Should probably go to the Historical Society.
All
I
right.
say that's where the translator.
Yeah, somebody at Historical Society is going to have a better idea of, older materials. They'll recognize things like that.
All right, then that's where we'll head first.
All right, it's. What do you say? It's about like 7 o'clock now. Yeah, knock on the door. And really small, bookish-looking dude, big glasses, bow tie, stereotypical nerd, comes to the door and says, "Hi, can I help you? The society's closed."
Oh, I'm sorry. We were hoping to catch you before you closed. We were looking for someone to help us translate some French.
What kind of French?
Well, it appears to be a. Well, you can explain it better than I can. This is.
It's a very old dialect written in a couple of notebooks that is it like ancient French or is it like older French?
Old style French.
Like old English kind of thing.
So his eyes get big. And, you got some old documents?
I don't know if it's old documents, but it's old, very oldly written in an old dialect.
And don't forget, you got the.
We got the 300-year-old.
Oh yeah, we
Papers,
got that.
too.
I forgot we had that too.
All right, so he's like, "Okay, come in." We'll always
have ancient candy. Come in.
we'll always make time for important historical finds. There's a lot of history around here. You know that they say this is one of the starting points for the American Revolution. So show me what you got.
Okay,
you.
what do we want to
Let
give
me
him
get a paper
first?
towel so I can set that on before.
Do we want to give him the notebook first or the pages?
Pages.
All right.
All right, so he starts like shifting through the pages, and he's doing it for like about 15 minutes, and he's going through, and his eyes are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Do you have any idea what this is?
Nope.
These are lost pages from the guy that discovered Lake Champlain, Samuel de Champlain. This is his personal journal.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Okay,
This is an amazing find. Where'd you get it?
What exactly does it tell you?
That's right.
Well,
Anyone
it's,
else while I'm in here?
Oh, sure.
nobody. We've had his journal. We've had journals of people that were on his expedition before, but like these pages have been apparently torn out, and nobody's ever had them before. The legend about the lake is that it's got the monster, and de Champlain saw it, but he actually never did. That's all fantasy. But this actually does talk about a sighting. It's got some. He mentions that there was a tribe of Indians near the lake, and they were into some pretty serious worship of some weird thing in the lake. And he saw it, and as a good Christian man, he thought that this should not stand, so he destroyed this tribe.
As any good Christian would.
And
Yep.
I mean, that was part of the course for the early European explorers, but he seemed to really think that this was some actual evil going on. And he mentions that one of his men was speared by the creature from the lake.
Speared?
It was befrenched.
Is there anything explaining like the creature speared it? Is what it said?
It says that he was stabbed in the manner that the creature chose its followers. There is apparently some ritual involved with this monster. Other local tribes refused to name it when he spoke to them afterwards. But this lieutenant of his was stabbed through the chest and died. And they gave him a burial. They made a cairn for him in what's now called Hans Cove, which is near where he died. But after that, it doesn't say anything else. That's a huge find. That's incredible. I'm not sure if I believe it. It sounds like fanciful, explorers telling tales. But it's incredible that you actually found some of his original writings.
Oh. Should we show them the notebooks too, I guess?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm going to hand them a couple of the notebooks that we got.
So he looks at him, and he's like, this is all gibberish. Like, how did you get this? Where did this come from? It's written in the old dialect, but it's obviously modern because they didn't have notebooks like this in 15th century France, and I can't make any heads or tails of what whoever's writing this is talking about.
We found it alongside the original documents.
I hope this means that the older pieces of paper aren't hoaxes, but judging from the age of the pages, it almost looks like that's an impossibility, so I can't explain these. I can give you notes on how to translate it so you can read it yourself, but I had no real interest in this.
Oh, that would be very helpful.
So as he's like writing these notes out, like translation notes on how to do it, he wants to know, can he have Champlain's document? It would be a huge
Do you
boost.
want to give it to him?
Like, I'd like to at least get testings on this to see if this is actually the real thing, and not some hoax.
All it told us was basically that what's happening now has happened before. It didn't offer us any insight as to how to deal with something like that.
True. Yeah, I guess we could.
I don't see the harm in it, provided we could come back and reference it if we needed to.
Of course. So it'll be a prize collection here at the Historical Society.
No, well, very good.
All right, so
It belongs in a museum.
All right, so after he's finished that, he gives you the notes. So I guess you're going to read it because you know French.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to... We'll say, are you going to, like... You're not going to... How in-depth are you going to read this? Same as before? Like, are you
want to go?
How much power can I get?
And also, which one of the notebooks are you going to read?
First one.
Okay. And how deeply are you going into it?
There's a level.
Sorry about.
Huh?
I would start with number 4 because that's where it starts to get good. 1 through 3 are crap.
Yeah.
I mean, really what it comes down to is, are you reading to gain knowledge from it, or are you reading to understand the contents?
Oh, you're adorable.
Okay.
Can I do both?
It'll take you longer to do it that way. So we'll say it'll take 3 hours to read it.
Okay.
So, the contents of the book, The Revelations of Glocki, this first volume is discussing this entity, this god, that is known as Glocki. It came to Earth millions of years ago in a comet that it had been imprisoned in. And it landed in what became the Severn Valley in, what's it called, in England.
Okay.
And over the centuries, a lake
You
formed
guys
there.
give that to him.
Really?
The lock, pretty much.
No, this is
Oh, it's separate. Okay.
a separate lake. This is in England. This isn't Loch Ness.
Okay.
This is a lake in the Severn Valley. It doesn't name it. It doesn't name where how to find it.
Okay.
But this creature in the lake would call out to followers.
Mm-hmm.
It would try and speak through dreams,
Gotcha.
and it would pull people towards the lake, where it would transform them into its servants.
Show 'em your hands.
It doesn't say how it does this,
That's it. There's no more.
and specifically that while the entity is trapped within this lake in England, other shards of the comet landed elsewhere,
Mm-hmm.
and they can act as a gate, provided that it lands in a body of water.
Mm. But it describes these pieces as just being like a rock,
Right.
not like an actual being or anything. It's just
No, the being was not. The comet wasn't the being. The comet held the being.
Gotcha. And he landed down in somewhere in England.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
But through his influence, he can appear in other bodies of water throughout the world.
Ew.
Yes, he uses that as a.
A portal kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And his main objective is to gather followers.
Trying to dominate the world.
Damn, we can't compete with something that can teleport.
No, you're screwed. So, what you are getting from having read that
He's crazy.
roll your sanity.
All right, how am I rolling this?
Same as before, percentage. And you gotta roll under your sanity score.
What do I have?
Yeah.
Okay, what's my sanity score?
It's your power.
Power.
And it's
70.
actually
This one?
it's
Oh,
that
okay.
it's that big chart at that one, yeah.
Okay, so 70.
Yep.
Alright. 41 out of 70.
Okay. So you're only gonna lose 1 point of sanity. Add 2 points to your Cthulhu mythos.
Yes!
The one thing you don't want going up.
Why?
So then you also decrease 2 points of your max sanity that you can have.
That's why.
Wait, so what's that?
So
So you
So
max
I went
sanity-
down one,
you
and
went
then I
you
do
lost
another
1
2?
point of your current stat.
Okay,
You max out at whatever your sanity max is.
70.
No.
No.
That's-
No, the one
it
next
used
to
be,
it.
It's basically 100 minus your Cthulhu lore skill.
So wait, no, this
So
one?
you have 90 as your score, right?
Sure.
As in the right hand one.
Yeah, next
This
to your
one-
70. Yeah.
Yeah,
So then you lose 2
89.
points off of that.
Okay, so that's 87.
When that hits 0, you're an evil wizard.
Well, he's officially an evil wizard. He's an evil wizard now.
He's working on being an evil wizard. And as you're flipping through the book, you see components of what looks like a spell. And it's described as being able to contact the inhabitants of the lake. To learn it, you would have to study the book longer, like
Okay.
more than a day.
And you have to mix preferences.
Now, alright, I'll explain to him what I learned from it, so.
Okay.
That doesn't do anything to his sanity, does it?
No.
Okay.
No, you can describe it to him. He'll learn what you know, but he's not gonna gain any points or lose any sanity. Yes. And I guess actually the other here's another rule that they added with books is you can choose to believe what you read or not.
I believe everything.
Okay. If you choose not to believe what you've read, then you don't take the sanity damage right away.
But you don't get the lore skill either, right?
You do get the lore skill.
You do.
You do. But say you read about a ghoul. It's like, that's bullshit. You meet a ghoul. You take the sanity damage from seeing it, you take the sanity damage from having read about it, all at once. And that's usually going to drive you crazy.
Right.
Okay. What are you going to do?
Shut the book. Go on to the next one.
You're going to the next one. Okay.
I'm gonna sleep it off.
You really want to drive your character crazy, don't you?
All right, I'll
You
give
got
you.
11 more to go.
I think I did it already last time. I'm pretty sure I drove him to insanity last time.
All right, so you're going into the next one. The next one has informations. It has the second volume talks about his servants, how he creates them.
Anything about how to like deactivate that?
There's
There you
no way to deactivate them.
Kill a monster.
You kill them. That's the only way to get
Oh,
rid
you
of
have to
them.
kill? Okay.
They have to be killed. What happens is Glocky
Shit,
has
we don't have cell phones in this time. Go on.
it has a way to. It's described as being covered in spines. He can take the spine and inject it into the victim, breaks it off,
It's a giant urchin.
and it spreads this venom throughout the victim. The victim dies and comes back to life as a part of Glocky. It retains some of its memories and it can act independently, but Glocky can make it do whatever it wants. It's its slave. It mentions that after about 60 years of this undeath, they start to decompose when exposed to sunlight. So anybody recently turned can walk out in the daytime. Anybody older is going to just like shrivel up in the most horrible way possible.
Interesting.
And you see more formulas, more spells in there. There's a way described to speak with the undead. There is a way to steal the life force from somebody. Things like that. Yeah, that's going to require more time to study them.
He's gonna take it.
No, I'm not gonna take it. I haven't learned the other ones, so I shut the book.
All right.
Move on.
So you believe it?
Sure. $87. Oh crap! That's like.
Do ties go to the runner?
Nope. So you take you only take one more sanity damage. You raise your Cthulhu Mythos by 1.
Still hasn't quite figured out that bad, right?
Yeah, and then
So are you just gonna keep flipping through all of these?
No, at this point I'm gonna tell him that we have to go and see them. And wake up!
what time is it?
I don't know. It doesn't matter.
All right then.
Alright, let's just say you're gonna drive him back.
Why he's sleeping?
Do you know how to drive?
Sure. I
Yeah.
don't know if he's okay with me driving his car.
He probably shouldn't be driving his car most times.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you
Back
made that
then,
here.
they didn't have laws against that.
I'm
That
not
doesn't
saying
mean
women.
he shouldn't be doing it.
Right.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
because there wasn't laws doesn't mean it's okay.
Everybody drove drunk. It's okay.
Doesn't make it right.
Still doesn't make it a good idea.
Alright, so back to the lake.
Look, I imprisoned a child for many, many years. I'm okay with the moral conundrum of my existence.
We're not talking the morality of it. We're talking the practicality.
All right, you'd be riding in said car with him.
Right. You would have the death seat.
That'll be fine. My demon will protect
Why?
me.
Why
There's
don't
not
they
even
know?
seatbelts.
Right.
Alright, I'll drive.
Alright.
Else, there's not even windshields half the time.
I was gonna say, most of them didn't have, like, enclosed, did they?
No, they were open on the sides.
Mm-hmm. It's like driving a Jeep.
Kind of driving.
Which is how he spent the last game.
I
Alright.
sleep in the back of a car
I struggled to find
until I had
gas
to yell
and
at you
salt.
to just buy this goddamn salt.
We
Just
had-
buy the salt!
Yeah.
We were trying to get
You're 4 adults with jobs. Just buy the goddamn salt.
That was so funny. Alright, so I'm driving.
You're driving back. We'll go back to the lake with you guys. So you're up on the shore, on the trees, you have a view of the shoreline. It's dark. There's not really much to see.
I guess I'll be listening for chanting and whatnot then.
I guess I'll take a look towards the house, see if I can see any movement.
Okay.
31.
What was that, spot hidden?
Yeah.
What you actually see is you see somebody coming along the shore from the ferry landing. It's a younger boy. You actually recognize him as there were two guys running the ferry. There was the guy with the beard you talked to, and there was a scrawny looking kid who's his son. You can see a figure that kind of resembles him coming along the shoreline. And as he's coming up, he's meeting another figure there. A little bit past the house. So the house is here, they're here, you're over here. And they're talking a little bit, and she leads him off along the shoreline. They're heading north.
Woohoo! We really should have worked out some kind of code before
Caw, there's a bird in the mountains that wants to
I will make my way over to that
that very big obvious owl.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, hello.
All right. And they're just going. Now, something to note, the shore isn't, it's not when I say beach, it's all rock.
It's like Rocky Beach. Not
It's
like,
really rocky. It's not pebbles. It's slabs of
That's
rock
what I
that
was
have
actually
broken
picturing.
up. Yeah.
Because, it just wouldn't be creepy unless it was a jagged rocky shore.
Right.
It's true. That somehow does make it creepier.
So he's having trouble. The male figure's having trouble, like what with his footing in the dark. She's just going in a straight line. She's not having any trouble at all.
So you make it over the tree, I go, what does that mean?
You're just having fun with your hands, aren't you?
All right. I will set off after them.
And I will I'll let him get a little ways ahead since he's stealthier, and then I'll try to follow her. Well, then I'll follow them.
Okay.
I'll try to follow them as well.
Living with a mastiff is kind of like when you're driving on the highway and someone cuts you off and then goes 20.
Just walking for him real quick. So funny.
Like that? You do that? Yeah, all the time.
He could rest his head on the table.
Mm-hmm.
He does it on my desk while I work.
Does he? That's why you're working. Just head there.
I am going to say that
Well, it's kind of big and heavy, you know? So you have to hold that up for a while.
you guys don't have any light sources, do you?
Not on.
Yeah, I think we both have flashlights, but I don't think either of us want to use them.
Okay, so it's hard to navigate the beach in the dark with all the rocks. And it's very hard to not make a sound and be sneaky on rocks that are basically shifting under your feet. So it would be a stealth roll, a hard stealth roll.
Sure, that's a 35% chance.
It's better than a 20. They don't have swim. Oh wait, yeah they do.
Swim?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then the guns don't work.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna be able to swim anyway.
You know what? I'm close enough. I'm going to luck this.
Listen for my splash.
So I do make it.
Okay.
Holy crap!
What?
I'm the stealthiest thing ever.
You just vanish.
What'd you get, a 1?
No, but I got a 19, which is close enough for me.
That's great, yeah. So yeah, you guys are able to follow them. They don't notice you. And you're actually able to navigate the beach pretty well. They get to the stairwell where the cabin is, and you can see they're meeting the other 4 students. You can't tell which is which, but
Bless you.
Thank you.
since I assume you're at a distance, you can see that they're having... Not you.
Right
You're
behind him.
They're having some kind of discussion, and it's getting a little bit animated. And 2 of the bigger of the students' figures that you can see, like again, you can't see who is who. They grab the boy, and they drag him even farther along the shore.
I'm thinking we're gonna start moving to shoot people kind of soon.
Yeah.
Follow for a little bit, but if I see any kind of
Spafranch.
yeah, or if it looks like there's going to be a sacrifice or something like that, I'm going to shoot somebody.
Okay. Where are you guys going? Or Rob, where are you driving to?
Drive. Do we have any idea where they set up like their camp or anything? No,
Did you see where they had it set up?
I don't think so. I think we.
No, I gave you a general idea of where what we were going to do, but we didn't have a location picked yet.
All right, so we're gonna just drive back to the house that was on the lake. I'm guessing, because that's where we last were at.
Well, we said we were going to the cabin.
Oh, the cat. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna go back up that way.
To the cabin?
Yeah.
Okay. So then you stop halfway and you walk the rest of the way.
Heartbreak.
I picture him like bouncing off the dashboard and going back.
Doing one of these. Bang.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you're asleep, you get knocked unconscious by the
Yeah.
Oh,
Boy,
sleeping.
he's really tired.
There's like blood trickle from
Yeah,
the
the
finger.
blood.
Are you supposed to be drunk when you have a concussion?
I don't know. Well, what's a
This
concussion?
is the 1920s. Walk it off.
Yeah.
Alcohol is good for everything, including pregnancy.
Yes.
Oh, Jesus. That's terrible.
All right, so you guys are approaching the cabin, and it
How
looks
did we get out here?
the cabin looks deserted in comparison to how you saw it before. Like there's no lights on inside.
Get out. I grab a flashlight. Grab my gun.
I'll grab a flashlight.
Do I have a rifle or do I have
A
a
couple
have
of
a
flares.
Rifle. Yeah, so
Just
how you holding your
shotgun, I guess.
flashlight?
It's dangling.
I'm sure they had duct tape back in the 20s, though.
Did they?
I don't know.
Well, they didn't have a little thing to
Didn't they always
rest the
have
lamp
duct
on?
Yeah, usually those lanterns had a shoulder strap.
I was
so
gonna
they-
say, that's
right, I remember
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Alright, so I put it on my shoulder.
I grabbed my whip, a couple flares, and a flashlight.
Okay.
I'm ready to go.
So if you follow the trail from the house, you find the stairwell that goes back down to the beach.
It's not hot enough.
And sure, why not? You see those two. They've reached the stairwell at the same time as you guys are coming down because that's what I say happens. Of course, you might surprise somebody and they might start shooting. So
There's more of them. Bang!
Look at how that one just lists there. He's obviously one of them.
He's moving really slowly, as if underwater and drunk, and possibly concussed. Man, that guy's really messed up. Let's take the easy one first.
Easy target first.
all right, so everybody's rejoined.
So wait, so you're showing up
They're coming down the
glowing
stairs.
brightly?
Yes.
Okay. He doesn't know.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah.
It's not his fault. I don't blame him at all.
It's dark.
Hey guys! What's your name again?
Kurtz.
Kirk, Doctor.
Doctor, none of your damn business.
Pitch.
I don't talk to you.
Dr. Black.
Paging Dr. Black.
Damn it, he got it right.
Funny guy with the gun.
Are you really shouting this?
Yeah. I forget his name.
So,
Not
like-
so loud. Ah.
So you
jeez.
guys still have like some visual on it.
Keep
You
drinking
see one of them
whiskey.
turn around and they keep
Good idea.
they shuffle on a little bit faster.
I'm going to continue, and I don't want to be spotted by them right now.
We had to give him the bright ass lantern, didn't we?
I think it was his to begin with.
Yeah.
Hey, I was so lucky I had one for each of us.
Have one lantern, one for each of you.
Heck, I may have had a lighthouse in the trunk of that car.
But they don't. They just start moving faster.
Yeah, they're just moving
I'm
faster.
just gonna tail them. I'm not saying nothing.
Dr. Black, where'd you go? Say something. You blended into the darkness.
So they kind
I
of
wonder
reach,
where they could have gotten to.
as you're following them, they kind of reach the end of the shoreline and they cut into the trees. Past that, it's all marsh. That's the cove. So if you're gonna follow them into the woods, you'll need a track roll.
I can do that. I hope.
Never say that before you roll the dice.
Yeah, haven't you learned from this guy?
You better do something, boy.
I've been rolling like crap all night too, so
This is a.
nope. I can luck it again though.
Let me try to track it first. No.
Alright, because I didn't fail by that much. I failed by 6, so
Oh.
I can do this. So, 24, right?
I got real close.
Alright, I'm tracking them.
All right, so you're able to follow them through the woods. They're actually moving at a much faster pace than like you've ever seen them do before. So like you can, and they're dragging a guy with them now. So there's a very clear track.
Oh, and
Yeah.
he clearly does not want to be.
No, he does not. Like he's. There's something very unnerving for this guy. He's like trying to get away as hard as he can.
Don't defrange me, please.
I'm thinking at this point maybe someone needs to get shot then. This is a kidnapping, possible like murder, and I don't necessarily want to do the "this is going on just long enough" thing. So
Right. I don't know if I can hit jack crap in this at this range in the dark.
I think I'm gonna.
Pitch Black can't see in the dark.
Isn't that
You're
the
not
other way
there.
around?
I can see you.
I'm
good
gonna
enough,
shoot
so-
somebody,
All right.
preferably one of the guys dragging the unwilling boy. But honestly, I'll settle for anybody except the unwilling boy.
All right.
I'll settle for anybody.
It's dark. You do not have a light source, and I'd say you're at like the max range you could possibly be for your gun.
So if I click on a flashlight, how much is that going to help me? Because I'm pretty sure once I pull the trigger, they're going to know that I'm there. So at this point, I may as well be able to take a better shot.
Why don't I click
That'll
on the
improve your
flashlight?
chances. If you turn on a flashlight, it'll just be a straight roll. It won't be a hard roll.
All right, then
Click. I'll click on my flashlight while you.
that'll work.
Don't cross the streams.
All right, firing.
I can use the spotter.
Okay, I got him.
Okay. You roll your damage.
Can I borrow 3d6? Thank you. Please don't suck. That's not good.
No.
6, 8, 12.
Wait, I thought it was 3d6 plus a something.
Plus 4.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
8, 12.
No, I thought there was another die in there.
Oh, no,
No,
that's
that
the-
was the first gun,
that's
and then
the
I
other
saw
gun.
the
Oh.
elephant gun. So you unload both barrels, basically into like this crowd of people, and you're trying to aim not at the boy.
Right.
You hit one of the women.
Of course I did.
They spin around, and it's Cynthia. And you bait like, even at max range, it's an elephant gun. Like you've blown her arm off. She doesn't even flinch. She turns around and looks at you. And in the light, her eyes don't look normal. Like they look inhuman. Her remaining hand, claws. And from where the stump blew off, there is, what would you call it? It's this, it looks like, I guess how like you would imagine nerve endings look. It's like organic, it's red, it's just flopping around. It seems to have a mind of its own, it's moving on its own.
Clearly, I'm not seeing that right. Well, then maybe I should unsling the rifle and shoot her in the head. Because I don't want to screw around with reloading the gun right now. So I'm just going to take her down. I am so taking her down. If there's a critical thing, I definitely did that. Because I made it by 60 points.
Her head explodes. She drops.
In fact, they all line up before you shoot, and it goes through all
You do
of
that
them.
Indiana Jones thing where you shoot like 5 guys with
Yeah,
one
right.
bullet. Yeah.
And you have to sniff your gun and say you're touching yourself tonight.
That is a Marvel movie I'm excited to see.
Yeah.
The others, like the Avengers and stuff, not really. That one I'll see though.
We may have to arrange a
Deadpool.
movie night then.
That
Yeah.
would work. We should do that as like the precursor to whoever runs a super game.
Yeah.
Actually, that'd be a bad idea because then you know what you're gonna get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody pick Deadpool. Way to go.
I just cleaned your ears last night. What's your problem now? All right.
So she's dropped. The others are... They're going to just leave the kid. They're going to run off into the woods.
Can I take a shot at one of them? Not that I'm gonna hit. Well, no. If it's at max range for your gun, there's no way my little handgun's gonna.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Roll.
Do I need to clean your ears again? I'll bring you into battle. I'd love to see you.
Did I hear his gun go off?
I would
Yes.
imagine you
Alright.
did.
It's an elephant gun,
It's
and
a-
then he fired a rifle.
There's
It's a
people
10.
in the
It's a-
university town that heard that
Yeah,
gun go
it's a
off.
10 gauge shotgun.
Jesus. All right, I run up. I'm running faster, trying to get some.
Oh God.
I'm gonna try and shoot one of the guys running away, and then
Dr. Black,
we'll just go after the kid.
you okay?
And I got
They're
that,
shooting at you.
I got that by more than half.
Okay. Roll your
What's
damage.
up, wrinkles?
That's the. Can I?
You look so
D8?
sad.
Thank you. This is like Earth Dawn. 7, 10. Come here. Did more with that.
He takes a bullet in the shoulder, but he keeps running.
These guys are tough because that would almost kill me.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, he took what? How 10 points a
10
day?
points of that.
Yeah.
I would.
I would only have 1 hit point left.
Yeah, so would I.
All right, I'm gonna run up to the kid and see how he's doing.
Oh my god! Oh my god! They're not people! They're not people! Oh my god! He's like,
What? Why did you come here to meet them?
they're not human.
Yeah.
They're not people.
Why?
Oh my god!
Why
He's
did
he's in shock. You're gonna have to snap him out of it somehow.
Shoot him.
Give me
I slapped the shit out of somebody. Roll.
what would, that would, you know what? Let's call that psychology.
Where is it?
Psychology.
Psychology. That's what you would use to like break somebody of like a
I have a
shock
10%. Let's try.
Did you make it?
I have a 10%. I got a 97.
Oh wow.
That is almost a fumble. Like you almost just gave that guy like.
Let me try
He's
to
in
break him out.
catatonic shock now. Wow.
Oh!
Wow. That's amazing.
Everything you saw just happened.
Oh my god! Oh my god! He just starts uncontrollably shitting himself.
Wait, hold on.
Wait,
where is
what?
it?
Did you just roll 15?
No. I rolled a 91.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, that wasn't what
Oh.
it was. Yeah. Where?
So you go to slap him and give him a traumatic brain injury, and then he screams, "It's all true! Inhuman! Inhuman!"
We're clearly not the people qualified to handle this.
I don't think any of us in the group are.
You could at least give him some booze.
That's true.
There, just have some of this. It'll make you feel better.
He just starts drinking the booze and he passes out in his own filth. This poor kid.
Let's see what happened. Oh, I would have just. I was gonna try to slap him.
You would have beaten him.
Ooh, open hand. Ooh.
He's got a broken nose and he's missing teeth.
What's fucky mean?
Yeah.
So like the only thing he's screaming about, like aside from that they're inhuman, is like they want to go. Like they want to give me to him. They want to give me to him.
Well, we've ruined you now, so he's not interested in you.
What does it smell like?
That's probably a good idea at this point.
Yeah.
So, what do we do with him? We can't just leave him here, but I don't want to drag him around. Well, he's already unconscious.
Is he?
Yeah, he drank himself into
Yeah.
stupor.
Oh, well.
We can't leave him here.
We can't leave him here. How far? I don't want to. I don't want to lose them either.
You're not sure how far.
They're just.
You got like. Did you haven't filled them in on what you learned at the Historical Society, right?
No, we haven't had a chance yet.
Okay, so you don't really. You two don't know where they're going.
We just know they're going to the swamp.
Oh man, that's wasted.
That's awesome.
What'd you get, a 1?
A 1.
Yeah.
You saved the day. You magicked the sun back into existence and all evil fled the world.
Are you really gonna try and fit under here? Okay.
Yeah, he squeezed between my leg and the table. I thought he couldn't do it, but he did it.
He can stuff himself into a lot of places he doesn't actually fit.
Okay. You're gonna hurt yourself, dude.
He's like, nope, I'm getting over there.
Where are you gonna go after you get in
Look at it, he's like raising one leg to get it up over the bench.
He's happy. Look at that tail.
Oh, this is the best day ever. This is awesome.
You're like squished in here, dude.
He's gonna make it. He is trying his damnedest.
Nope, you gotta back up.
So
Your dork, pal.
here's the other question. Anybody look at the body of Cynthia?
Yeah, why don't we do that?
Roll sanity.
Dude, you
Oh,
gotta
shit.
back up.
What
You have to
is...
get out of here.
Oh, we have a sanity score. Look at that.
Hmm?
Where is it? I'm going to fail this.
Are you stuck?
Oh, yes, I am. By, like, double. 92.
Well,
Oh,
luckily, there's no fumbling on such a thing.
well, I was gonna look too. I only failed it by 12.
Anybody have a D8?
Get this leg up.
Yes.
You can make it. You can make it.
Because that's how much you're gonna lose.
Oh, God.
So Cliff,
Lucy.
8.
Of
Oh
course.
man.
Hi.
So I have to get some sort of temporary insanity, right?
No. Roll your intelligence.
Wonder.
Mike, you take 4.
There's 4
I
points
failed
of
my
sanity.
intelligence check.
Okay, so that's actually good.
I remember that.
He's really trying to get.
He's determined.
So you both see this thing that is not human.
Get back
Um,
here.
He is gonna.
It shakes you up because you've killed things
I believe
before.
in you.
If you
Back
blow
up
pieces
now.
off of something, red ropes don't come out.
Right.
But you don't really like. To you, it's just like, all right, she had a parasite or something.
Mm.
Like this is explainable.
It's tapeworm.
She
or
was
something.
sick. She was definitely sick.
You want to go under?
You could have made it.
Go ahead. Or not. Whatever you want.
All right.
I love rationalization.
Rationalization is great until
nice.
you can't be able to do it anymore.
I love stripperella.
I love stripperella. Yeah.
Okay. So you guys, I guess, have caught up to him by now.
Yes.
Roll sanity.
Oh,
Of course.
okay.
Nope.
71. Yes.
What's your sanity?
You've lost points too.
86, right?
No,
No.
it's 70.
Well, there should be less because he lost like
Because you
3
took-
points already.
So that's actually then
So it's currently at
68,
Well, you failed.
67.
67. Either way, you would have failed. But
Oh, well.
Sanity's
Dan, you take 4. Rob, you take 6. Make an intelligence roll.
Crazy error.
We don't want him to. He'll unleash the demon.
Intelligence, you
And he
said?
doesn't.
Yeah.
You have to actually roll over it at this point.
Over it?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. 49.
It's a saving throw. You know he's gonna.
49.
Yeah.
Okay.
49.
So
Yeah.
you recognize this as what you read about in the second volume. You see that this is a servant.
Kill it! Kill it!
It's dead.
Kill it again!
It's dead. So you know like everything that you read is true and it's happening again. You're gonna develop a fear of anything the color red.
You can't drive anymore. Stop signs are gonna make you shit yourself.
No building.
Stop lights.
Oh, did they have them in the
No,
20s?
No.
Sweet.
not really.
Brick buildings.
Brick building. Oh my god, yeah, I'll
I would say
Fire
that they.
trucks.
I would say that they didn't because the London source book I read said like London's like England's like the car capital of the world. They didn't have any traffic laws.
Really?
Yeah. Like they described scenarios where like, oh, you can have like somebody chasing somebody through the city and they got across the street. Well, there's no stop signs. Somebody could get squished. All right, so you're all like visibly shaken. You've just seen something that is not normal. Some of you might not know what it is. He knows what it is. He's freaking out and he's muttering.
And so do
like,
you. It's a parasite.
Yes.
He's muttering mantras to himself under his breath over and over and over again. What are you going to do now?
The rest of them went into that swamp, but we can't leave this kid here.
take care of him.
I don't like the way he said that. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
As soon as you all leave, well, going in dry.
It's time to unleash the demon.
That's awful.
I think he's been traumatized enough.
Yeah, besides, you're barely coherent as it is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're not stable. If you take any more damage, like you're gonna be out.
Hey, Bowser, let it go.
That wasn't directed at you. Let's just leave him in the woods. It's the worst that could happen. He gets franched.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was thinking was going to happen if we let them take him.
We can't even just leave him back at the car or anything because we don't know what else is out here.
Man, we can't even lock him in the car because it has no doors.
Yeah.
Oh, we got that house that we busted up.
Yeah, that'd be a great place to live.
Here, stay in the sarcophagus. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
All right, well, we can't just stand around here and screw around, so I guess we're taking him. So I'm going to throw him over my shoulder and let's go.
Right.
The rest of these people need to be stopped.
Yeah. Whatever these are,
Well, we at least know.
can't let them run
They're
free.
sick people. They might be contagious. Who knows what Smokey Francois brought over with him?
They can't be saved at this point. The only way to deal with them is to kill them.
You know that for sure?
Yep, I read it in a book.
Read a book. Read a book.
Read a book.
Well, I read
Read a book, people.
Well, I read a book
The
about
tick
people
can't
going to
help.
the moon, and that ain't never gonna happen.
The tick can't help you now. He's soaking in his tent like some guy from Chile. It's Achilles. Read a book.
Sophocles!
Alright, so we take off after him.
Alright. Since you basically stopped to like sort this out, like it's, let's say like 20 minutes maybe have passed.
Oh,
They've got a
Good
great
God.
lead, yeah.
We
There-
need to go.
As you get closer, as you follow their trail, you do start to hear chanting.
yeah, Cthulhu Fatan. Wrong
Actually,
group.
not sure what they would chant for Glocky. They never. I don't think I've actually read anything involving his physical cult. It's in French.
Hey,
There's-
Glocarina.
There's one guy there's one very, very powerful voice, and he is speaking in the old dialect of French. And then there's responses are coming from the students, basically. So like he's talking and talking and talking, and then they're going yeah.
Here's the good part. There are no innocents at this thing.
Except the one you brought with you.
Yeah, but he's not going to be in the line of fire.
Stay behind this tree.
Yeah, he's unconscious. I mean,
We go swim in the lake. You'll be fine.
awesome.
Okay, Omega.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to move into a range where
That would be
I
an
can-
awesome villain.
I
I'm
can
just
get-
saying.
a bunch of them with pretty good power with the elephant gun, and then I'll switch to the rifle.
All right. So as you're moving closer, you can see more of what's happening in the clearing. It's one of the few dry patches of earth that's here in like the marsh area. There's a bunch of stakes. There's actually 5 stakes driven into the ground, and they're ringing the area right where it comes up to the water. Big fire going. There's this big stone altar. It looks like somebody just put it together. The rocks, it actually looks like they just stacked a bunch of rocks, took a slab in the altar. You're looking at the group of people there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you see the 4 students. The guy that's leading them, he does not look human at all. The students all have like, you can see the claws on their hands like Cynthia had. He's taller than them. His head is kind of like, he's bald. His head is sloping forward. It's swollen basically. So he think melon heads, if you know what that is.
I think so, yeah.
His claws are really visible. He looks like a corpse, a walking corpse. Give me a sanity roll.
All of us are just him.
Yeah. All of us or just him?
Is anybody else following him?
I would have been going up there to...
I made it. I didn't think I would, but I did.
All right. You just take 1 sanity damage.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. In Cthulhu, you're screwed no matter.
When you see like the serious stuff, yeah. Like once you actually start to encounter the monsters, you're screwed.
So I made it, and so I take a point of
You
sanity.
take a point of damage.
Where are we at?
Where are you at?
I don't know. I don't have a gun, so I figured it wasn't much use following them.
So you could have taken the kid.
Yeah, so I'll be watching the kid.
Okay.
Should I go with them or should I stay with you? I don't know. I do have a gun now, but I'm like one
You
step
might-
away from
that was
being
probably
crazy.
it.
What?
Should I stay or should I go?
I guess I'll go with them just for backup. So I guess I gotta try rolling too.
Oh god.
Roll your sanity, and then I want you to roll your Cthulhu Mythos skill.
And then go extra crazy.
So I'm trying to hit 70 or am I hitting 61?
Whatever you're reduced to is what you're trying to hit. So you're trying to hit 61.
87.
Alright, now we gotta fight 2 other ones.
The good news is your Cthulhu Mythos may just become higher, and that'll be an easier roll, right?
Oh no.
Heck.
You don't get rewarded like that. You take 3 points.
And this Cthulhu mythos goes.
Well, what's your roll for Cthulhu Mythos?
Alright, I gotta roll that too. Now, do I need that higher or lower than what it is?
Lower.
Always
That's
lower.
a straight roll.
Oh,
yeah.
that's fucking 13.
It could happen.
9 to 2.
You have no idea what's going on. You hear words. The only thing that you recognize that he's casting something.
See, I'm not good at this game.
Nobody starts with a mythos of a score
10.
high.
Mine is
No,
10.
like you
It's
yeah,
0
you,
to start.
the more you learn about it, that's how it goes up. It's like a double-edged sword. Like you can, like if you rolled that, it's like what the hell's in the lake? I would have told you what was in the lake, because if it was high enough. But yeah, if you don't know that right away.
Alright,
the
so
more
does
you
that
learn,
go,
the crazier.
Does that go up now? Because
No,
of, no,
it does not
doesn't.
go up.
So it's just
You didn't learn anything new.
Find more creepy books and read them and go crazy.
Pretty much, you got like
Yeah.
you got 10 more books you can go through.
just gonna stop in the middle of it. Hold on, let me open this up.
It'll cost you more sanity every time, dude.
I'm already losing it, so
I'm gonna shoot into the crowd.
Okay. Are you aiming for anyone in particular?
Well, I'm using a gigantic double barrel shotgun, so I'm kind of yeah. I mean, if I'm gonna aim for one guy, then I guess it's gonna be Elaine.
Okay.
And he's backlit by a bonfire, so
He is the most visible.
yeah.
Yeah.
19.
Hey.
Let's do some damage. That's much better.
There you go.
12, 15, 19 points of damage. Almost enough to kill me twice.
Yeah.
I think that's respectable.
All right, so he like takes a jolt.
That
Worries me.
worries me more than the bless you,
Thank you.
than the claws.
He turns and he looks at you.
Well, I'm gonna snap off the shot at him then. I don't care what I hit. Let's hit. Oh, well, I missed by a little bit. I should just use luck to hit him. That would be a lot of luck, though. But I have a lot of luck. That'll take me, what, the 47? So I hit him.
How much damage?
8 points of damage.
Okay. He falls.
the big thing.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
And his last breath as he's falling, he makes one loud guttural cry. It sounds like a cry for help.
Uh-oh.
I killed him.
And you did. You killed him.
Well, sort of.
Getting red?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
You don't know. Allergic reaction?
Maybe.
Did you eat nuts?
No.
Do you want to walk to the drugstore?
Run. I have Benadryl if you want it.
So he can
I'll be
fall
like,
asleep.
The drowsy him.
So he can fall asleep in the car, and then I gotta push him out. Get out of my car! I'll leave him
Did you already
alone.
drink? Oh, no, you only drank one.
I only drank one. They are nasty as shit.
Told you.
But I actually did. It woke me up though.
But they have new great flavors like
Oh,
sour
fuck
apple.
that. That's gross. It's fucking grape and it's nasty.
Well,
Whoa. I was
I've
falling
never
asleep.
had
I
one,
was like
actually, so.
dozing off earlier, so at least now I'm alive.
Right, you're just gonna crash extra hard when you do crash.
Oh, well, I'm off tomorrow, so.
Whatever.
I'll be able to sleep the whole day.
You already slept the whole day today.
No, I didn't.
What time did you wake up?
I only got like maybe 8 hours.
That's what you're supposed to get.
Yeah.
I don't know what was.
8 hours.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It was it was only 7.
Was it 7?
Yeah.
I don't get that much on a normal night.
Yeah, me either. I'm happy
Alright.
to get 5.
So,
Oh God, I'm like sneezing a lot. What the hell?
Your nose is all red.
Dan, do you want to do anything?
Right now I'm just kind
Your
of looking
eyes,
around. I imagine I
my
hear the
nose is
gunfire,
never
right?
falling apart.
Has anyone started wandering this way?
They're
Alright.
all kind of. This has all happened really fast. Like they just gunned down their leader, so like they're gonna get swarmed next round.
Yes.
That's
bad. I suck in hand-to-hand.
But
It's
so if you're not
it's
anywhere
all
near,
red.
you don't have to do anything. Rob, what do you want to do?
Can I try shooting at one of the
I have no fighting skill.
people?
Oh, neither do I really.
Alright, what am I rolling?
You roll.
It's not like you go
what do
into a
have,
boxing
rifle?
match with
Yes.
the lion.
That's
Roll
exactly
your
it. So I
rifle.
don't have anything,
Stat.
any skill with a handgun, nothing
Damage?
hand-to-hand.
No, just roll to see if you hit.
What am I rolling?
I could not punch that bear
Um,
to death.
It should be in the second column from the left. Firearms, rifle, shotgun.
Isn't it on your weapons too? Like
Yeah, it should be down on your weapon. I should have put it
What,
in
regular, hard, extreme,
regular.
and I'm just rolling.
You just
Straight
roll.
roll.
straight.
Percentile. Yeah.
so roll
I
low.
gotta get under that.
You have to get
Yes.
under that.
Fuck,
What
this
is it?
game's like 45.
That's not even that bad.
That's pretty good.
No, when you're rolling 8s all damn day.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
What did you get? 80. All right.
I
So
think
you
I
just
might
missed.
shoot You.
Just miss.
Nothing bad happened.
Not until they close in on you.
Yeah.
I'll just summon the demon next time.
I don't think fighting with your penis out is good.
I got it.
Oh God, put that away.
Ah, my sanity.
What actual demon is this?
That you have.
That I still have, yeah. It's the
It
one.
says it on your other sheet. What it is.
I'll show you guys a monster.
Dimensional Shambler?
Oh yeah, I know Dimensional Shamblers.
What's that?
I don't know. You
They're-
summon it.
They're
If I
these.
can find a picture of it.
They're these weird insect gorilla-like monsters. They can phase in and out of time, basically. But anyway. All right. You recognize David, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
He's got that axe from before, and he's gonna charge at you.
Ooh, this thing's
Ew.
fun looking.
Oh, I haven't seen
Ah.
that picture before.
Which one
What
did
is
you
it?
show
What is
him?
it?
Oh yeah, I see that one. I don't like this picture
Yeah.
either.
Which one?
That one.
There's a couple of them.
And you want to summon that.
Nice.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I like this picture better though.
Which one?
I think that's the one I've seen.
That's
before.
actually,
this
yeah, that's
thing.
what I visualized.
That's
it
what you
as.
say? Okay.
They. It's the problem with all of these monsters is they're described vaguely, but they're described vaguely for a reason.
That
That's-
thing looks gangly.
Not particularly horrifying. That one's
Alright.
much more intimidating.
So
Yeah.
attacking.
Ooh. Yeah, so is this.
Oh, that's the one you just
Yeah,
found.
somebody just
Oh,
showed.
is it?
Yeah.
Oh, you bitch.
Alright.
I don't know about this one. It's kind of cute. It's small. Yeah.
Yeah.
Big
Oh,
eyes.
is that one of
No,
the
yeah,
minis?
yeah.
Who started making minis for Call of Cthulhu? It's not exactly.
I
like
think
you
it
could-
was Reaper actually.
Why would you need that? It's not like you're ever going to play a war game with it.
Because they're in
Some-
Pathfinder, apparently.
Really?
Because that was one of the ones that came up. It was like Dimensional Shambler Pathfinder, I was like, what?
I mean, they pretty much every game has a suggestion. Like you can use minis if you want, but none of them really emphasize it. And Call of Cthulhu never did.
A friend of mine gave me a mini, as a lark, I guess. It's a mini of Cthulhu. And the way he would always play it is, all right, you want me to run a game? I'll run a game. So you're going downstairs into a basement. And it's totally dark. What do? I light up a lantern. All right, cool. There's some light there, and you hear a noise behind you. What do? I turn around and look at it. He slaps on the table. You're insane and dead. That was a fun game. I ran it.
I think this one wins.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, that's a good one.
Wait, let me see that.
Oh, the screen
It's
just.
screen
Oh,
died.
y'all gotta just. Oh my god.
Maybe not.
Yeah. I thought it had double arms. If it has double arms, that means it's something else.
Yeah.
But anyway, Mike, you're getting attacked with an axe.
Yeah, just single arms on that one.
And it hit.
But the
it's
blood's a
hitting
real
you.
nice touch.
See, that's the kind
I
of stuff.
dodge out of the way.
That's fun.
If you want to try
I
rolling
think
your
fun
dodge,
has a
you
different
can.
definition for you.
Dodge is half your dexterity.
I'm noticing
score.
your character doesn't have much of a survival instinct.
I really didn't put too much into this character. I really
Made it or
wanted
no?
to
No. All right. You take 3 damage as he.
I don't believe I take 3 damage.
No, that only works with the mind. So he swings the axe at you one handed, kind of crazily whips it down, and you're able to dodge enough, but he catches you on the leg. So anytime, I'm not even going to worry about advantage, disadvantage. You just take an injury to the leg.
Take it back. This one's scary and gross. Ew.
Ew!
Oh.
My God. Really?
Ugh.
What is this weird?
Yeah.
Like,
God damn you, internet!
I know, right?
Rule 34.
Route 34 really is universal, isn't it?
God.
Yeah.
All right.
Rule
Rule 34 says that if anything that you can imagine, you can find a porn version on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
What's that from?
The internet.
Yeah, it's just...
It's one of the rules of the internet.
Really?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I've never heard of that. But okay.
Crack did a whole article on things that they bet Rule 34 didn't apply to, and they were wrong every
Every
single
single-
time.
Yeah.
That doesn't shock me.
All right.
Including human hybrid spiders. There's,
Oh.
there's a porn version of that.
Wow.
They gave you the link and they said, don't click it. Just we're doing it for proof, but just take our word for it. You don't want to watch this.
All right, Cliff. Timothy is going to point at you. He is pointing at you.
He's pointing at me. I don't like that.
He is murmuring something under his breath.
Do I have time to shoot him, or do I just have to dive out of the way?
Because this
Wow.
is,
This is oddly fitting. It's like the internet knew what was going on right now.
Yeah, actually.
It's by a lake in the woods with a gun.
Hey, young guy with an axe. Yeah.
Yup. Yeah, that's kind of what's happening.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh shit.
Just tap it.
Nothing.
Even my phone hates you. See, good. Double tap and it comes right up.
I told you.
So I'm.
I'd say he's pointing at you. He's chanting something. Make a power roll. Roll against your power, right? Straight power.
Straight power.
What'd you get?
99.
You actually lean into it a little.
Mentally. I was like,
Yeah.
what does that do?
Okay. So this is gonna be fun now, because you said you were gonna be the one that's gonna die, not believing.
I totally don't believe I'll believe right before I die.
Okay.
Oh, and I totally called it when this was first announced. You're the first one to die.
Completely.
So
This being called Cthulhu, I kind of went in expecting to not come out the other side. So.
Yeah.
So actually,
So the whole point of winning this game for any of us is just to survive and keep your mind.
There is no surviving keeping your mind. You ultimately go crazy and die.
you like the longer campaigns go, the more they say like retire your old guys, the more that they learn because they're just gonna die horribly. Like the best you can hope for is you
Die quickly.
either die quickly or you get to go sit off with what's left of your mind in like a nice quiet corner that's nowhere near New England because that's apparently where every bad thing happens.
Miskatonic University, man. Just stay away from that.
Yeah.
But no, the whole thing is that there's no winning against the old ones. That Earth as a whole is this speck of sand in the vastness of the cosmos, and we as humans are even more insignificant than that. So the old ones are so vastly and supremely powerful that you can maybe do a very small delaying tactic now and again, but you lose. Lovecraft wrote some really grim stuff.
Yeah.
It was all about the futility of life, really. He was the progenitor of the goth.
He took Poe and went crazy with it.
Yeah.
Poe was his idol. All right, so you're only going to take 1 point of damage,
Wow. But
but
sanity.
well, we'll get to sanity. Don't worry, we'll get to sanity.
Hold on. A few other bad things have to happen before we even get to the sanity.
Your eyes explode. It doesn't hurt somehow.
Okay, so your Constitution score
but- yeah.
is going to drop by 48 points
Oh my
Whoa.
god.
as your right arm just withers away. Like it looks like a 150-year-old arm compared to the rest of your body.
Are you right-handed?
Probably.
Oh,
It doesn't matter. All of my guns were two-handed weapons.
Right.
48. Wait, math is hard. 12. I have a constitution of 12,
Oof.
And roll your sanity.
which is also reduced. Utter fail on that too. I should really start making the black die the top die because it's always rolling low.
You only lose 1 point of sanity.
Bastard.
You're still
His-
like,
You
Mine
actually
just
got
withered
off, you got
away.
off really light, actually.
what happens when my con goes to 0? I assume I die, right?
Yeah, because you won't have any more hit points. Really.
Being.
Oh yeah, does that so my con reduction, does that reduce my hit points?
It would. I'm not going to worry about it now because
Okay.
like we're at the end of this.
See, everything comes down to burn the house down with all the bad stuff in it. We should have burned when they went into that room. We should have just circled it with gas and let them match.
You should have listened to Buxton. You knew what he was talking about.
Mhm.
Like,
Except for that whole set of lake on.
this guy's freaking crazy. All
And he
right,
also told us they were all dead, which they were kind of.
They were.
you kind of were.
So I probably hear shrieking and screaming at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'd imagine that kind of started with the first of the bangs.
Yeah.
So that's one attacked you, another one is coming after you, Rob, and he's got a club basically. That's not the right dice.
Got hit me. Instantly raise my demon. That's my answer.
He misses you.
Sweet. Can I
You still
fire at
raising
him?
the demon.
No, I'll fire at him.
Um,
Or at least, maybe because he's closer, I can hit him.
what's the other one gonna do? The other one, I don't even know what I want to be.
Go for Cliff.
1, 2, 3.
It'd be a mercy kill at this point.
Deborah is going after.
That's who? I couldn't hear.
Yeah,
Deborah.
No, who's she going after?
Cliff.
Oh.
Sorry.
Because he sneezed right as you said it, and I was like,
Deborah's going after
That's you!
She attacks you with her claws and misses. She's not holding a weapon.
I'm going to start running down to where they are.
Okay. So then we're back at the top of the round. So, what do you want to do?
Can I
What?
Oh my
can I brace my rifle on my knee or something like that and fire?
Yeah, I'm gonna call for a.
Hard.
We're gonna call that a hard for your firearms.
That's fine. I'm still better at that than I am
God.
clubbing people. Alright, so this is 5 though, so it's 35, so it's basically 37, 38.
Trying to breathe.
And do I have enough luck to pull this off? I basically need 29 points of luck, which I have.
Push.
God, what the hell?
Dogs.
Probably. It wasn't bothering me all night, though.
Alright, I hit. So I will do some damage.
I hate
And who are you? I guess who are you shooting at?
The magical one.
Okay.
8, 11, 15.
What were you were shooting? What, your rifle?
Oh, I was actually,
Put
yeah.
them in
You
my
know what?
pocket
Could I
for
have
some
that
reason.
D8 back? Oh.
I thought I'd give it back to you because I pulled one out.
There's another one. Actually, wait, no, that's the same crap one you rolled before.
Nine, 10, 11, 12.
12 damage. Is that 12 additional or?
No, that's just 12 damage.
Okay.
I was rolling the wrong damage before.
Okay. So you put a hole right here in his chest, and he doesn't drop. He just keeps coming.
I think that's it.
Mike's next up.
Alright, we'll shoot at Mr. Magic.
Mr. Wizard.
Oh, I just barely hit. For 9 more points.
Alright. You hurt it really bad, but it's dead. It doesn't feel it. But, like, it's not in good shape. Like, you put another hole in its throat, let's say. It's still coming.
Yikes. That's 21 points of damage.
Yeah.
That's 1 point away from killing me twice.
He is actually unnaturally strong for these things. That one in particular.
And I can only shoot once around, right? Yep.
You are up, Dan.
All right. Seeing the one they shot at, the only thing I have is my whip, so I will use that.
Okay.
It's time to bust out the whoop ass.
Hey, all right. With a 10, I hit.
A bullwhip does that much damage?
D3 and D4.
Oh, okay.
Wait, you got it. Oh yeah, you do get a damage bonus.
Yep. So 6 damage.
So you crack your whip, and his throat is already weakened. You just snap his head off.
Ha
So Timothy's dead. And as you've come down, something in the lake is stirring. Like there's bubbles coming up.
So much for not having a gun.
Hey, look, jacuzzi.
So Rob, you're up.
Alright, can I shoot at one? Attempt to.
You sure can.
26, I think I did it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shoot the thing in the leg. That would be good. Because, I mean, its followers go down nice and easy, so.
Right.
Yeah. I don't even know if I want to look at the thing that's coming out of the
8
lake.
damage.
We can't possibly take that thing.
We can't take the psychic
Oh.
damage from it.
8 damage.
Right?
Say it's.
My sanity's gotten beat up really badly.
Well, we had no way of gathering the massive amount of explosives that the guy believed were necessary to kill this thing. So.
Well, you never actually tried.
This
Yeah.
is true.
I actually had thought of some ways you could. So what's going to happen next is
You're
the
all
one
gonna go
you just
insane.
shot, and the other one that's there's one that's not hurt, one that you shot, and then Deborah. The two guys, they're gonna grab you, and they're gonna drag you to the lake where this thing is like starting to bubble up.
I can resist, right?
You can. It would be an opposed strength test, and I'm gonna say that it would be. I should probably call extreme because you had an arm basically fall off.
Okay, so what is that? A quarter of it?
Fifth.
A fifth?
Yeah.
So the bottom number for your strength there.
It's a fifth. I need a 10.
Mm-hmm.
Yikes.
13. That. And you know what really sucks? I only have 1 point of luck left.
Oh.
I was this close.
So you struggle vainly, but they've got a grip on you and they're dragging you towards the edge of the lake. And then Deborah is going to. You just killed her friend. Not friend, but she's going to attack you. And she hits you. For 1 point of damage.
All right.
And then
Shoot me in the head. Please.
we're actually back up to Cliff.
Oh man.
Alright,
You're gonna make me You're
Alright.
gonna make me mal.
And now that
I was gonna say,
and now,
I
alright.
don't get it.
So this thing is actually coming up out of the lake now. And who's looking at the lake? Who's looking at what's happening to him?
I probably am.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'm not, because some crazy bitch is trying to kill me.
I
I'll
am,
look
because
over
they're
there.
dragging you off.
All right.
Bitch, and I got.
I'm gonna roll my sanity right now.
Yeah, no kidding.
I fail.
I fail.
I'm close, but I fail.
Out of the lake. First off, the first thing you smell is this horrible, wretched smell. It's very similar to what the sarcophagus smelled like.
And rot.
That's poop.
Well, that was me, the poop. That's me.
That was called an upper decker.
The first things you start to see break the water is an eye on a stalk comes up. And then another one, and a third. You start to see spines emerging from the lake. And it's like a slug covered in spines. It's just hauling its bulk up onto the bank. It doesn't make a sound. You hear the water splashing. It doesn't make any noise itself. It's just pulling itself along. Like you hear like this really nasty squelching. It's gross. All right. So who rolled sanity and who failed?
I made my sanity.
I failed.
Too.
Okay.
Oh shit! I made it.
I mean, you're still gonna take damage.
Oh,
All
yeah.
right. So Mike made it. 3 sanity. 2 sanity for Rob.
Yes.
And Cliff gets the D20.
Oh my god.
You only lose 3 points of sanity, Cliff.
That's amazing. I don't even have to roll my intelligence.
Lucky bastard.
Mike, how much have you lost since this started?
8 points.
Roll your intelligence.
That's a 61.
What was your intelligence score?
70.
Alright, so in front of you is just this massive, nasty thing from beyond the stars. It's unfathomably old. You just drop to your knees and you just start repeating every prayer that you know over and over and over again.
I'm gonna use luck. Screw it.
That's interesting, using luck to fail the roll. I mean, I guess that's right.
I mean,
No.
you could do it, yeah.
No.
All right, so you're not. I would say you're the next closest to this thing. So after it's done with him, it's coming for you next. How much sanity have you lost since you started? Not counting the books.
No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Really?
I said not counting the books.
But that was only 3, right? There was 1 for each book, right?
It was 2 from one, and you got 1 on the other one.
So yeah, that was 3. Yeah.
Okay, and you haven't lost any since.
No, I've lost 12 since then.
Jesus Christ.
I started at 70. I marked
right.
down 3, and then I'm now at 55.
So you are just You're going completely batshit.
I should
You
use my luck to
summon.
just
Rob,
fail
you
this
summon
and
your
die with
monster.
dignity. I'm rethinking that now.
There's no
Alright,
dying with
what's that
dignity in
do?
a horror film.
All right. He's going completely batshit right now. He's summoned his monster. He's beyond
You
understanding.
summoned the
right
demon?
He said I do.
now.
Great.
So
That's what we need.
Yeah.
More demons.
Oh.
like, and you don't have
What-
control over it.
Can I?
Actually, no. Wait. I'm gonna say you do have control over
Okay,
it. But
so
I have control over what you control.
Right, but who sees the demon now? Because then you gotta roll sanity.
So you're just still looking at the girl, right?
Yeah, because she's attacking me.
Where did you summon this?
Where did you summon it?
Right in
I
front of
don't
me, I'm guessing.
Okay.
Not like near the thing. Oh, well, you're
Right,
out
I
of
gotta
control.
put the stats
Yeah.
for that.
I didn't actually even know I was going to. He told me.
Right, exactly. You're out of control right now.
Yep.
Protect me.
So
I just see myself doing what Kermit the Frog does, just waving his arms.
Kermit flail.
It was Cliff's round. What did you want to do? And
Well,
they're still dragging you towards this thing.
so if I instead try to just kick one of them in the knee or something like that, is that going to be an extreme roll too?
I'm gonna say that'll be a regular strength.
Then why don't I just do that instead? Because this whole fight my way out thing is clearly not going to happen. So I'm just going to try and cripple one. That's much better.
Okay. Roll your unarmed combat damage.
What is that? I didn't write that down.
Oh, it's 1d3 plus whatever your damage bonus is. I don't think you.
I don't have a damage
Alright,
bonus.
so there's just 1d3.
3.
All right. You snap David's leg, and he crumples.
Yeah.
He's down. So you've only got one fighting you now. So it's going to be only a hard roll to break free from him.
That's progress. Can I do this before I get eaten?
So they slow you. That slows you down. The thing from the lake is going to take a little bit more time to get to you because it's a slug. They're not fast.
Oh my god, I have hope that I may live yet.
Oh, you said it.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
You're doomed.
Mike's crazy. What do you want to do?
I'm going to attempt to hit the one that's trying to kill me because I'm a little focused on that right now.
Okay.
And drunk.
This stupid bitch. What's the problem?
Guys, are you seeing this? This crazy bitch is trying to kill me.
What'd you get?
I missed with a 50.
Okay, so
There's the downside of being drunk.
There's a downside?
Clearly, I see how you managed to keep your sanity throughout all of this.
Again, I wasted it.
All
No,
right.
wait, no. Yeah. Damn it.
I rolled a 1. which is
So-
a 2.
One, 2 for the one that's on you. 3 for the 3 for the monster. 4 for the one that you're fighting. 5 for you. 6 is the boy that's.
I honestly thought
left
there was
in
a
the woods.
motorcycle going by outside.
6.
6 is the kid that's still
He's
in
not
the
even
woods.
snoring yet.
Alright, so whoever
5 and 6.
it's going to be 1 to attack him, 2 to attack the one that's on him, 3 to attack him, 4 to attack the one that's he's fighting with, 5 is you, 6 is the kid that's in the woods.
What about the demon?
That's what.
Oh, that's what-
He's giving the demon a command.
Okay, gotcha.
So you might actually command the demon to attack you?
Yep.
You're crazy.
2.
4.
4 was the one that
I
was
was-
attacking you.
Yep.
So it charges at this slave, servant, zombie thing. It grabs it, it phases out of existence. It's gone.
That was handy.
What, the demon?
I am
was?
so awesome.
I forget that you saw it now. So
Yes.
all right, roll your sanity. I should not have let you summon it because now I have to look up its stats.
I miss.
All right.
Did it do anything to it?
It grabbed it and it phased away. That's like the MO for people that use it is like they'll disappear people that need to be disappeared.
And
Very
technically
good.
the Phantom Zone.
Basically, yeah, he's hanging out with Superman now.
And Omega, which is punishment enough.
Oh, jeez. 7 sanity loss.
All right.
And yeah, you're gonna have to roll your intelligence.
Use your luck to just push yourself over the edge.
If I spent all of my luck, I would still fail. I rolled a 6.
Ooh.
Where were you when I needed you?
You
Now that was
recognize
rich.
this as the thing you saw at the house in Gamwell with the slime monster.
Oh, yes.
You recognize what it is. You know that he did it.
You're welcome.
You have a compulsion to kill him.
Okay.
Hey, I got one of those.
So far, this is going great.
If my character goes out whipping you to death, it's going to be hysterical.
This is awful.
This is the only other
So wait,
times
my demon's gone?
your demon is gone. You're just like ranting and raving. He's trying to kill you.
Awesome.
This is the meanest I've been to you guys. The other 2 times I played this, I was nice. All right. There's only on the plus side. There's only 1 zombie left
And a giant monster. in the
and a
lake.
giant monster. And yeah, he's just gonna keep dragging it towards the lake creature.
Great.
And he's in range now. He's holding you for this creature to. He's aiming his spafrange at you, and he's going to stab you.
I want to throw the zombie in the way and have it take the hit for me.
I'm going to call that a dodge.
Okay. God damn it. Again, I should have made the other one the 10, but I don't. So I utterly, completely fail.
All right, he's going to stab you.
No.
I'm going to come back as one of those things.
Not right away.
We'll kill
And
you.
you might be lucky actually.
Really? What makes you say that? Because that hasn't happened yet this game.
Is that mine?
You could fall into the
No,
bonfire.
I would love to fall into the bonfire
Alright.
at this point.
He's rolling a lot of dice.
This is an elder god.
Yeah, I don't think it's really gonna matter.
Yeah, I have 10 hit points.
It's really a matter of how much he kills you.
And he throws out the second hand.
You know, there are a lot of ones in there.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I love
Yeah,
that
except
response,
for
though. It matters how much it kills you.
He drives it through your heart. You are dead. The last thing you feel as you leave this world is it's releasing a fluid, and you feel it going throughout your limbs. And then in the last second, you realize, like, this is happening. This is real.
I get to die crazy. You're right. I was the first to go.
That's it. Called it.
It was a lot closer than I was thinking, though.
It was. You held that longer than I expected to. I thought you would go at the halfway point.
So everybody else is crazy. That's kind of it.
Yeah, it's pretty much game over.
Wait.
Because-
What is he?
He's
Rob
got
takes
that-
another 6 points of damage.
Rob's dead. Wait, is he? I actually don't know how much hit points he has, though.
He hasn't been hit yet.
Yeah, I don't think you haven't been hurt yet, have you? Like physically hurt? You haven't taken any hit point damage, have you?
No, I think I'm still pretty.
You just took 6 points of damage.
Where the hell's my hit points thing at now?
Under
So
Top
on the
left
left-hand
box
side.
under the
Oh, I did take one. So how many?
6.
how many do you have left? 4.
No, I'm with 13.
Hit points?
How did you have that many?
Wait.
You're supposed to
11.
subtract.
Okay. Hold on.
Subtract from 11.
So wait, I already took one. So
That's
Yeah.
10.
So you have
so
4
4
left.
now. Yeah.
I'm invincible. Every time somebody hits me, I just get stronger.
Really, you lift me?
Yeah.
He has a compulsion. It's not his fault.
So that just hurt you.
Yep.
Meanwhile, there's a giant slug thing.
He just got spafranched
I'm
and
dead.
is dead.
You're dead.
I'm
Yeah, he's dead. He was the first to die. I called it.
I didn't even die last time I started.
No, you didn't. No, I hadn't killed anybody yet.
I will be next, more than because I'm quivering on my
What
knees
can
in
I
front of
do?
the giant space
Well,
slug
it's
thing.
actually Mike. Mike is
Oh.
up, but he's like praying to impotent gods.
Impotent gods.
Um,
Jesus save me.
You're like the dude from the Mummy, grabbing every
Every
talisman.
talisman he has.
I love Benny. He made that movie special.
And there's
I'm trying to
nothing
think if I
do.
can give anybody an out at this point, but
Not
there's
really.
not. No.
Not really. We
Yeah.
just all are gonna die to the thing.
So do
Well,
we
I
want
don't
to
know.
just?
Rob might die to him first.
Well, yeah. We'll become servants of the thing.
Do we want to just fade to black there?
Hold on.
It goes out exactly with you whipping him to death. Way to call. You called 2 things.
Yeah.
I used 7 points of luck.
Wow.
7.
So Rob's dead.
I just wanted the satisfaction of doing that before we faded to black.
Oh god, our fade to black in Star Wars quite interesting. This one, I die from you
So
with a whip, no less.
fade to black. The next day, Ferryman comes out. The 3 of you come out of the woods, and you're servants of the thing now. I was like, we gotta stay in the cabin and wait.
Hey, at least I died. You guys are all slaves.
I did you a favor,
That's right.
I'm okay with that.
my old friend.
So yeah, that was.
That was
You
pretty
killed
much exactly
Big
what I
Black.
expected from a game of Call of
I
Cthulhu.
chose
I'll be honest.
Yes, this is all your fault.
Until this one, everybody'd been doing pretty good.
Which
I definitely.
amazed me.
I wasn't here for the very first one, but I was here for the other one, and we actually managed to destroy the thing in that one.
Yeah,
So we did
this one.
we did really
this one
well.
was a lot harder. Basically, because you went up against a god at the end, and he actually is beatable. He's not on the top tier of
Monster.
entities you could face, but
Can you hand me my bag, please? Thank you.
Thus ends the story of Pitch Black.
it's a little disappointing because I enjoyed
Pitch Black is a good
everybody's
character,
characters. Yeah.
and I had fun playing Norris. But he survived 2 sessions of Call of Cthulhu, so
Yeah.
that's not bad.
Usually, yes. I mean,
I almost did if I didn't get whipped to death.
I don't.
You were dead anyway.
Yeah, he did do you a favor.
I did you a favor.
So you got rid of 2 problems.
Again,
Uh huh.
Yeah, killing you solves 2 problems.
I don't
The
have
main
control
problem
of
is
the
still on the
monster
lake.
anymore.
but yeah, like the obvious stereotype of Call of Cthulhu is like everybody dies all the time. I don't really like that, just because.
It's hard to keep
Now,
anything going.
Is the assumption that Delta Green is that you can level a little bit more force against the... Because then you're sort of like a branch of the military in that, aren't you?
Yeah, it's Delta Green has very interesting mythology behind it because it's a conspiracy within a conspiracy. So they have access to really, really powerful weapons, and it's a modern era, so like you can get assault rifles and things like that.
I've never played Delta Green, so.
But it's also
Is it easier to keep going because it's not as lethal?
no, it's still as lethal. That's the thing. Like I read some thread where like some guy was talking about my Delta Green group got together and they were like, "Oh, I want to bring this. Sure, you can have that, and you can have that, and you can have the missile launcher. It doesn't matter."